Chapter 2300. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Annihilation, that damnable annihilation organization. Apart from them, there was no one else. 135-7924, 6810 GGGGGD. Previously, Yi Xian had led Plum Valley Manor to deal a heavy blow to that mysterious organization. Originally, Yi Xian had thought that the mysterious organization had already left. Even if they were to take revenge on the Maple region, they would not be too strong. But who would have thought that annihilation had actually massacred 2/3 of the people of the Maple region? That was in front of a few dozen realms. At the very least, there were tens of millions of people. So many people. Those who had fought against annihilation were only a portion of them. Many of the others were actually innocent at all. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian could not care less. He immediately requested to use the teleportation array and rushed toward the Maple region. His first goal was naturally to check out Plum Valley Manor. That was because Yi Xian knew that Plum Valley Manor would most likely become the first target of the mysterious organization. By the time Yi Xian rushed over, sure enough, the Plum Valley Villa had already disappeared. Those who believed in Yi Xian had also been massacred. This was something Yi Xian could not accept. Yi Xian quickly searched through the wreckage of Plum Valley Manor. He hoped to find 1 or 2 survivors and understand what had happened. Fortunately, Yi Xian found them. A total of 5 people. 2 had their hands and feet cut off, and 3 had lost their eyes. Furthermore, their godheads had already been destroyed, so they were nothing more than cripples waiting to die. These 5 people were deliberately left behind by the mysterious organization. Good, very good, very good. Annihilation. Yi Xian, will not live under the same sky as you. Yi Xian was infuriated. Most of the people of Plum Valley Manor had already believed in Yi Xian, treating Yi Xian as their protector. They had even continuously proclaimed how powerful Yi Xian was to the outside world. But now, the entire manor was left with only 5 useless people. QWPM, system, heal them. Yi Xian's hands glowed faintly. This was the healing ability he had obtained from the Divine Blossom Sword servants. Yi Xian wanted to treat the 5 of them. After all, if Yi Xian did not care about them, only death would await them. Lord Emissary, don't waste your energy. It's useless. We were crippled by the ancient Yao god and have long lost all of our aptitude and foundation. There's no way to repair it. One of them shouted at Yi Xian. He had lost both his arms and legs. Usually, he could only rely on another person who had lost his eyes to carry him around. When Yi Xian had arrived, they hadn't been able to sense him due to their lack of spiritual force. However, he had been able to see him because he had eyes. What did you say? An ancient demon god. That's right, Lord Emissary. It's better if you don't care about us. You should quickly report to the god domain. The ancient demon god has reappeared. I'm afraid there will be a great calamity. These guys are collecting totem beasts to revive the ancient demon god. This time, they've massacred so many of our people in order to hold the blood sacrifice of the monster god. Damn it! Yi Xian suddenly punched out, but stopped midair. Yi Xian knew that the 5 people in front of him, who had lost their divine spark, were very weak. It could be said that even if Yi Xian's aura changed slightly, he could still shock them to death. All right, I know what to do. I'll send you to a place now. There, I might have a way to heal you. Don't resist. I'll send you there now. Yi Xian was, of course, referring to the devouring space. In the devouring space, Yi Xian was confident that he could heal them. Even if he couldn't, he could protect their souls from being destroyed. After all, these 5 people were the last 5 people left in Plum Valley Mountain Manor. After putting the 5 people into the devouring space, Yi Xian couldn't calm his anger for a long time. It had to be said that Mo Bai Jing was lucky because they had also had an ancient Yao god resurrected. However, the Annihilation Organization had taken the ancient Yao god and left without taking revenge on Mo Bai Jing. Otherwise, the current situation in Mo Bai Jing would be a reflection of the current situation in Maple. After all, there were still people in Mo Bai Jing that Yi Xian cared about. The people of the 5th Hall, Mo Shang's training camp, Ling Xian Court, and so on. In Yi Xian's heart, these people were the people he had to protect. This won't do. Looks like I have to think of a way to return to Mo Bai Jing. I can only rest assured if I leave behind enough backup plans. Of course, although that was what Yi Xian thought, he couldn't do anything about it. The distance of 3 million realms was no joke. Plus, there were countless obstacles along the way, as well as countless chief god domains. If Yi Xian wanted to go over, at least given his current strength, he wouldn't be able to get there quickly. Therefore, Yi Xian could only put this idea aside for the time being. And now, the most important thing for Yi Xian was to find the hiding place of the Annihilation Organization, then exterminate them and avenge the people of Maple. However, after gathering information for several days, Yi Xian realized that he couldn't get the information he wanted here at all. Since that was the case, Yi Xian couldn't afford to waste any more time here. Yi Xian gathered the people and built a new city in Maple. Yi Xian named it Maple City, and more than half of the survivors moved here. Yi Xian also spent a large portion of his resources to set up several permanent defense seals here. It could be said that anyone below mid-level Divine Lord could forget about breaking into Maple City. The people were very fond of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian gained a large amount of faith points. But Yi Xian didn't care about that. What he cared about was how to find the people of the Annihilation Organization and avenge the people of Maple. At the same time, he wanted to prevent the Annihilation Organization from continuing to harm the Kunlun Divine Domain. Although Yi Xian didn't know what the people of the Annihilation Organization wanted to do with this demon god blood sacrifice, but Yi Xian knew in his heart that it couldn't be anything good. In the Kunlun Divine Domain, there were also organizations that made a living by providing information. Of course, such organizations were usually hidden in special places. This time, the city that Yi Xian was going to was the core of the entire Kunlun Divine Domain. It was where Mi Fu lived. Under normal circumstances, people liked to call it the Divine Master's Palace, because everything there was to serve the Divine Master, Mi Fu. But the Divine Master's Palace was also where the headquarters of various forces in the Kunlun Divine Domain were located. After all, where in the entire Kunlun Divine Domain could be safer than the Divine Master's residence. Yi Xian had actually been here once before, but that time he was brought here directly. So, Yi Xian didn't have the chance to see what this city looked like. But this time, Yi Xian was going there of his own accord. Naturally, he would see many things that he hadn't seen before. The moment Yi Xian arrived, his first reaction was that it was powerful. Chapter 2301. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation over gods, such as god lords, god kings, and god emperors could be found everywhere on the streets. Even the patrolling guards were powerhouses with titles. In this place, Yi Xian, a mere upper-level true god realm cultivator, seemed so ordinary. Even a divine fruit on the streets seemed to have a higher cultivation than Yi Xian. This was the Divine Master Palace. This was the core of the Kunlun God Domain. And this was the foundation of the Kunlun God Domain. Yi Xian would not waste too much time in these places. Instead, he headed straight for his target. 135-7924-6810 GGGGDQWPM. Before he came, he had already made some inquiries. There were many different kinds of organizations here. Among them, there was a place called the Intelligence Alliance. There, one could use their own information or resources to exchange for the information they wanted. Yi Xian did not have valuable information here, but he could use his resources to exchange for it. The Intelligence Alliance was located in a tall tower. Although it only had 99 floors, it was not too shabby. Yi Xian walked straight in. Without saying anything, he went to the place where the Intelligence Alliance was located. "Hello, what information do you need?" The people who came here naturally had information, such as the whereabouts of specific divine beasts, the location of a certain person, the strength of a certain force, and so on. As long as you could give the corresponding return, then the Intelligence Alliance would get the information you wanted for you. "I need information on the massacre in the Frontline Maple region. Also, I want to know where the faction that massacred the Frontline Maple region is hiding." Yi Xian did not mention the annihilation of the organization directly. After all, annihilation of an organization was a taboo. It was a taboo that many did not even dare to mention. Moreover, most people did not even know of the existence of such an organization. If Yi Xian were to mention the annihilation of an organization here, he would only be noticed by others. "All right, please wait a moment." That person replied to Yi Xian with a single word, then used a secret sound transmission to send out a message. Yi Xian did not have to wait too long. A divine talisman was delivered to that person. "This is the information you want. There are some memory fragments that have been sorted out. Also, there is a rough guess of where that mysterious organization is hiding. However, the information is only 60% accurate. 60% accuracy, that should be enough. As for the remaining 40%, Yi Xian would have to find it himself. All right, I'll take this information. Tell me, how many divine crystals?" "Haha, isn't young Master Yi Xian making fun of my Intelligence Alliance? Since young Master Yi Xian wants to take revenge for Maple Region, what's the big deal about my Intelligence Alliance sending a bit of information?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. From this person's words, Yi Xian could tell a lot of things. First of all, they knew he was Yi Xian and even knew the purpose of his information. That meant that they had information about him. "You have also collected information about me?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "Ha! Young Master Yi Xian really knows how to joke. Even if our Intelligence Alliance doesn't need to collect your information, we would still be able to find out. Who doesn't know that when you challenged the ranking board for the first time, you directly entered the Luan rankings and even destroyed 3 powerful challengers in a row, leaving everyone else speechless? Also, with your identity as one of the 3 Grandmasters and your monstrous genius title, even if our Intelligence Alliance does not want to collect information about you, your information will still spread everywhere." So that was the case. Yi Xian also understood that the trouble he had stirred up during this period of time was really easy to remember. Therefore, this person was right. Even if they did not collect information about him, Yi Xian, it would still spread everywhere. Yi Xian casually took out 100,000 divine crystals, put them into an interspatial ring, and threw it on the counter. "I don't like to owe people favors, so I'll buy this information." With that, Yi Xian turned and walked out. After he walked to a secluded place, Yi Xian took out the divine talisman. This divine talisman was different from the one Yi Xian made. After all, Yi Xian's divine talisman inheritance came from the divine talisman clan. Yi Xian scanned it with his mind and began to extract the contents of the divine talisman. This was a divine talisman pieced together by memory fragments. It recorded all the battles he had fought. As it turned out, the Intelligence Alliance had many people in the entire Kunlun divine territory. Most of these people did not have high cultivation bases. In order to obtain some cultivation resources, they carried a special talisman of the Intelligence Alliance with them. This talisman did not have any other functions except to transmit everything it saw back to the Intelligence Alliance headquarters. Of course, the disciples of the major forces would definitely disdain such people. However, this was one of the main sources of information for the Intelligence Alliance. For example, the divine talisman in Yi Xian's hand now. It was precisely because of such people that those small talismans did not cost much to begin with. Even if they lost them, the Intelligence Alliance could still accept it. However, the information was already in their hands. During the battles, what Yi Xian saw the most was a type of ugly divine beast. Perhaps it could no longer be called a divine beast. This was a divine beast whose entire body was covered in black fog. However, it had 2 hands and 2 feet. If one only looked at its outline, one would think that it was a human. This divine beast could change its size. Of course, its specific combat strength could not be seen in this divine talisman. After all, this divine talisman could only record intermittent images. Usually, the first time the divine beast attacked, the images would be interrupted. However, Yi Xian could be sure that this was probably the ancient demon god that the Annihilation Organization had been resurrecting. Although Yi Xian could not see how it looked like a demon god, no matter how he looked. In the later images, Yi Xian saw that some people from the Annihilation Organization were taken into a strange place. Yi Xian knew that these people were captured for blood sacrifice. However, that place was quite strange because it was impossible to tell where it was from the images. The divine realm had 10 suns alternating, and the so-called night was only equivalent to dusk. It was impossible for true night to appear. However, in the images, it was indeed night. According to the images, those from the Annihilation Organization did not leave the Maple region. In other words, there was a secret stronghold of the Annihilation Organization in the Maple region. It was very likely that it was an independent mystic realm. Yi Xian steadied his mind. He knew that if it was an independent mystic realm, he would not be able to gain much by going there alone. However, Yi Xian still decided to take a look. Soon, Yi Xian set off for the Maple region again. This time, his goal was to find the mysterious stronghold of the Annihilation Organization. Because Yi Xian had built Maple City and moved half of the people of the Maple region, the remaining half were scattered throughout the entire Maple region. Therefore, this place seemed unusually empty. Yi Xian passed by several cities, villages, and mountain villas, but there was no one at all. Chapter 23:02. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian's carriage slowed down as he surveyed the ruined Maple territory. 135-7924 6810 GGGD. To be honest, Yi Xian felt a little sad. That damned Annihilation Organization. Although Yi Xian knew from the start that Annihilation Organization's goal was to destroy the celestial realm, Yi Xian only truly understood what destruction was when he saw their evil deeds. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped his carriage and walked out. He wanted to see who these people were. Yes, this is a big fish. Look, the treasure in his hand is definitely not ordinary. If we capture him this time, we will definitely be rewarded. Everyone, let's go together and capture this brat to receive the reward. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that before he could say anything, the people opposite him had already attacked him crazily. Ding. System notification. Target set. Best low profound god realm. Lowest. True celestial realm. They actually wanted to fight Yi Xian with such low cultivation? Were these people crazy? 6 syllables mantra. Wound. Yi Xian waved his hand, and a mysterious power was instantly activated. In an instant, the dozens of people opposite him fell to the ground at the same time. Many of them coughed out blood, obviously severely injured. Yi Xian walked forward step by step. His invincible posture made the hearts of those people tremble. "Speak, who are you people? Why did you attack me?" Yi Xian asked indifferently. Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of these people. He didn't kill them because he wanted to know what they wanted to do. "Senior, please spare us. Please spare us. We failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please forgive us." Yi Xian could defeat them all with a wave of his hand. How could these people not understand that Yi Xian was an existence that they couldn't afford to provoke? Therefore, at this moment, they were all kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to admit their mistakes. "Answer my question." Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to these people and continued to ask. "Senior, please spare my life. This lowly one will speak. This lowly one will tell you everything. We were originally disciples of the Lin Feng sect, but after we were captured by those people, they planted a mysterious poison in our bodies. If we don't capture new people and send them over, then they won't give us the antidote. That's right. Senior, you have to take the antidote once a year. If you don't take it, you'll feel excruciating pain. Furthermore, if you take it 3 times in a row, you'll turn into a pool of blood. Even your soul will be destroyed." Yi Xian frowned. Such a vicious poison and such a despicable method could only come from the extermination organization. "Is this the reason why you're going around arresting people? In any case, all of you were once disciples of the Lin Feng sect. The Lin Feng sect has always represented the Lin Feng region and is also the strongest force in the Lin Feng region. Could it be that they nurtured disciples like you?" Those people didn't dare to reply. They knew that Yi Xian had the ability to kill all of them. "Senior, you may not know, but the Lin Feng sect only exists in name. All the elders and above, including the sect leader, have been sacrificed to the black divine beast. We have no other choice." "No other choice? Do you think I'll let you off just because you said that?" Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. If these people knew how to repent, perhaps Yi Xian would have spared them and given them a chance to live. However, since they didn't repent and only knew how to shirk their responsibilities, then what was the use of Yi Xian keeping them? "Since your sect leader has been sacrificed, then you should go and accompany your sect leader." Yi Xian waved his hand, and Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and rushed out. It was an instant kill without any suspense. In front of Yi Xian, these people didn't have the slightest ability to resist. When Yi Xian collected these people's interspatial rings, he realized that these people's resources had all been plundered by the Annihilation Organization. Most of them only had some clothes in their interspatial rings. They didn't even have any extra Dharma treasures or resources. It could be said that as gods, they were really disgraced by the fact that they could be so poor. However, wasn't all this the work of the Annihilation Organization? Yi Xian only felt disdain for these people. However, he hated the Annihilation Organization. After dealing with this group of people, Yi Xian continued to move forward. At the same time, he had the system maintain detection mode at all times. After all, Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be attacked suddenly. However, Yi Xian's worries were quickly confirmed. In fact, how could the people of the Lin Feng sect not be restrained? Their auras had always been controlled by the Annihilation Organization. Therefore, from the moment they were collectively killed, the Annihilation Organization had sent out their experts. Yi Xian was carefully moving forward when the system's alarm suddenly sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. Ding! The system has automatically taken over the defense authorization. Ding. Crisis averted. Ding. Warning. Warning. The host is under attack by a powerful enemy. The host is advised to evade immediately. The series of alarms and the sudden attack made Yi Xian unable to react in time. The attack had come too suddenly. It had appeared without warning. It was only after Yi Xian was sent flying that he saw the attacker clearly. It was a mysterious person dressed entirely in black. In his hand was a long whip that looked like a snake. Was it a long whip? Because this Dharma treasure did look like a whip. Was it a snake? However, it was also because the whip clearly had a high-level weapon spirit. Even without the control of its master, it continued to move. And the thing that had attacked Yi Xian was the long whip. Just now, the long whip had attacked Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. The mysterious person's appearance had also been so silent. System, detect that person's cultivation level. Ding. System notification. Target is high-class Divine Lord. Ding. System notification. The host is advised to evade immediately. The host is advised to evade immediately. High-class Divine Lord. Yi Xian could feel his palms sweating. Could Yi Xian defeat such an enemy? Absolutely impossible. It could be said that a high-class Divine Lord was enough to kill Yi Xian in a second. System. Activate the wings of the god's teleportation ability. Flee. Flee. Yi Xian had to flee because such an enemy was not someone he could deal with right now. If this guy was a mid-class Divine Lord, then perhaps Yi Xian could rely on the restrictions and divine talismans to fight a battle with him. He might even have a chance of winning. However, this guy was a high-class Divine Lord. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a high-class true immortal. If he really attacked, he would be courting death. Following Yi Xian's command, the system did not delay and activated the wings of the god's teleportation ability. QWPM at the moment, the wings of the god's energy had only accumulated 1%. With such a small amount of energy, Yi Xian could only teleport a mere 100,000 miles. Chapter 2303. However, Yi Xian couldn't care less. 135-7924-6810 GGD. Once he was teleported, he immediately fled without looking back. Boom. Yi Xian had just left when the whip in the mysterious man's hand struck the spot where Yi Xian had just been standing. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was shattered. None of the creatures within had the slightest chance of survival. This was the power of a superior Divine Lord. A casual strike was so powerful, Yi Xian didn't dare to stop. He used all his speed. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the mysterious man, Yi Xian's speed was too weak. He didn't even move. He just waved his whip casually. 100,000 miles. 100,000 miles. Yi Xian had used the teleportation ability of the wings of the gods to travel 100,000 miles, but in the eyes of the mysterious man, it was just a casual swing of the whip. Rumble. One whip, just one whip, but it left a huge valley here. It was actually carved out by the power of the whip. The mysterious man didn't say anything. He just looked at Yi Xian mockingly, waving the whip in his hand from time to time. However, every time he waved the whip, he gave Yi Xian a destructive pressure. What should I do? Yi Xian was anxious. The system kept sending out warnings, but there was nothing he could do. QWPM, could it be that Yi Xian, was going to die here today? Impossible. He was Yi Xian. He was the invincible Yi Xian. How could he die in a place like this? Yi Xian looked ahead and stopped in his tracks. This was because this was a void. This was where the borders were. The borders of every territory were either the battlefields of the sovereigns or the void. Now, there were only two choices in front of Yi Xian. The first was to enter the endless void. The second was to wait for death. Ding. System notification. A special mystic realm has been detected. Does the host wish to enter? A special mystic realm? This wasn't the endless void. The system notification was like manna from the heavens. One had to know that entering the endless void was no different from death. Now, the system was telling Yi Xian that there was a mystic realm in front of him. Yi Xian had no reason to hesitate. He immediately rushed over. That's right, Yi Xian didn't know what was in the mystic realm. It could be said that he could very well die if he entered. However, between the two choices of certain death, there was a possibility of not dying. This was already the final choice. When the mysterious person saw Yi Xian actually dive into the endless void, he was stunned for a moment before turning around and leaving. This was because no one could return alive after entering the endless void. Therefore, he was already certain that Yi Xian would definitely die. First, there was darkness, endless darkness. Then, there were multicolored streams of light, dazzling streams of light. In the end, a door appeared, a shining door. Yi Xian stepped in. However, the scene in front of him shocked him. In the void, countless broken palaces were scattered everywhere. Under the support of a mysterious power, these buildings maintained their original appearance and remained motionless. Where was this place? Yi Xian had countless doubts in his heart. What was this mystic realm? System, can you detect where this is? Ding. System notification. Insufficient data, unable to detect. Although Yi Xian was mentally prepared, he was still slightly disappointed when he heard the system notification. Although Yi Xian didn't know where this was, he was certain of one thing. Whether it was the architectural style or the materials used, this was not the style of the current god realm. Some of the materials were materials that even Yi Xian had never seen before. Then what was this place? Suddenly, an incomparably vast and powerful aura swept over. It was as if a peerless powerhouse was spying on Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't move his body at all. In just a moment, he was imprisoned by this powerful aura. Then, a ray of light descended on Yi Xian's body, as if it wanted to examine Yi Xian carefully. That ray of light kept moving around Yi Xian's body. The ray of light lasted for a long time, carefully examining every part of Yi Xian's body. Suddenly, an incomparably enormous figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Along with this illusory figure was system notification. Ding. System notification. The host has discovered a Dharma idol that can be fused with the bloodline of Wanzun, Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither. Ding. System notification. The host can directly fuse Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol with Wanzun's bloodline. Ding. System notification. If the host chooses to fuse with Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol, the host will automatically accept Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission. Ding. System notification. Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission is mandatory. Once it starts, it must be completed within this mystic realm. Otherwise, it cannot be left. The series of system notifications made Yi Xian hesitate. The system had said that if he didn't complete Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission, he couldn't leave at all. In other words, this mission wouldn't be so simple to complete. Yi Xian could choose not to accept it and ignore Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol. However, this was the first time a fusion Dharma idol had appeared since Yi Xian had obtained the bloodline of Wanzun. In fact, Yi Xian had always wondered why the bloodline of Wanzun, which had fused with the demigod-level sword god bloodline and the demigod-level battle god bloodline, was so weak. It was only now that Yi Xian realized that it was the bloodline of Wanzun. The truly powerful one was Wanzun. For example, Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither could be fused with Wanzun's bloodline by Yi Xian. Once fused, Yi Xian could summon Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol at any time to suppress the enemy. Therefore, the truly powerful one was Wanzun, not the bloodline. It could be said that Yi Xian had misunderstood the meaning of Wanzun's bloodline from the beginning. So, should he fuse with it now? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xian finally gritted his teeth and decided to fuse with it. This was because Yi Xian didn't know when such an opportunity would appear again. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't willing to let it go. System, fuse with Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol. Ding. System notification. The host has successfully fused with Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol. Ding. System automatically accepts Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission. Ding. Attention. Host. The mystic realm is reopening. Host, please be prepared. Reopening. What did that mean? However, before Yi Xian could ask, the entire mystic realm suddenly underwent a huge change. The broken buildings were actually fusing together at an extremely fast speed. The earth appeared, the sky appeared, and human figures appeared one by one. This ability could be called Repairing the World. Chapter 2304. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. System notification. Please take note that Grand Sovereign Guqin is a super existence that surpasses the Overgod realm. 135-7924-6810 GGGD. A million years ago, Grand Sovereign Guqin established his own secret realm world, which is the world that the host is looking at now. However, a huge change ushered in destruction. In order to protect his people, Grand Sovereign Guqin used his life to borrow the laws of time and temporarily suspended this space. At the same time, he used a space-time secret treasure to activate a special ability, space-time reversal. Everything that the host is seeing now is a scene from a million years ago. The host has 1 year to prepare. After a year, it will usher in destruction again. Whether the host saves this secret realm or is trapped in it forever depends on the host's ability. Ding. Host, please take note that Grand Sovereign Guqin has given the host the status of young sovereign. The host has the right to use all the resources in the secret realm. Ding. Host, please go to the Venerable Temple immediately. The latest news will arrive soon. What was going on? QWPM Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. Space-time reversal? Mysterious attack. Most importantly, he had become the master of this secret realm and had to come to save it. What was going on? Did Grand Sovereign Guqin trust him so much? What if he failed? Yi Xian had reason to guess that even Grand Sovereign Guqin could only use a big move like space-time reversal once. Was he betting everything on Yi Xian? Of course, no matter what, this was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Xian. Therefore, what Yi Xian had to do now was to complete this task. System, what is the difference between the flow of time here and the outside world? Ding. System notification. This secret realm's time is in a forbidden state. Forbidden time. Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Just what kind of expert was Grand Sovereign Guqin? How could he have such powerful strength? Of course, since Yi Xian had accepted this task, he had to complete it. This secret realm, which had been lifeless and dilapidated a moment ago, had now been restored to its appearance from a million years ago. The streets were filled with people. No one knew what was going to happen, let alone what had happened in the past. This mystic realm had been destroyed long ago, but Grand Monarch Ancient Qin had used his life as the price to make it all over again. Now, it was up to Yi Xian to see if he could save this secret realm. Young Sovereign, please return to the Venerable Temple. News. There is translation. there seems to be an action from the Heaven sect. The Heaven sect was the main sect, the Heaven, and was the main enemy of Yi Xian, was translation. Come, this was also an ancient sect with incomparably powerful strength. It was even much stronger than the ancient Zither mystery dimension. Is translation. System is translation. Is translation is Ehan translation. Ding. System notification. Within this secret realm, any attack by the host will be deemed invalid because the host is currently in the state of time traveler. Time traveler? Yi Xian frowned slightly. At first, he did not understand the meaning of these words, but he quickly reacted. This was because these things had happened 1,000,000 years ago. In other words, unless Yi Xian could change the ending of the ancient Zither mystery dimension 1,000,000 years ago, they were simply nothingness. This was the restriction of time law. Simply put, everything that happened in the ancient Zither secret realm was a real illusion. If Yi Xian could change the ending 1,000,000 years ago, then the ancient Zither mystery realm could be repaired and started anew. But if Yi Xian did not change the outcome, then all of this would really happen. Furthermore, Yi Xian had already been pulled into this time vortex. Once he failed, Yi Xian would also disappear at the same time. It could even be said that he had completely disappeared. Even those who knew Yi Xian in the outside world could not possibly remember him. This was the highest embodiment of the law of time. It could be said that it was not a method that ordinary people could understand. In short, Yi Xian now only had one path, and that was to save this place. Moreover, he could only give orders and use the manpower and material resources in this secret realm to save everything here. He himself could not directly participate in the battle. Yi Xian quickly came to the Hall of Venerables. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that his appearance had changed. In other words, Yi Xian had simply possessed the real Shao Zun from 1,000,000 years ago. Shao Zun, the Venerable One, sent a message saying that the Enlightenment sect wants to attack us. The Venerable One is trapped by the cultivators of the Enlightenment sect and cannot escape. According to the Venerable One's orders, we will listen to the Shao Zun's orders and resist the attack of the Enlightenment sect. This scene might have really happened 1,000,000 years ago, but 1,000,000 years ago, this Shao Zun had failed. Then, could the Yi Xian 1,000,000 years later succeed? System, what are the cultivations of these people? Ding. System prompt. This is a special secret realm. The system is unable to detect the cultivations. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He did not even know the cultivations. How was Yi Xian supposed to arrange this? Shao Zun, Shao Zun? Just as Yi Xian was thinking, someone cautiously called out to Yi Xian. It turned out that when Yi Xian was thinking, he looked like he was in a daze to those people. How long until the people of the Enlightenment sect arrive here? Yi Xian asked the cultivator. Shao Zun. According to the intelligence, the Enlightenment sect's troops are expected to arrive in our ancient Zither realm within 3 days. Their vanguard has already begun to attack the only transmission array between us and the outside world. Chinda and Chinini have already led people to support us. The person replied respectfully. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then directly ordered, have all of them withdraw and mobilize their forces to guard the entrance of the secret realm. Yes, Shao Zun. Although those people did not understand why Yi Xian had made such an arrangement, they quickly moved after Yi Xian gave the order. In 3 days, the enemy would attack, and it had been a year since the destruction. So, what had happened in that year? If they followed normal logic, it would definitely not work. After all, the ancient Zither secret realm had already been destroyed once. Since the ancient Zither Supreme Sovereign had not hesitated to use his life to reverse time and space, it was certain that this was not an unsolvable situation. But what was the key to the key? What had caused the destruction of this place? Yi Xian quickly pondered. He still remembered the appearance of the ancient Zither's secret realm when he had first entered. It had been shattered, and everything had been destroyed by an incomparably powerful force. The earth had collapsed, and the sky was dark. In other words, that force was extremely powerful. Then, what kind of force could destroy a secret realm in an instant? Was it an expert? Chapter 2305. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation also. If it was really the work of an invincible super expert, then Grand Venerable Ancient Qin would not have left any of this behind. 135-7924 6810 JDQWPM. This was because if it was the work of a super expert who even Grand Venerable Ancient Qin himself could not deal with, then he would not have left it behind a million years later to rely on Yi Xian, a mere true immortal stage cultivator, to save it. In other words, perhaps the crisis this time could not be resolved simply by relying on strength to kill the enemy. Yi Xian frowned as he analyzed the situation. Now, everything seemed so confusing. What was the answer? What was the key to saving the ancient Zither mystery dimension? When the Enlightenment sect finally started to attack, Yi Xian was even more certain that it could not be solved through battle. This was because the enemy was actually not strong. Because of the restrictions, Yi Xian could not check the cultivation of those people at all. However, in terms of numbers, the ancient Zither mystery dimension had a crushing advantage. As for the combat strength of the two sides, there was not much difference. At the entrance of the mystery dimension, more than 3,000 people from the ancient Zither mystery dimension had defeated the attack of more than 10,000 people from the Enlightenment sect. In the next half a year, the people from the Enlightenment sect could not break through the entrance of the mystery dimension. Time passed day by day, and the time of destruction was getting closer and closer. During this time, Yi Xian personally looked at almost every line of defense in the ancient Zither mystery dimension. It could be said that the ancient Zither mystery dimension could not be broken through by relying on the restrictions. Yi Xian thought of countless possibilities, but they were all rejected by him one by one. No matter what possibility Yi Xian thought of, there was always one thing that could not happen, and that was the destruction of the mystery dimension. Yi Xian personally went to the front line to see the battle of these people. Although they were very strong, even if the attack power of both sides was concentrated, there was still the power of the mystery dimension. In other words, war was not the cause of the destruction of the ancient Zither mystery dimension. Then, what else could it be besides war? On this day, Yi Xian was still thinking about this problem when suddenly someone came to the Venerable Hall. This person was so excited that he shouted as soon as he entered. Young Venerable, it's a success, the super magic treasure we refined finally succeeded. Yi Xian remembered this person, but Yi Xian could not remember his name. But he knew that this person was a tool refining master, and he especially liked to make strange things. Oh, what super magic treasure did you refine? Yi Xian calmly asked. After all, no matter what it was, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to take it away. Young venerable master, young master, 5 venerable, master ancient, master ancient, master, ancient divine. Translation for ancient translation, mystery translation, as ancient translation, mystery translation, and translation. Yi translation, master ancient translation divine, ancient divine, ancient translation. Ancient was that divine translation with the divine, and at the last moment, ancient self of it's in the last moment, ancient venerable ancient had ancient, at it was divine, ancient, it ancient, but ancient added on. So at that time, we wondered if we could use a magic treasure. To achieve such an effect, if we succeeded, wouldn't we be able to refine a super powerful magic treasure? It's been 500 years. We finally succeeded after 500 years. That person was extremely excited, but Yi Xian suddenly felt as if he had grasped something. Ever since this mission began, Yi Xian had been paying attention to the war. What kind of magic treasure suddenly appeared? If it was anyone else, they might have directly ignored it. However, Yi Xian was equivalent to a spectator as he watched everything unfold. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this self-destructing magic treasure instantly attracted Yi Xian's attention. "Take me to see the magic treasure you refined." Yi Xian said to that person. It could be said that the war was still extremely intense. As the highest commander of the entire mystery dimension, Xiao Zun of the past would never have gone to watch. However, Yi Xian insisted on taking a look. Very soon, Yi Xian was brought to a divine mountain. That person excitedly brought a round magic treasure to Yi Xian. "Xiao Zun, please take a look. This is the self-destructing magic treasure we refined. However, it's not very powerful yet. It's only equivalent to the self-destruction of a true god. After some discussion, we plan to add in the power of laws. This way, the power of this self-destructing magic treasure will definitely increase countless times." "Wait, what did you say you wanted to add in?" Suddenly, Yi Xian's mind flashed as if he had grasped something. "Add in the power of laws. We plan to add in the power of laws to the self-destructing magic treasure. This way, the power will definitely be astonishing. Add in the power of laws." Yes, this was it. The power of laws could be said to be the most mysterious power in the God realm. Once one entered the God Lord realm, the most important increase in strength was the comprehension of laws. There were many magic treasures that carried the power of laws, but one that could borrow the power of laws to self-destruct magic treasures had never been heard of. At least, Yi Xian had never heard of such a thing. Wasn't the void zone between the chief gods' domains precisely because the ancient gods had wantonly used the power of laws to attack during the Great War, resulting in the formation of countless void zones that could not be returned to even now? And wasn't this ancient zither mystery dimension located at the edge of the void zone? Then, could all of this be related? What was their connection? Laws. Yes, it was the power of laws. The power of laws was incomparably powerful. Everyone in the god realm could only borrow it, but not control it. Now, such a thing that used the power of laws to self-destruct magic treasures had appeared. Then, without a doubt, there would definitely be unimaginable, terrifying consequences. It was as if all the fog in front of Yi Xian had been cleared in an instant. The ancient zither mystery dimension was not destroyed by the enemy at all, but by their own destruction. It was these people who had created that incomparably powerful and uncontrollable self-destructing magic treasure that contained the power of laws. Even if only a little bit of the power of laws had been added, the self-destruction itself was uncontrollable. Who knew if it would cause a chain reaction? Moreover, Yi Xian looked at the posture of these people and did not look like people who would be satisfied with just a little bit of the power of laws. They would definitely do their best to self-destruct magic treasures that contained the most power of laws. It turned out that the ancient zither mystery dimension was destroyed by the hands of these lunatics. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he ordered loudly, "From today onwards, no one is to try to add the power of laws to self-destructing magic treasures. Those who violate this order will be killed without mercy." Yi Xian's words were completely incomprehensible to those master craftsmen, but Yi Xian did not expect them to understand his meaning at all. Chapter 2306. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian directly called the guards and confiscated all the refining treasures of these people. At the same time, they were detained separately. 135-7924, 6810 GGGGD if they wanted to die. They didn't want to drag Yi Xian down with them. In the following time, it could be said that Yi Xian was even more attentive to these guys than to the battlefield. Almost every few days, Yi Xian would send people, and even personally check on those people before he was relieved. What law self-exploding treasures? This was simply a forbidden treasure. Unknowingly, the 1-year deadline was up. On this day, the enemies in front suddenly all retreated, and then an incomparably powerful pressure descended on the ancient Zither mystery realm. However, at this time, Yi Xian found that he had returned to the 5-colored space. Yi Xian knew that he had completed the task. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Ancient Zither Supreme's inheritance. Ding! System notification. The ancient Zither mystery realm has crossed 1,000,000 years and reappeared in the realm of the gods. Ding! System notification. Under the suppression of the law, the ancient Zither mystery realm is automatically bound and merged with the host's Devourer space. Ding! Fusion. The ancient Zither mystery realm automatically joined the host's Devourer space. Ding! The host's Devourer space is merged with the ancient Zither mystery realm, triggering the reset of the law of time. Ding! The host's law of time has changed. From now on, the time ratio of the Devourer space is shortened. 1 day in the outside world is 50 years in the Devourer space. The time ratio of 50,000 years was changed to 50 years in an instant. This ancient Zither mystery realm was really powerful. Ding! The Devourer space is automatically divided. The original space does not change, but the ancient Zither mystery realm automatically forms a new isolated area. The two spaces cannot be connected to each other, but the host can control anything in the two spaces at will. Ding! The ancient Zither mystery realm has a complete law chain. The host can obtain resources in the ancient Zither mystery realm in the future. Ding! System notification. Please note that due to the influence of the law, the host cannot directly obtain resources from the ancient Zither mystery realm in the Devourer space. Instead, the Devourer space will automatically extract them. If the host wants to obtain more resources, the environment of the ancient Zither mystery realm can be improved. Wasn't this reward too much? The ancient Zither mystery realm was given directly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This happiness came too suddenly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ancient Zither space was much more powerful than Yi Xian's devouring space. This was because this place had to produce resources. The ancient Zither space used to be a secret realm. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian had a secret realm as his resource storage point? Cool. This is simply too cool. To put it simply, Yi Xian's devouring space had been divided into 2 halves. The other half was the previous devouring space, and its functions had not changed. The other half was the ancient Zither space. Although Yi Xian could not interfere with any of its operations, it could provide unlimited resources for Yi Xian. Moreover, if Yi Xian obtained some special resources, he could add them to the ancient Zither space. From there, he would be able to obtain such resources in the future. Yi Xian's consciousness moved. Sure enough, the ancient Zither space was still functioning normally. However, Grand Sovereign Zither and Yi Xian were missing. However, before Yi Xian could recover from the pleasant surprise, the system gave him a new surprise. Ding! The host has obtained Grand Sovereign Zither's Dharma Idol. The Wanzun bloodline's special ability has been activated. From now on, the host can add certain targets to the Wanzun bloodline. Once subdued, the host can summon the Dharma Idol to assist in battle at any time. Ding! The host does not need to consume anything to summon the Dharma Idol. However, each Dharma Idol has a different cooldown time according to the host's strength. Ding, the cooldown time for Grand Sovereign Zither's Dharma idol is 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked by the 1,000-year cooldown. With such a long cooldown, how powerful was this great sovereign Qinggu? Of course, no matter how powerful Yi Xian was, he would not be stupid enough to use it now. Grand Sovereign Zither's Dharma idol had become Yi Xian's greatest trump card. Of course, if there was a chance, Yi Xian would also collect other Dharma idols. After all, Yi Xian still had 9,999 empty slots that he could use. The Wanzun bloodline. It turned out that this was the real Wanzun bloodline. Yi Xian was very happy. Of course, there was no need for Yi Xian to stay in these ruins. Walking out of the ruins of the ancient Zither mystery dimension, Yi Xian did not say anything and rushed directly to the Kunlun territory. This was because Yi Xian could not guarantee that the mysterious man from before was still here. Although Yi Xian had integrated the ancient Zither space with the devouring space, and the Wanzun bloodline had activated the special attribute of Wanzun, these all needed to be accumulated to increase his strength. With the current Yi Xian, it was impossible for him to be the mysterious man's opponent. However, Yi Xian did not know that when he entered the ancient Zither mystery dimension, the mysterious man had already determined that he would die, so he had already left. This time, he failed to investigate the Maple territory, but instead obtained the inheritance of the ancient Zither Grand Sovereign. For Yi Xian, this was a pleasant surprise. The matter of the Maple territory was not over yet, but Yi Xian was very clear that with his current strength, if he continued to investigate, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Therefore, Yi Xian had to temporarily return to the Kunlun territory to think of another way. In Yi Xian's mind, the best way was to let Miya come forward. After all, the Maple territory was also Miya's territory. Rather than let Yi Xian slowly investigate, it was better to let Miya send someone over. As long as Miya's people arrived, no matter how rampant the Annihilation Organization was, they would not dare to go against Miya. Although this may cause Yi Xian to temporarily lose clues to the Annihilation Organization, compared to the countless lives in the Maple territory, Yi Xian did not care. Naturally, Yi Xian did not directly look for Miya. Instead, he planned to look for Miyu. It could be said that after entering the Kunlun territory, Yi Xian had not looked for Miyu. This time, when he really wanted to look for Miyu, he really did not know where to look. Fortunately, Miyu's identity was special. He could ask anyone, and they would know her whereabouts. After asking, Yi Xian found out that Miyu was currently in the Ancient Sound Pavilion. The Ancient Sound Pavilion was a pavilion in the Kunlun territory that was relatively not very popular. After all, what was taught here was music. For most people, if they had the time to study music, they would rather cultivate. However, Miyu liked music. Because of this, the Ancient Sound Pavilion became one of the most popular pavilions in the Kunlun territory. Hey, isn't that Yi Xian? Why is he here? When Yi Xian walked into the Ancient Sound Pavilion, he was quickly recognized. Of course, Yi Xian did not care about what others thought. He directly walked towards the main pavilion. At this time, the elder in the Ancient Sound Pavilion was teaching music. The melodious sound of the zither was very pleasing to the ear. Even Yi Xian could not help but tremble slightly. Chapter 2307. Is this an illusion? Yi Xian was flabbergasted. He did not expect the rhythm to have such a use. 135-7924 6810 GGGGD. Xiongyu, Bai Lu, how are the two of you doing with the 12 killing sounds? Elder, we are at the initial stage. Good. Then the two of you will practice today. Yi Xian did not expect that there would be a good show on his first visit to the Ancient Sound Pavilion. The two girls in white took out their own treasures and arranged themselves in the Ancient Sound Pavilion's martial arts practice field. A battle was about to begin. The martial arts practice field was not as spacious as the arena, but it was specially reinforced with restrictions. It could be said that no one would be harmed if they were to practice inside. Senior sister, please. Junior sister, please. Yi Xian stood outside the martial arts practice field and watched the two girls' actions. The two of them took out their own rhythm treasures. Since they were using rhythm as a means of attack, they would naturally have special treasures. These treasures might be useless in the hands of ordinary people, but in the hands of sound experts, they were definitely lethal weapons. The senior sister had a gourd-like treasure in her hand, but as she blew on it with her divine power, the treasure emitted a seven-colored light. Accompanying the light was the sound of music. As for the junior sister, she was using a zither-like treasure. As she played, it was also pleasing to the ear. Of course, if one was deceived by the pleasing appearance, they would not even know how they died. When the music rang out, the entire martial arts practice field was filled with murderous intent. The sound transformed into divine weapons, demons, and demon generals. They constantly charged and killed. In an instant, the entire martial arts practice field had fallen into a great battle. With the two of them as the center, the rhythm of both sides intersected, and the battle was extremely dangerous. Most importantly, all of their attacks were ranged attacks. The places that the sound could reach were the places that they could attack. Moreover, it was an attack from all directions, without any blind spots. The battle between the two of them had the effect of thousands of soldiers and horses. What a good sound attack! What a good ancient sound pavilion! It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't seen someone use sound as an attack before. However, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen someone use a sound divine ability like the ancient sound pavilion. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that sound could also be used as a divine ability. Of course, Yi Xian's main purpose for coming here was to look for Miyu, so after watching the battle for a while, he went over to Miyu's side. It could be said that in the Kunlun realm, most of the people who knew about Yi Xian knew that he was acquainted with the princess, so no one found it strange that Yi Xian went to look for Miyu. "Oh, it's you. Why do you have the time to look for me today? From the looks of it, you seem to be in a good mood. Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian looked around. There were too many people here, and Yi Xian did not know how powerful the Annihilation Organization was. Therefore, this was not a good place to talk. "Your Highness, are you free now? Come with me. I have something I need to talk to you about." Yi Xian directly said to Miyu. It wasn't the first time the two had met, so there was no need to be so polite. "Where are we going?" Miyu looked at Yi Xian in confusion, but still stood up and followed Yi Xian outside. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of many people. Among them, there were several eyes filled with killing intent. Miyu's identity was special. After entering the Kunlun realm, Yi Xian had not looked for Miyu, but today he took the initiative to look for Miyu, so he was undoubtedly looking for trouble. "All right, let's do it here. You guys keep a lookout." "Yes, Your Highness." Miyu didn't understand Yi Xian's temper, but she knew that Yi Xian wouldn't look for her for no reason. "Speak, what's the matter?" Yi Xian looked at Miyu, then casually threw out a restriction that blocked his spiritual will before speaking to Miyu. "Your Highness, this time, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Oh, tell me, what is it?" "I'm sure Your Highness knows that I've been doing a mission recently, and the place I went to was a small place called the Maple Realm. However, something happened there." "What happened?" "Yi Xian told me everything he knew and experienced." Of course, Yi Xian didn't mention the name Annihilation, instead using the name Mysterious Organization. Miyu frowned after hearing this. "There's such a thing? In our Kunlun divine domain, Although it is not uncommon for sects to fight each other, it is indeed a little too much for such a mysterious power to threaten to annihilate sects at the slightest provocation. Moreover, I did not expect the Kunlun realm to not care even after discovering the abnormality. All right, I got it. I'll immediately send someone to investigate. You'd better not go to the border regions so casually in the future. I heard from my sister that the Overgod battlefield is about to open again. The Overgod battlefield. Yi Xian was shocked. One must know that once the Overgod battlefield opened, who knew how many powerful beings would fall? That was the Overgod battlefield. Most of the time, it wouldn't open even once in hundreds of thousands of years. Yes, that's right. Although my sister didn't say it clearly, one thing is certain. Within 10 years at the latest, the Overgod battlefield will open again. Moreover, this time, our Kunlun realm might face a three-way pincer attack. But that's fine. Your cultivation isn't high enough, so naturally we won't recruit you. Yi Xian frowned. The Overgod battlefield suddenly opened, and three at that. Yi Xian would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. After all, there were no signs before this. Of course, Yi Xian also understood that someone like him who hadn't even reached the divine Lord realm wouldn't have such comprehensive information. Oh, right, this is for you. I was going to ask Kun Buyu to give it to you, but I didn't expect you to come to me of your own accord today. Before Miyu left, she suddenly thought of something and casually tossed an imprint to Yi Xian. What's this? Yi Xian asked curiously. Oh, this is the Divine Master Palace's invitation imprint. Next month, I'll be holding a gathering at the Divine Master Palace. Remember to come then. Oh, all right. I'm also holding an auction at the same time. This is a grand auction that the entire Kunlun realm will participate in. I'm sure there will be many new and interesting treasures. Miyu replied with a smile, and, at the same time, she was already walking out. Perhaps, if it was just a simple gathering, Yi Xian wouldn't care too much. However, since there was a grand auction, Yi Xian naturally had to attend. Chapter 2308. This was an auction held in the name of the princess, so naturally there would be plenty of treasures inside. 1357924 6810 GJGD. As long as Yi Xian could get what he wanted, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, ordinary resources were no longer enough to satisfy Yi Xian's needs. Therefore, Yi Xian could exchange these things he didn't need for what he needed. Of course, before that, Yi Xian still had to think of a way to get some capital. After all, for such a large-scale auction, Yi Xian probably didn't even have the qualifications to enter. It was a pity that the resources in the ancient zither space could only be automatically produced and couldn't be harvested by Yi Xian. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of good things inside. After Miyu left, Yi Xian also left the ancient sound pavilion. However, halfway there, he heard a system notification. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The first batch of resources in the ancient zither space can be harvested. Host, please choose the harvesting method. System, what does that mean? Harvest method. Ding! System notification. Due to the special nature of the ancient zither space, it can harvest ordinary resources once every 500 years and special resources once every 5,000 years. In other words, host can harvest ordinary resources once every 10 days and special resources once every 100 days. Ding! Host, please take note. The ancient zither mystery dimension was originally an ancient mystery dimension. Therefore, the ordinary resources in the ancient zither mystery dimension are equivalent to the current special resources, and special resources are equivalent to rare resources. Ding! System notification. According to the system's analysis, It is recommended that host set a portion of the harvested resources as various rewards and return them to the ancient Zither mystery dimension to obtain the faith of the ancient Zither mystery dimension. Holy shit, Yi Xian almost forgot about the faith of the gods. One had to know that there were many powerhouses in the ancient Zither mystery dimension. Moreover, a day in the ancient Zither mystery dimension was 50 years in the ancient Zither mystery dimension. How much faith would this give to Yi Xian? Yi Xian had a feeling that he was going to hit the jackpot. Leaving a portion of the resources in exchange for the faith of the gods was definitely a win-win situation. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't hesitate. All right, system, we'll follow your plan and leave a portion of the resources as rewards. Yi Xian made the final decision. Then, the system extracted the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 103 ordinary resources from the ancient Zither space. Ding! Detected special resources. Frost soul destroying grass, dragon soul essence, etc. Ding! Detected a special resource that can be used on a dragon soul sword servant. Dragon soul essence. Ding! The host is currently lacking in resources and cannot directly become a dragon soul sword servant. The resources are temporarily stored. The series of notifications made Yi Xian extremely excited. This time, he was really going to strike it rich. To be able to harvest a resource every 50 days, although it was said that the harvest was random, it was definitely not a small income. System, gather all the normal resources that I don't need. It's time for me to level up. Yi Xian was starting to look down on those normal resources now. He was not even in the mood to go to the auction to exchange for them. After all, he now had a treasure trove that allowed him to withdraw resources wirelessly. Ding! System notification. Sorting successful. All right, then let's devour them. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at upper grade 6 True God Realm. Only one level up. All right, normal resources are really useless. Yi Xian did not go out again. Instead, he rested for a while in the Kunlun domain before preparing to attend Miyu's party. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he found out that today was not a simple party like Miyu had said. It was Miyu's birthday. Generally speaking, very few people in the God realm celebrated their birthday. After all, they did not have enough time to cultivate every day. So who would have the mood to celebrate their birthday? However, for a princess like Miyu, it was a different story. She had a large amount of resources for her cultivation. So every 100 years, she would celebrate her birthday. As for the exact age of his birthday, no one would care. Yi Xian did not know this, so he went to the Divine Master Palace empty-handed. The place where you lived was called the Divine Master Palace. At least in the Kunlun domain, when people mentioned the Divine Master Palace, they would naturally know where it was. This day could be considered a major event in the Kunlun domain. Although there were not many people from the older generation present, every aristocratic family, ancient family, and large sect had sent their elite disciples. It was very lively. When Yi Xian arrived, Kuan Buyu was already waiting there. Kuan Buyu, what are you doing here? Why aren't you going in? Forget it, there are all disciples of great aristocratic families inside. I'm just the heir of the Kuan Nan family. How can I be sent in? I'll just wait outside. Clearly, even someone like Kuan Buyu felt a little uncomfortable in this place. What did I say? We're here because of Miyu. What does it have to do with anyone else? Come on, let's go in together. Kuan Buyu hesitated for a moment, but still followed Yi Xian. To Kuan Buyu, this was an opportunity. However, before they could enter, they were stopped by 2 guards. Stop right there. You're not allowed to enter. Yi Xian looked at the 2. Both of them had the word Li embroidered on their chests. Clearly, They were not guards of the Divine Master Palace. Moreover, Yi Xian had already seen the mocking from a distance. Haha, that kid must be Yi Xian, right? He really thinks he's some big shot. I've done some research. This kid isn't even from our Kunlun domain. He came from a small corner of the wilderness. Does he really think he's some big shot just because he knows the princess? Isn't that so? Brother Li, you're the most direct. I'd like to see what that kid can do. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yi Xian did not know these guys at all. However, it was clear that they were deliberately looking for trouble with him. System. Detect the strength of these two guards. Ding. System notification. Target is at Soldier Grade 9, Upper True God Realm. True God Realm? So what if there was a title in front of him? Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw a punch at them. After all, this was the Divine Master Palace, so Yi Xian could not kill anyone. However, he could still teach these two guards a lesson. Boom. One punch. With just one punch, Yi Xian sent the two guards flying. Although these guards did not dare to attack at the same time, it also proved Yi Xian's strength. How dare you? Where did this arrogant kid come from? How dare you cause trouble in the Divine Master Palace? Men, throw him out. The Li family's young master saw his own people being taken advantage of and felt that he had lost face. He stood out and shouted loudly. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Chapter 2309. Even though the Kunlun god domain was huge, only a handful of factions were qualified to enter the Divine Master Palace. Thus, most of them knew each other. 135-7924-6810 GGGD, however, not many people knew Yi Xian, who had suddenly appeared. Thus, even though the young master of the Li family was clearly looking for trouble with Yi Xian, no one would stop him. Some people did not know who Yi Xian was, so they just wanted to watch the show. There were also some people who knew who Yi Xian was, but they also wanted to watch the show. Thus, at this moment, no one would speak up for Yi Xian. Instead, they just stood aside and watched Yi Xian make a fool of himself. Following the young master of the Li family's order, two more Li family guards rushed over. This time, they were clearly much stronger than Yi Xian. Just the pressure they emitted was enough to make Yi Xian feel fear. Yi Xian did have a way to deal with these guys. He could even crush them. He could use Grand Sovereign Guqin's Transcendence Idol. Once the Transcendence Idol was used, no one could stop it. However, Yi Xian naturally could not use the Transcendence Idol now. After all, these people only wanted to humiliate Yi Xian. They were not in any life-threatening situation. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. At the same time, the system's shrill alarm sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a life-threatening situation. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a life-threatening situation. Damn it! Yi Xian was extremely shocked. These people actually wanted to kill him. However, Yi Xian quickly understood that this young master, who left home, clearly had complete confidence in himself. He clearly knew that he wasn't from the Kunlun divine domain and didn't have any backing. Speaking of backing, perhaps it was only because he knew Miyu and Miyu. However, it was precisely because Yi Xian knew Miyu and Miyu that Yi Xian deserved to die even more. There were indeed many people in the Divine Master Palace right now. However, wasn't the realm of the gods a world where the strong preyed on the weak? In this place, the strong were respected. What was Yi Xian to him? He was nothing. If Yi Xian was killed now, he would only be scolded at most. He wouldn't even be scolded because he was a powerful young master after all. No matter what Mi Yan did, she couldn't possibly say that she was punishing him. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian never imagined that he would encounter such a situation in the Divine Master Palace. Yi Xian did not even have the time to detect the guard's strength, because that person's attack had already reached him. Golden lightning flashed continuously in that person's hand. In an instant, it completely engulfed Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian was in a situation where death was certain. As the lightning flashed, everyone looked in Yi Xian's direction. Kuan Buyu, who could fight Yi Xian to a standstill, was sent flying by that person's glare. Everyone looked in their direction. Some were puzzled, but most were disdainful. As time passed, seeing that Yi Xian was completely surrounded by lightning, those people actually began to celebrate in advance. Ha ha, an overconfident brat. An ant like him dares to have designs on Her Highness the Princess? Doesn't he know who he is? Just him? Is he even fit to interact with Her Highness the Princess? Ha, that's right. Young Master Li is really brave. We gave him some face on account of Her Highness. Actually, we couldn't wait to kill him. Us, young Master Li said that the Li family is an ancient family. Even the Divine Master has to give them some face. Killing an ant like him is as easy as crushing an ant. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that guy for overestimating himself. He died for nothing. Everyone was discussing, but no one stood up for Yi Xian. Everyone pointed their spears at Yi Xian, saying that Yi Xian deserved to die. It seemed that these people were certain that Yi Xian would definitely die. Indeed, these people were not wrong to think that way. Jax, because the person who attacked was a divine king, even if he was just a low-level divine king. However, a divine king was an existence that surpassed the divine lord realm. If a terrifying person made a move to deal with a mere true god realm little fellow, wasn't this a matter without any suspense? Could it be that there would still be people who doubted that a divine king realm superpower house would not be able to take down a mere true god realm ant? As time passed, many people started to frown. Because logically speaking, when a divine king realm powerhouse made a move, even if it was still using a finger, it was already enough to crush a true god realm ant. However, so much time had passed. But why was there still a stalemate? At this moment, Yi Xian heard the system's notification. Ding! System notification detected that the host is facing a fatal threat. The system automatically chose a defensive plan. Ding! System notification detected that the only plan the host can use is to summon supreme ancient zither Dharma power. Ding! System notification. Dharma power summon successful. Boom! A vast and boundless pressure erupted from within the lightning. The entire Divine Master Palace. No, it should be the entire Divine Master Palace in this realm domain, including everyone in the surrounding 10-odd realms, felt a superpower that was absolutely irresistible. Countless people knelt on the ground, regardless of whether they were divine lords or divine kings. Even the person in front of Yi Xian knelt on the ground under the sudden burst of pressure. However, the lightning was destroyed in an instant, and a figure walked out directly. Who else could it be but Yi Xian? Yi Xian's face was ashen. Behind him, an illusory figure stood guard. It was supreme ancient Zither's Dharma power. The vast and boundless fluctuation had erupted from the Dharma power. Good, very good, very good. You want to kill me? Yi Xian's voice was filled with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, the divine king who had suppressed Yi Xian and could have killed Yi Xian had fallen. Then Yi Xian walked towards the young master of the Li family. Plop! The young master of the Li family was scared out of his wits. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. What do you want to do? Ha ha! You're asking me what I want to do? Then let me tell you. Think about what you want to do to me. Now, I want to do to you. Yi Xian raised his hand. As long as his hand fell, this person would die. You dare to kill me? I am the young master of the Leaf family. I am a member of the Leaf family. Even the divine master would not dare to cause trouble for the Leaf family. What do you want to do? Chapter 23:10. Young master Lee didn't know if he was scared out of his wits or something else, but he was shouting like a clown, calling for backup from his guards. 135-7924, 6810 GGGD. A moment later, a group of Lee family guards struggled to their feet and tried to approach young Master Lee. However, Yi Xian simply waved his hand. Die, all of you! A terrifying and powerful force instantly exploded out. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at the strength of those guards. With just a wave of his hand, they were all crushed. Invincible. This was what true invincibility was. With the support of Grand Sovereign Guqin's Dharma idol, Yi Xian had long surpassed everyone present. Not even Yi Xian knew what Grand Sovereign Guqin's cultivation level was. However, someone who could stop the time of an entire secret realm and use the temporal laws with such proficiency was definitely a super expert. Furthermore, he was a super existence that surpassed divine Lord Mimu. After all, Yi Xian had only summoned his Dharma idol and hadn't summoned him yet. Yet, he was able to unleash such a powerful attack. Wasn't this a testament to Grand Sovereign Guqin's strength? The overwhelming pressure caused the entire Divine Master Palace to fall into a state of panic. In the distance, Mimu's heart trembled. How is this possible? A divine lord? Has a divine lord from another place come to our Kunlun domain? A divine lord was a super expert like Mimu who possessed an extremely large domain. Generally speaking, they were at the level of a god emperor. The Divine Master was an honorific title, as it represented an endless amount of power. For example, didn't Mimu appear in the Divine Master Palace with a slight frown on her face? It's you? Yi Xian, what are you doing? Although that was what she was asking, only Mimu knew the shock in her heart. When her master had brought Yi Xian here and asked her to take care of him, Mimu had always treated Yi Xian rather well. Although Yi Xian was wary of Mi Li because of the old man, that didn't mean that Yi Xian didn't know that Mi Li was good to him. When Yi Xian saw Miya, he frowned slightly and said to Miya, "Lord Divine Master, please don't interfere this time. I must kill this guy. Just a moment ago, he actually used a killing move on me. If I didn't react quickly enough, I would already be dead." It's true. Misi frowned. Now, it was no longer a matter of Yi Xian displaying his strength. To Mi Li, Yi Xian was her master's request to take care of him. But now, Yi Xian was almost killed in her own territory. How could she accept that? Tell me everything that happened just now, word for word. If there's even half a lie, I'll exterminate your entire clan. Mi casually pointed her finger, causing an incomparably vast power to erupt. Only at this moment did Yi Xian realize how powerful this woman in front of him was. It could be said that Yi Xian had summoned Grand Monarch Ancient Zither's avatar, and not himself. Thus, Yi Xian didn't have a chance of winning against Mi Li, but it was clear that Mi Li was going to uphold justice for him. Yes, Lord Divine Master. Under the pressure of both Yi Xian and Mi Li, the person named by Mi Li had already turned incomparably pale. In fact, he had even pissed his pants in fear. But no one laughed at him. After all, he wasn't the only one who had pissed his pants in fear. That person didn't dare to hide anything, and directly told him everything he had seen from beginning to end. As long as he told the truth, Mi Li would be able to judge whether it was true or not. So that's how it is. What a goodly family. You want a rebel. Mi Li's words scared the Li family's young master so much that he pissed his pants. As for the rest of the Li family, they had already knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. All right, Yi Xian, do as you see fit. but don't implicate the innocent. Also, I'll have the Leaf family give you an explanation. But you'd better restrain your power. After all, today is my little sister's birthday. Even if you don't give me face, you has always been kind to you. Do you want to hurt you? Lee's words didn't sound like that to the others. In their eyes, the Lord Divine Master was actually giving in to this guy. Yes, giving in. In their eyes, Li was actually begging Yi Xian not to make a big deal out of this matter. As for Yi Xian himself, he was actually in a difficult situation. He was furious, incomparably furious, but he was even more clear about his own strength. Great Sovereign Zither could only be summoned once every 1,000 years, and now he had inexplicably forced out Yi Xian's greatest trump card. It could be said that if Yi Xian were to encounter something similar in the future, it would be impossible for him to survive. Moreover, Yi Xian knew that this time, by killing the Li family's young master, he would offend more than just the Li family. However, Yi Xian still wanted to kill this guy. If he didn't kill him, he would be killed by him. So, what was Yi Xian hesitating for? All right, since the Lord Divine Master has said so, I will naturally obey. Yi Xian waved his hand, and a huge force surrounded the young master of the Li family. Then, it slowly began to erode his life force. Yi Xian was using the cruelest method to torture this guy to death. Ding! System notification. The summoning of the ancient Zither Dharma idol has ended. It is currently in a cooldown state. It can only be summoned again after 1,000 years. Along with the system notification, Yi Xian's power suddenly retracted. In an instant, Yi Xian returned to his original true god level cultivation. However, no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. Even Li was full of doubts. All right, you guys continue. Everyone from the Leaf family, get the hell out of here. I don't want to see anyone from the Leaf family. Also, the Leaf family had better compensate me as soon as possible. If Yi Xian isn't satisfied, he will destroy the Leaf family. I won't take any responsibility. After saying that, Li's figure disappeared. Only Yi Xian was left with a bitter smile. Destroy the Li family? It was easy to say, but did Yi Xian have the strength to do so? The Li family was a dignified, ancient aristocratic family. However, Yi Xian also knew that he had formed an irreconcilable grudge with the Li family. Perhaps the Li family wouldn't touch Yi Xian for a while, because whether it was for Li's face or for Yi Xian's sake, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. No one knew what other trump cards Yi Xian had, and no one knew who Yi Xian was. Previously, they had received news that Yi Xian didn't belong to the Kunlun god realm, but came from somewhere else. Jaxit was said that he came from a small, remote place. However, when Yi Xian displayed such powerful strength and summoned such a terrifying Dharma idol, they couldn't help but guess. Could it be that this Yi Xian was actually the crown prince of another overgod realm? Chapter 2311. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor. In an instant, all eyes were on Yi Xian. 135-7924, 6810 GGG. They had no choice but to take Yi Xian seriously. After all, Yi Xian was a man who could stand up to Yen. Yi Xian was a man who even their divine master had to speak to respectfully. Yi Xian was a man who could kill a member of an ancient noble family with a wave of his hand without the slightest hesitation. News of Yi Xian spread like wildfire among the major powers of the Kunlun god domain in an instant. However, they were only guesses. Due to an inexplicable consensus, Yi Xian's identity and what had happened today were only spread among the people who had come today. As for the outside world, they didn't know much at all. All they could guess was that the Divine Master was angry. As for why he was angry, they didn't know. That powerful strength could only belong to the Divine Master. Thus, they couldn't help but suspect that the Divine Master was angry. The banquet continued, but it was clear that everyone had become incomparably cautious. Wherever Yi Xian went, no one dared to stop. No one dared to face him. In fact, wherever he looked, the people there would subconsciously lower their heads. At this moment, even Kuan Buyu didn't dare to approach Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time, he had played too big. This time, he had indeed offended too many people. Although the strength he had displayed was definitely enough to make most of the major families not dare to speak up, it was still not enough. However, while they feared Yi Xian, they also felt enmity towards Yi Xian. Disregarding everything else, just the Li family alone probably hated Yi Xian to death. Who would have thought that just coming to attend Miyu's birthday banquet would cause such a scene? But what could Yi Xian do? After all, he wasn't the one who started all this trouble. Yi Xian didn't want to stay here any longer. When he saw Miyu come out, he immediately went to her side. No one dared to stop him. In fact, it could even be said that when Yi Xian walked towards Miyu, everyone instinctively made way for him. Your Highness, thank you for inviting me to this banquet. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave early. Miyu was no fool. She obviously knew why Yi Xian left, but Miyu simply smiled and casually hooked her arm around Yi Xian's. Why do you want to leave? Why? Don't you want to watch the show? To be honest, of course, Yi Xian wanted to go. His main objective for coming here this time was to attend the shoot. But who would have thought that before the shoot, there would be such an unpleasant situation? Seeing Miyu's smile, Yi Xian felt a little better. However, Miyu was still a little hesitant. But she continued to speak to Yi Xian. All right, I know that you definitely don't want to see some people right now. How about this? I'll bring you and Kuan Buyu to the auction first. Although the auction hasn't started yet, there are some merchants from the other god realms who have come. They have quite a few treasures. Why don't you go take a look first? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but tremble. If there were items from the other god realms, then there would definitely be some that the Kunlun god realm didn't have. Naturally, Yi Xian would want to take a look. All right, then, let's do that. Miyu nodded. She called out to Kuan Buyu and walked off into the distance. In Miyu's heart, Yi Xian could be considered an extremely solitary person. Other than doing his own things every day, he rarely interacted with others. As for Kuan Buyu, he could be considered one of the few people who could come into contact with Yi Xian. However, Kuan Buyu currently appeared very reserved. Kuan Buyu, what's wrong with you? Although Yi Xian had already guessed the reason, he still asked Kuan Buyu. Yi Xian, you've really hidden yourself well. Originally, I thought that our strengths were on par with each other. And even if I was a little weaker than you, I wouldn't be able to find out much. As long as I use my full strength, I'll still be able to fight you. However, after today, I won't dare to have such thoughts anymore. Yi Xian smiled. In the Kunlun god realm, it could be said that Kuan Buyu was Yi Xian's only friend. Are you talking about my Dharma idol just now? Since you know about the Dharma idol, then you should know that I can't say that I can summon it at any time. Unless it's a matter of life and death, I won't summon it at all. Yi Xian immediately shifted his attention to Kuan Buyu and asked, "Oh, right, what's going on with that Li family? I don't think I've offended them. Why did they want to kill me?" Kuan Buyu looked at Yi Xian, then at Miyu, who was holding onto Yi Xian's arm, but he didn't say anything. However, Yi Xian and Miyu weren't stupid. How could they not understand? Yi Xian immediately pulled his arm away from Miyu's arm and said awkwardly, "I say, Kuan Buyu, it's one thing for others to think nonsense, but don't tell me you think so too. Your Highness was just helping me out. Unlike you, I don't even know where you are now." Due to the awkwardness, Yi Xian's tone changed a little. However, Kuan Buyu didn't care at all. He already knew the result from me Yu's slightly stiffening body. I don't care about the two of you. The Li family is an ancient aristocratic family. They're extremely powerful. To be honest, from what I know, even the Divine Master has to give them some face. This time, although the Divine Master is helping you, he's also suppressing the Li family. Yeah, the Li family is one of the 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun god domain. There are many that can be called aristocratic families or ancient aristocratic families, but when the 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun god domain are mentioned, everyone knows who they are. It can be said that even my sister has to give them some face sometimes. Miyu interrupted and continued. The information from her was naturally more comprehensive than Kuan Buyu's. Let's not talk about the others. Let's talk about the Li family. The Li family controls thousands of secret realms of various sizes and close to 10,000 sects directly under their jurisdiction. Moreover, they have several ancient ruins and other special places. Their strength and foundation are definitely not to be underestimated. The Li family's grand ancestor is a super expert who can fight against my sister. In fact, the 4 ancient aristocratic families have always been a knot in my sister's heart. This time, you've helped me vent my anger. Don't worry this time. I'll definitely make the Li family compensate you properly. Not for you, but for ourselves. There was a faint smile on Miyu's face. Of course, if Miyu didn't say these words herself, neither Yi Xian nor Kuan Buyu would have known. The 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun god domain were at odds with the Divine Master. No one would believe it if it was said. Chapter 23:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That guy is just from a branch family of the Li family, not from the main family. 135-7924-6810 So that's how it is. Why did Yi Xian ask about this? Because Yi Xian knew better than anyone else the principle of survival of the fittest. He had been searching for Luo Luo for so long, but he could not do anything. Why? Wasn't it all because Luo Luo was being controlled by that incomparably powerful demon? Yi Xian did not have the strength to rescue her. Moreover, before this, Yi Xian didn't grow up from one crisis after another. This time, since he had already fallen out with the Li family, Yi Xian would not let them go. In the eyes of others, perhaps this was simply courting death. But in Yi Xian's heart, it was only motivation. Yi Xian knew that if he was not strong enough, the Li family would definitely find a chance to kill him. Since they were talking about the Li family, if they dared to fight for their reputation, killing Yi Xian was nothing. Besides, they did not even need to do anything. Once they gave the order, someone would do it for them. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. In an instant, Yi Xian felt immense pressure. It could even be said that this was the strongest pressure he had ever felt since he entered the realm of the gods. After all, the Li family was one of the 4 ancient families of the Kunlun realm. Yi Xian was nothing in front of such a powerful family. Perhaps the Li family would not dare to make a move because of the strength Yi Xian had displayed, but it was only a matter of time before they saw Yi Xian's foundation. Therefore, there was not much time left for Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to live, he had to become strong quickly. Escape? That was impossible, not to mention that Yi Xian did not know where to go after leaving the Kunlun realm. What would the Li family do once he left the Kunlun realm? He was afraid that he would send someone to kill him. Therefore, Yi Xian could only grow stronger quickly in the Kunlun god domain. Only then would he be able to contend against the Li family. No, to annihilate the Li family. Since the Li family was a threat to Yi Xian, then there was no need for Yi Xian to exist. At this time, if anyone knew that Yi Xian was actually thinking of how to deal with the Li family, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Jax, after all, this was a battle without any suspense. It was like an ant that was clamoring to kill a god. What a joke! Soon, Miyu arrived at the venue with Yi Xian and Kuan Buyu. Sure enough, even though the shoot had yet to begin, there were already plenty of people busying themselves. All right, the two of you can look around and see if there's anything you like. By the way, Yi Xian, take this Cosmos ring. If there's anything you like, buy it. Yi Xian was stunned. Is Miyu going to give me divine crystals? I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want anything. Don't worry. I still have enough resources. If there's anything I like but don't have the resources, I'll look for you. Don't forget that I'm a restriction grandmaster, a divine talisman grandmaster, and an alchemy grandmaster. Miyu glanced at Yi Xian with a strange expression. Previously, everyone was focused on Yi Xian's combat strength, but who would have thought that Yi Xian was one of the 3 grandmasters? All right, then I'll look for you later. After all, I was the one who invited these people, so I still have to go take a look. Yi Xian nodded. After Miyu left, he and Kuan Buyu walked forward together. As they walked, Kuan Buyu gave Yi Xian a simple introduction. Yi Xian, this is the divine realm market of the Kunlun god realm. Of course, this isn't the only market, but since it's organized in the name of the divine master, it's definitely not small. Look, the person in front is from the 100 Break divine realm. That divine realm isn't big, and their strength is relatively weak. However, the 100 Break divine stone that they're using is definitely something good. Kuan Buyu led Yi Xian over. Seeing that someone was coming, the shopkeeper welcomed them warmly. Gentlemen, are you looking for the 100 Break divine stone? 100 Break divine stone? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of it. However, when he saw the stone, he realized that it was just a general name and not a single item. At this moment, Yi Xian heard a system notification. Ding! System notification. Special item detected, 100 Break divine stone. Ding! Host, please note that the 100 Break divine stone can create a special sword servant. 100 Break sword servant. Ding! System notification. 100 Break sword servant will have different abilities according to the number of 100 Break divine stones absorbed. It could actually become a sword servant. In that case, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss out on it. At this moment, there were many strange stones placed in front of Yi Xian. Some were burning like a raging fire. Some were emitting a cold aura like ice. Suddenly, Yi Xian's attention was attracted by a white break divine stone. This was an extremely black divine stone. More importantly, Yi Xian's divine telekinesis couldn't detect what was inside it. Moreover, this divine stone was placed on its own, and all the aura around it was being devoured by it. Yes, it was being devoured. What divine stone is this? Yi Xian asked. Sir, you have a good eye. This divine stone is one of the top 10 divine stones of the 100 Break divine realm, the Devouring Stone. Sir, don't underestimate it because of its small size. Its power is definitely beyond your imagination. 500,000 years ago, there was once a master blacksmith who refined a devouring stone into a special devouring treasure. It actually had the ability to devour everything. However, because his ability was too strong, there was a battle later on. In the end, that powerful treasure disappeared without a trace. As for the devouring stone that you are looking at now, it is a devouring stone that only appears once every 10,000 years in the 100 Break divine realm. Even if it is not refined into a special treasure, it is still a super treasure by itself. That person flattered without holding back. However, his words weren't false, because this devouring stone was indeed very powerful. Ding! System notification. It is recommended that the host obtain this devouring stone. The devouring stone can be used to strengthen the system. At the same time, it can be exchanged for devouring points. What? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. One had to know that devouring points were extremely important to Yi Xian. However, he could only obtain them from the devouring beast. He didn't expect that this time there would be a mysterious stone that could be exchanged for devouring points. Yi Xian would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. What's wrong with this devouring stone of yours? Ha, sir, you must be joking. This is such a priceless treasure. How would I dare to take it without permission? Before this little one came out, the divine master had already instructed that this divine stone cannot be exchanged. If sir can take out a special treasure of equal value, this little one can exchange it for it. However, if sir wishes to buy it, this little one dares not agree. Chapter 23:13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian did not frown. 1357924 6810 GGGGD. In fact, he could not think of anything that could be compared to the devouring stone. In Yi Xian's heart, the devouring stone was definitely a priceless treasure. However, Yi Xian still wanted to give it a try. System, list out all the special resources I have and choose 10 of the most valuable ones. I must have this devouring stone. If Yi Xian missed out on the devouring stone, he would definitely regret it. Hence, he could not care less. Ding! System notification. All resources have been sorted. 10 resources have been chosen. Following the notification, Yi Xian waved his hand, and 10 special resources appeared in front of that person's eyes. Heavens! Heavens! It's the legendary law spirit. It's actually the legendary law spirit. This thing, didn't it disappear after the ancient war? Young Master, why does Young Master have such a precious treasure? Law spirit? Yi Xian did not know much about his own things. To him, all the resources were handed over to the system. If the system felt that it was useful, it would notify him. If it was not, it might just be devoured by Yi Xian. But now, what was this law spirit? Ding! System notification. Law spirit is an ordinary resource produced by the devouring space. The host can obtain one every 100 years. Holy shit! The devouring space. No, to be more precise, an ordinary item produced by the ancient zither space could be so sought after. Yi Xian quickly checked the law spirit's attributes. Law spirit, a special item formed by the condensation of law energy. This item cannot be refined or forged. However, with this item, the host's comprehension of law energy will increase. So this was the case. This item was used to increase one's comprehension of law energy. No wonder the system did not give any special notification. This item was not considered too valuable to Yi Xian. Although it was not valuable to Yi Xian, it was extremely valuable to others. Jax, with a wave of his hand, the merchant from the domain of the gods set up a restrictive spell, which was mainly used to block out divine will and sound. It was something that merchants often used. Young master, please state a price. As long as I can afford it, no matter how much, I want this law spirit. It was obvious that this person's eyes were filled with urgency. The biggest difference in the Lord Realm was the comprehension of law. In fact, once one reached the Lord Realm, the difference in Lord God Realm was huge. Perhaps before this, Yi Xian was able to rely on some special abilities to crush enemies that surpassed him by 1 or even 2 realms. That was because the power Lord God Realm, the power of the power of law, as the realm Lord God, Lord Realm, The Power Lord Lord God realm was Lord Lord God realm. Lord Lord God was because the Lord Lord of Lord God, Lord translation, God translation, Lord translation of realm, start translation to Lord. It. A translation, Lord that was Lord that one translation. This was the law was the charm law. It was a treasure that many powerhouses dreamed of obtaining. Even if it was that Mi Xiao would definitely pay a huge price. Fortunately, Yi Xian took it out from here. After all, in the eyes of these merchants, Yi Xian was definitely a big shot in the Kunlun God realm, since he could arrive here before them. He was a big shot that they could not afford to offend. Therefore, they would not be greedy for Yi Xian's treasure. However, if this law spirit was taken out by Yi Xian outside, who knew how many people would fight for it with their lives? At this moment, the merchant was extremely excited. Without waiting for Yi Xian's reply, he took out 3 special godstones. Honorable young master, these are the special godstones that the divine master gave to me before I left. They are on the same level as the devouring stone. Also, you can take any god stones you like in this shop. Also, here are 50 billion god crystals. This is all I have. However, this humble one can promise that the next time this humble one comes, this humble one will definitely bring back even more rewards for the young master. Please give this law spirit to me, young master. Good Lord, this was a law spirit that wanted Yi Xian's law spirit, even if it meant going bankrupt. Of course, Yi Xian did not mind. After all, this was a precious treasure in the eyes of others. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, it was nothing more than that. All right, I promise you. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Perhaps in the merchant's heart, he had made a huge profit. However, in Yi Xian's heart, it was the same. In Yi Xian's heart, he had made a huge profit this time too. Yi Xian naturally did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, he took away all of the merchant's resources, including the interspatial ring in his hand. However, not only was the merchant not displeased at all, he even looked a little embarrassed. Young master, this humble one knows that this humble one's things are not enough to exchange for such a precious treasure. However, please rest assured that the next time I come, this humble one will definitely bring back enough resources to compensate for your loss. Haha, that's all right. We'll talk about it the next time you come. Yi Xian did not mind at all. He had already made a huge profit, so he did not care much about this person's verbal promise. After that, Yi Xian was extremely happy. It looked like he had made a huge profit this time. The resources that Yi Xian had obtained from the devouring space were all produced in the ancient zither space. Many of them were probably already out of print or were extremely rare. These things were definitely enough for Yi Xian to exchange for good things. Let's go to the next shop. Yi Xian walked straight ahead. He was a little impatient to go to the next shop and take a look. These shops were all from other divine realms. Naturally, they would have many treasures that Yi Xian wanted. This time, Yi Xian was going to sweep the place clean. This time, Yi Xian was going to make a huge profit. System, you can use this devouring stone to repair the system. Yi Xian had always been upset that the system had not been fully repaired. Furthermore, his devouring space had not been fully repaired. Therefore, these were all matters that Yi Xian had to deal with. Ding! System notice. System repair speed increased. Yi Xian was slightly surprised that the system had not been fully repaired. Just as Yi Xian had expected, the resources produced by the devouring space were very popular. This was because most of them were considered rare resources. One had to know that these were only ordinary resources. Yi Xian could not imagine how rare the resources from the devouring space would be. Chapter 23:14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, ding. System notification. Please pay attention to exploring ancient secret realms. As your level increases, the experience gained from consuming normal resources will gradually decrease. The sudden notification from the system gave Yi Xian an answer, but it also gave Yi Xian a huge problem. 1357924 6810 GGGD. As his level increased, normal resources would no longer have any effect on him. Only by consuming rare resources, special resources, and even ancient resources could he increase his level. Wasn't this forcing Yi Xian to constantly search for special resources or ancient secret realms? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his resources could not be exchanged endlessly. Other than the resources that were useful to him, the rest of the normal resources seemed to be trash. Yi Xian continued forward. This time, he came to another merchant. However, the resources produced here were indeed special. This was because this was a slave merchant. Yi Xian, don't be suspicious. The existence of slaves is a very normal thing. Without strength, they can only become slaves. In fact, for these slaves, it's already good enough that they can keep their lives. Yi Xian nodded. Of course, he understood this. Back then, he had bought Fian as a slave. Of course, Yi Xian had never treated Fian as a slave. This merchant is probably a merchant who often enters and exits the battlefield of the overgods. They often buy defeated people from the battlefield of the overgods and then train them to become docile slaves. Yi Xian, look at that person, that tiger-headed man with a human body and the broken armor on his body has already revealed his identity. He is someone from the godly realm of the shifters. Wait a minute, the godly realm of the shifters. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze focused on the tiger-headed man. What's wrong with this slave? Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked directly, the godly realm of the shifters. Then, it was very likely that he would know some of Luo's whereabouts. Of course, even if he could not find out Luo's whereabouts, it would still be very helpful for Yi Xian to understand the situation in the godly realm of the shifters. Hee, this customer has good taste. This tiger-headed man is a low-level Sir God slave and has special abilities. It's rare. The merchant saw that Yi Xian had the intention of buying the tiger-headed man and immediately started bragging. However, Yi Xian interrupted his boasting with a single sentence. All right, how many divine crystals? Don't waste any more words with me. Yes, sir, this tiger-headed man only. 1 million divine crystals. 1 million. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It wasn't because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. This was a Tang divine Lord level expert, and he only needed 1 million divine crystals. Could this be a mistake? Kuan Buyu could see Yi Xian's confusion, so he whispered to Yi Xian, you don't have to doubt anything. 1 million divine crystals is not expensive. This tiger-headed man's potential has basically been fully activated. It can be said that unless he encounters a great opportunity, there is no room for improvement. Furthermore, he is the most dangerous slave on the battlefield. He poses a very high threat. Therefore, 1 million divine crystals is really not that expensive. Of course, Yi Xian did not really care about this. After all, Yi Xian just wanted some information. Once he got the information, this tiger-headed man would be completely worthless to Yi Xian. Jax, all right, I want this tiger-headed man. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly bought it. The tiger-headed man could naturally understand Yi Xian's words, so Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked him directly, you are from the Shifter's Divine Realm? Yes, master. The tiger-headed man did not respect Yi Xian at all. Even though Yi Xian was holding his quintessence fragment, he could kill him with a single thought. However, as a former warrior who had fought on the battlefield of the overgods for thousands of years, he was used to seeing life and death. If he did not have a special mission, he would not have been willing to be captured by the merchant and become a slave. All right, since you are from the Shifter's divine realm, you might know where Luoluo is. Yi Xian was clearly a little excited. He explained Luoluo's situation to the tiger-headed man and asked for her whereabouts. However, this time, he was happy for nothing. The tiger-headed man still did not know anything. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He had expected this outcome long ago, but Yi Xian was unwilling to accept it. In Yi Xian's heart, only Yi Xian knew how deep his feelings for Luoluo were. All right, since that is the case, I will let you go. I will take you out of the Kunlun divine realm, but you must promise me that when you reach the Shifter's divine realm, you will help me gather as much information as possible. Once you have any information, you must report back to me. Can you do that? The tiger-headed man was a little surprised. He did not expect this human in front of him to let him go. Even more so, he did not expect his goal to be a Shifter's. However, wasn't the reason why he was living like this. Now, that Yi Xian was willing to let him go, it was definitely a good thing for him. All right, I can promise you. Yi Xian nodded. He did not ask any more questions. This was an idea he had come up with on the spur of the moment. He would release these people from the Shifter's divine realm because their divine mandate fragments were in Yi Xian's hands. Perhaps they wouldn't be loyal to Yi Xian in the Kunlun divine region. However, once they were released and promised to use Luoluo's information in exchange for their freedom, they would definitely do their best to help. This would undoubtedly allow Yi Xian to plant his own people in the Shifter's divine realm to investigate Luoluo. Yi Xian chose 13 slaves from the Shifter's divine realm. Yi Xian knew very well that these people might not be in the same divine realm as Luoluo, given how big the realm of the gods was. However, Yi Xian was still willing to give it a try. As long as he could find out Luoluo's whereabouts, Yi Xian was willing to spend any amount of divine gems. After not being able to get any information from these people, Yi Xian directly let them go. Although the battlefield of the Masters of Gods had not opened yet, it was still possible to sneak a few people over. Moreover, if it really did not work out, they could still ask Miyu. Yi Xian and Kuan Buyu did not wait for long before the auction was finally about to begin. Yi Xian was led to a private room. From here, he could see the entire auction in its entirety. At this moment, the final preparations for the auction were already underway. The people participating in the auction had already rushed in. Chapter 23:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Kuan Buyu continued to introduce Yi Xian to the various factions in the Kunlun God domain. 135-7924 6810 GGGD. The current Yi Xian could no longer rely on the countless factions in the Kunlun God domain like he used to. After all, he had offended the Li family, so it was very likely that some factions would come looking for trouble with Yi Xian. It was naturally a good thing for Yi Xian to understand the situation of these factions in advance. After all, this auction was a rare one, so the scale was very large. There were actually 100 auctioneers taking part in the auction at the same time. If you took a fancy to any auctioneer's item, then you could bid for that auctioneer's item. However, there was nothing worth Yi Xian's attention at the start. Kuan Buyu then returned to his own private room. Yi Xian was the only one left in the private room. Jack suddenly, a system notification caught Yi Xian's attention. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. A mysterious person has been detected. Who is this mysterious person? Yi Xian asked instinctively. Ding! System notification. This is the mysterious person that the host encountered before entering the ancient Zither mystery dimension. It was him. Although Yi Xian did not know why the system would take the initiative to notify him, Yi Xian still focused all his attention on that mysterious person. At this moment, that mysterious person looked like a normal person who had come to participate in the auction. He did not wear his usual black attire, but had changed into a luxurious blue robe. That person watched the auction quietly, but Yi Xian knew that he was definitely waiting for something. Since it was something that the Annihilation Organization wanted, Yi Xian would definitely not let them get it. Soon, a magic treasure was placed on the auction stand. Everyone, please pay attention. This magic treasure is a rare beast taming magic treasure. As long as any of you esteemed guests like a divine beast, you can absorb it into this magic treasure. Then, this magic treasure will automatically tame that divine beast according to your wishes. Only when that divine beast is successfully tamed will it be released. That's right, this is the beast taming ring. The beast taming collar is not easy to obtain, and this beast taming collar in my hand was obtained by a brave warrior from a mysterious secret realm. It can be said to be the best of the best. The starting price is 100,000 divine crystals. Every bid must be at least 10,000 divine crystals. All right, everyone, please make your bids. I bid 500,000. The first to bid was the mysterious man. At this time, he directly shouted out 500,000 in one breath, as if he was determined to win. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The beast taming collar only had one function, and other than taming beasts, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. Why was this guy willing to spend so much money? One had to know that the beast taming collar was not too complicated. In fact, if Yi Xian was willing, as long as he had enough resources, Yi Xian could also use it. Hence, Yi Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so determined to win? What was the use of this beast taming collar to Annihilation? It was no secret that Annihilation kept reviving ancient demon gods. This also meant that they might have their own methods of taming beasts. However, it was a little unusual for them to go all out for a beast taming collar. Yi Xian frowned and started thinking quickly. What was the use of this thing to Annihilation? Of course, since Yi Xian could not figure it out, he might as well buy it. After all, as long as it was something that Annihilation wanted, he would not let them get it. Yi Xian raised his paddle. I bid 510,000. Yi Xian did not care about the divine crystals. He still had a lot of them on hand. However, as long as it could destroy Annihilation's plan, Yi Xian would not feel the pinch even if he had to spend more divine crystals. Hearing Yi Xian's bid, the guy did not hesitate and raised his paddle again. 1 million. Did he increase the bid to 1 million again? Yi Xian smirked. 1,010,000. Yes, he was going to increase the bid by 10,000. He wanted to see how much this guy from Annihilation would bid. 5 million. Boom. This time, not only was Yi Xian surprised, but the people around him were as well. The beast taming collar was not a precious treasure. Perhaps the owner of this treasure was only qualified to be auctioned because of the uniqueness of the item. The beast taming collar itself was probably not worth much. If there was really a divine beast in the beast taming collar that was being tamed, it would probably not be auctioned. Since it was being auctioned, there probably would not be any divine beast in it that was worth paying attention to. That fellow sure was willing to part with 5 million. After all, the price of a newly forged beast taming collar was usually around 2 million. It could be said that the price of 5 million had already exceeded its original value. Could it be that the guy did not really want the beast taming collar, but deliberately bid such a high price because Yi Xian was pressuring him, so he wanted to cheat Yi Xian? That was not impossible. However, Yi Xian did not want to believe it, because if he really wanted to cheat him, he would not have increased the bid to 5 million in one go. 5,000,000 and 10,000. Yi Xian increased the bid by 10,000 and 10,000 again. The mysterious man looked viciously at Yi Xian. He originally thought that with a price of 5,000,000, no matter who raised the price with him, they would give up. However, he did not expect that the mysterious guy would not give up. At this moment, the mysterious guy from Annihilation was looking coldly at Yi Xian's pavilion. If they were not in the Celestial Palace, this guy would have already killed Yi Xian. However, this was a special place. It was not a place where he could cause trouble. 5,500,000. Did he increase the bid again? Yi Xian did not hesitate. 5,500,000. At this moment, Yi Xian and the mysterious guy were competing, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, they could not understand what was so special about the beast-taming collar that these two people were competing for it. 5,600,000. 5,600,000. 6,000,000. 6,000,000 and 10,000. No matter what price the other party offered, Yi Xian would always be 10,000 more than him. The more this guy acted like he wanted it, the more Yi Xian would not give up. 10,000,000. Suddenly, the mysterious guy increased the bid again. 10,000,000 was enough to buy 5 beast-taming collars. Everyone was waiting for the voice from the pavilion, waiting to see if the owner of the pavilion was going to continue bidding. 10,000,000 and 10,000. Sure enough, he increased the bid again. Boom. Everyone in the auction hall was shocked. Chapter 23:16. However, what they did not expect was that when Yi Xian finished calling out the price, 135,7924, 6810 GGGGD, that person actually called out a sky-high price without any hesitation. 100 million. Yes, it was 100 million. It was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. 100 million. A new animal taming collar was only 2 million. 100 million could buy a lot of animal taming collars. Moreover, this guy had actually raised the price from 10 million to 100 million. It was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, Yi Xian had already decided not to let him get away with it. Naturally, he would not give up. 10,10,000. Was it only 10,000 again? Even if the crowd did not want to pay attention to Yi Xian, they had no choice. What was this guy trying to do? Every time the other party called out a price, he would only increase it by 100 million. What was he trying to do? Spending 100 million to buy something that was only worth 2 million. No matter how they looked at it, it was an idiotic move. However, the intense bidding between the two made people wonder if there was something special about the animal taming collar. Of course, even if some people were suspicious, no one participated in the bidding. After all, 100 million was not a small sum. Many people had less than 100 million in their budgets. Damn it, are you really going to fight me to the end? All right, come on, I'll bid 1 billion. 1 billion. He actually called out a price of 1 billion. This time, no one could remain calm. 1 billion. He actually called out a price of 1 billion. Could that animal taming collar really be worth 1 billion? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. In his eyes, he did not know what that animal taming collar was. Hence, when this person called out a price of 1 billion, Yi Xian hesitated. Spending 1 billion, if that thing was really useless, then wouldn't it be a waste? However, so what if it was 1 billion? If Annihilation wanted it, Yi Xian would definitely not let them get it. 10,10,000. Yi Xian actually raised the price. He actually raised the price. That person from Annihilation looked coldly in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian could see the murderous intent in his eyes. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care. Why? You're not going to raise the price. Yi Xian's calm voice sounded. He wanted to see if this mysterious person from Annihilation would continue to raise the price. All right, since you're willing to spend 1 billion on a useless item, congratulations, you win. That person seemed to be mocking Yi Xian for spending 1 billion to buy something completely useless. However, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The murderous intent in this guy's eyes. Perhaps he was afraid of something. Perhaps he was worried that would attract more people to see the animal taming collar. He just wanted to wait for the auction to end and then directly snatch it. However, none of this had anything to do with Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian had decided to buy something, even if it wasn't worth the price, Yi Xian wouldn't care. Besides, Yi Xian could tell from the murderous look in that person's eyes that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. The auction had just begun, but a bid of 1 billion had already been raised. Some people said that Yi Xian was a fool, and that he had obviously wasted his money. Some people also suspected that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. However, Yi Xian did not care about any of this. To Yi Xian, spending 1 billion to buy the animal taming collar was not a matter of whether it was worth it or not. What he cared more about was what secrets the item hid. In fact, Yi Xian had more than 1 billion divine gems on hand. Based on Yi Xian's habits, he would not let go of the interspatial rings that he had killed. Earlier, when he had killed the young master of the Leaf family and the many guards of the Leaf family in the Celestial Palace, he had not let go of their interspatial rings. Therefore, Yi Xian had a large amount of resources on hand, enough for him to spend freely. The auction continued, but every time, as long as this mysterious person was about to buy something, Yi Xian would definitely jump out to stop him. As long as it was something he wanted to buy, Yi Xian would definitely not let him succeed. Although Yi Xian had indeed spent a lot of money to achieve this goal, Yi Xian did not care at all. As long as he could stop this guy, Yi Xian felt that it was worth it no matter how many divine gems he spent. Soon, someone brought over the first item that Yi Xian had won. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He handed it to the divine gems and carefully examined the animal taming collar in his hand. However, after looking at it for a long time, Yi Xian didn't see anything special. Could it be that there was nothing special about this animal taming collar, and that the mysterious person was just fighting with Yi Xian? No, Yi Xian did not believe that. System, detect this thing. Ding. System notification. Detection complete. No special findings. No special findings? Yi Xian did not believe it. He did not think that there was nothing special about this thing. System, use conviction points to strengthen detection. Yi Xian suddenly ordered. Yi Xian was not short of conviction points. After integrating with the ancient Zither mystery dimension, the devouring space would bring a large amount of conviction points to Yi Xian every day. After all, the mysterious person was from the same mystery dimension, and there was a difference of 1 day and 50 years. Naturally, Yi Xian would be able to obtain a large amount of conviction points. Ding. System notification. Conviction points to strengthen detection successful. Ding. System notification. Special item detected. Ancient beast trapping formation. Ding. System notification. Special divine beast trapped by the ancient beast trapping formation is detected. Ancient demon god. Soul-devouring demon emperor. Boom. Yi Xian was surprised. Sure enough, he did not guess wrong. This thing was not that simple. It was actually an ancient thing. Although it was disguised as a beast-taming collar, it was not a beast-taming collar at all. Not to mention 1 billion, even if it was 10 billion or 100 billion, as long as Yi Xian could obtain this thing, then it would be an absolute profit. Ancient divine beast. Now, Except for those special mystery dimensions, where could one find an ancient divine beast? Not to mention, it was an ancient divine beast trapped in the ancient beast trapping formation. At this time, how could Yi Xian not understand that he had made a profit? Of course, this was not the place to study this thing. Therefore, Yi Xian simply let the system detect and did not do anything else. He did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. As the auction progressed, the things that Yi Xian had forcibly snatched from the mysterious person were also in Yi Xian's hands one by one. What Yi Xian did not expect was that these things turned out to be the remaining parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. It did not matter what his appearance was disguised as, but the foundation of these things was actually the special storage components of the ancient beast trapping formation. Since this ancient beast trapping formation was called a formation, it was naturally not that simple. Chapter 23:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, seals had more uses than formations. Not only were they portable, but they were also much more powerful and had fewer limitations. 135-7924 6810 GGD. That was why formations were no longer popular in the realm of the gods. Instead, seals were used. However, these things were still very popular in the ancient age. Naturally, it was not surprising that some of them had been passed down to the present. However, no matter what it was, as long as it was passed down from the ancient age, it was definitely not simple. Even they might not know how to use it anymore. For example, the ancient beast trapping formation in Yi Xian's hands was something that Yi Xian could not understand. Seals only needed to be refined and set up casually before they could be used. However, ancient things were not that simple. Yi Xian had a total of 12 parts of the ancient beast trapping formation in his hands. However, other than the first thing that looked like a beast taming collar, the rest were just parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. He did not even know how to use them. For a moment, Yi Xian could not do anything. Moreover, he could not rely on the system. The system only gave him one notification. Host's level is not high enough to activate. Helpless, Yi Xian could only keep this thing for the time being. Yi Xian did not know that he had unwittingly ruined one of Annihilation's grand plans. Annihilation was not a small organization. Their forces were spread across the entire realm of the gods. They had been trying to do something. For example, resurrecting ancient mythical beasts. Once they resurrected these ancient mythical beasts, things would not be so simple. For example, they used totem beasts to resurrect the ancient Fey gods. Rejects those were only resurrected, and they were resurrected using totem beasts. Their strength had been greatly weakened, but they were still extremely powerful. Moreover, this was a real ancient mythical beast. Moreover, it was a tamed ancient mythical beast. In fact, one of the biggest goals of Annihilation in the entire Kunlun divine domain was to collect the entire ancient beast trapping formation. This was because Annihilation had a way to activate the ancient beast trapping formation and gain the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts. Think about it. Once Annihilation gained the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts, how much destruction could they cause? It could even be said that if they used some tricks, they could slowly eat away at the entire Kunlun divine domain. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian had inadvertently saved the Kunlun divine domain. Of course, at the same time, he had offended Annihilation. It could be said that Annihilation, for the first time, Annihilation of Annihilation had. Yi Xian. Annihilation. However, this time, the Annihilation organization probably wished they could skin Yi Xian alive. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about these things. At this time, his attention was back on the auction. Ever since those things were all taken away by Yi Xian, the mysterious person who annihilated the organization silently left. On their translation, they was translation, was the finale. The only one was left. All the finale items would be auctioned by this auctioneer. Next up, we'll be auctioning off the first item of the auction, the grand finale. I believe everyone is familiar with the Divine Talisman sect. This time, we are auctioning an ancient divine talisman of the Divine Talisman tribe. It was an ancient divine talisman. Yi Xian was surprised. Of course, he was not tempted at all. That divine talisman was not very useful to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that another force of the Divine Talisman tribe had started to invade the Kunlun divine domain. He did not know if this news was good or bad for Yi Xian. There was no doubt that every item that was auctioned off for the finale was of the highest quality. Some of them were even good items that were hard to come by in 10,000 years. At the same time, the price would definitely be astronomical. Of course, these items were useless to Yi Xian. He did not even bother to look at them. Next, we will auction this item. Many of you may not have seen it before, but I can promise you that this treasure is not ordinary. First of all, please allow me to tell you a story. 300,000 years ago, there was a time that shook the entire Kunlun divine domain. Do you still remember? 300,000 years ago, a peerless genius appeared in our Kunlun god domain. In just a short 100 years, he rose from the true god realm to the divine king realm. It can be said that he was definitely a peerless genius of that time, and even today. However, later on, people found out that he was not a genius at all. Instead, he was a guy who cultivated a special evil technique, the reincarnation divine technique. That guy cultivated this incomparably evil, but incomparably powerful reincarnation forbidden technique. Every time this technique advances in rank, it needs to consume the godheads of 1,000 people of the same cultivation level. And this guy is basically a super spy sent by our enemy. He spent a full 100,000 years to infiltrate our Kunlun god realm. Then, he spent another 100,000 years to create a clan that was originally part of the Kunlun divine domain. However, all of this was done by him alone. Apart from this reincarnation forbidden technique, he also mastered a mysterious divine ability. We do not know the name of this divine ability, but we do know that it allows one to transform into thousands of people and play different roles. Furthermore, it allows one to display different cultivation bases, personalities, and so on. It was this person who caused the Kunlun divine domain to lose in the early stages of the War of the Overgods 300,000 years ago. If the great divine master had not discovered it in advance and seen through it, I'm afraid we would have lost that War of the Overgods. That's right. This time, we will auction this concealment divine ability of his. Furthermore, it is a unique one-way inheritance. In other words, this is the only one in the world. There is no other. There was actually such a strange divine ability that allowed one person to play different people of different realms, different appearances, and different personalities. Yi Xian was instantly attracted by this divine ability. This thing was extremely useful to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian did not know much about its specific functions, the ability to transform into hundreds and thousands of people was already very good. It would allow Yi Xian to move around more conveniently in the future. I want this thing. Yi Xian did not have many resources on hand. It could be said that if he wanted to obtain this item, he would have to search for resources. Of course, Yi Xian did not have to worry. Yi Xian would definitely accept the compensation from the Li family. Since they were already enemies, why not take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of them? Chapter 23:18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't think I need to introduce the nameless superpower any further. Everyone should know its value, so I won't say more. The starting price is 10 million divine crystals. 10 million divine crystals was a sum that many people would never be able to amass in their entire lives. However, it was nothing in the eyes of the elites and the major powers. 135-7924 6810 GGGD. I bid 100 million. Only someone offered 10 times the original price in the first bid. After all, there was only one copy of the nameless superpower. Not to mention anything else, just this one portion was enough to make many people go crazy. In fact, for those kinds of rare divine abilities, not to mention how powerful they were, as long as they were rare, they would be sought after by people. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This principle was also applicable in the realm of the gods. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In fact, he already knew that it wouldn't be that easy to obtain the inheritance this time. Perhaps to Yi Xian, this item was useful, so he had to get it. However, some people might go all out just because they thought it was rare. After all, Yi Xian was only one person. Even if he could get a compensation for leaving home, it wouldn't be too much. At most, he would get a few billion divine crystals. He had already squandered a lot of divine crystals. Could it be that he had no choice but to give up this time? No, he wouldn't give up. The bidding continued to rise. At this moment, someone had already bid 9 billion. However, this wasn't considered a high price because the strongest factions had yet to make their move. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice came from one of the private rooms. I want this item. 100 star spirits. Star spirits. Someone had actually offered a formed spirit. A formed spirit could be exchanged for 100 million divine crystals. Perhaps on the surface, this was only 10 billion divine crystals. However, one shouldn't forget that this was a star spirit. Only divine masters would use a star spirit in a transaction. Many people, even the major powers, treated this item as a strategic reserve. It could be said that in name, 100 million divine crystals could be exchanged for one star spirit. However, very few people were foolish enough to exchange for it. What the star spirit represented was a completely different level of transaction. However, no one had expected a star spirit to appear in this auction. Who was in that private room? Which faction was this? How could they be so domineering? Yi Xian also frowned slightly. Once a star spirit appeared, it wasn't just a matter of price. What was most important was its aura. That aura was enough to crush many people. It seemed that Yi Xian had no choice but to this. Translation: 10 billion divine crystals and an ancient resource. Uffed. In a certain private room, an expert who was sipping tea directly spat out a mouthful of tea. Is this person out of his mind? Translation: Ancient age, ancient resources. That was the ancient star spirit. After all, ancient star, that was the ancient secret. Translation: ancient land. However, even a god lord like Mimu wouldn't dare to enter the ancient mystery dimension so casually. Translations is divine translation, to but translation that person's to be translation to it. The person in the private room over there, why don't you exchange your ancient resource with me? I'm willing to use divine crystals or the star spirit to exchange it with you. The person who spoke was the one who had wanted to use the star spirit to bid for the nameless mystique. Yi Xian's words immediately disrupted the auction. That was because the appearance of an ancient resource was something that no one could ignore at all. In an instant, the auction was disrupted. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The ancient resources that he wanted to take out were naturally real. However, he couldn't guarantee the effects. After all, this was only an ordinary resource produced by the devouring space. Of course, Yi Xian was very satisfied with the commotion he had caused. When it came to clapping, sometimes it was a competition of aura. If one could crush others in terms of aura, then one might be able to obtain what one wanted at a low price. If 10 billion divine crystals and this ancient resource could be exchanged for the nameless mystique, then for Yi Xian it would definitely be a huge profit. However, Yi Xian also understood that it couldn't be that simple. Indeed, as Yi Xian had expected, another person in the private room spoke up. I'm sure that the ancient resource in that brother's hand is just an ordinary resource. Ancient resources don't mean that all of them are precious. Some ancient resources aren't even as useful as ordinary resources. I bid 15 billion. That person had first pointed out that Yi Xian's ancient resource might not be that useful. Then, he had directly raised the price to 15 billion. It could be said that his words had destroyed the atmosphere that Yi Xian had created. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Auctions were a competition of wealth. Although Yi Xian didn't know whether this item would be of much use to him. However, since someone wanted to raise the price, then he could play along. If that's the case, then you're prepared to raise the price. Fine, I'll offer 20 billion divinity crystals and 3 ancient resources. This way, at the very least, my item is worth 30 billion divine crystals. What do you think? Do you still want to raise the price? Yi Xian's tone was flat. He was neither sad nor happy. He wanted to see what that person would do. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that person was clearly a little angry. This was because Yi Xian actually heard a light snort. Right now, other than those in the private room, everyone else had completely given up. With their wealth, they basically had no chance of winning against Yi Xian and the others in the private room. So what if it's 30 billion? I'll bid 40 billion. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. It looked like this guy was prepared to compete with him. Although Yi Xian was interested in this mystique with the system in hand, there was still a chance that he could integrate something similar. Therefore, whether or not he obtained it, Yi Xian wouldn't be too insistent. However, since someone wanted to compete with Yi Xian, then Yi Xian would have to teach him a lesson. Looks like you're set on competing with me? 5 ancient resources and 50 billion divine crystals. Let's see how you can compete with me. You're still too inexperienced to compete with me. Yi Xian's words sounded like he was looking down on that person. However, if someone saw Yi Xian's current expression, they would know that he was doing this on purpose. 50 billion divine crystals, 5 ancient resources. I'll give you 70 billion divine crystals. However, do you think you can get that thing with this amount of divine crystals? Humph, I'll give you 1,000 star spirits. Come on, continue to increase the price. Let's see who can win. Chapter 23:19. Oh, since you like it so much, I'll let you have it. 1,000 star spirits for such a flashy mystique. Brother, you're really rich. Yi Xian's words couldn't be any more derogatory. 135-7924-6810 GGGGGD. Many people were trying to hold back their laughter. Some even couldn't hold it in and started laughing loudly. It was obvious that someone had been tricked by Yi Xian, and he was in a very bad state. Although there was only one copy of the nameless mystique, it was obvious that this item didn't have much fighting power. It might be a good storage item, but this item couldn't be passed down. In other words, that person couldn't even pass down this mystique. 1,000 star spirits for such a useless item. One could only imagine how great a loss that person had suffered. 1,000 star spirits going once. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auctioneer's voice rang out. Of course, even a fool wouldn't raise the price now. 1,000 star spirits was equivalent to 100 billion divine crystals. This far exceeded the item's original value. It could be said that if this item hadn't appeared at this auction, no one would want to buy it even if it was offered 1 billion divine crystals. Yi Xian looked indifferently at the private room in the distance. Because the private rooms here were all specially made, under normal circumstances, no one would know who was in which private room. Of course, to the major factions, they would reveal their identities. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that the person bidding against him was another one of the 4 ancient aristocratic families. Only Yi Xian would have the guts and temper to offend another ancient aristocratic family after just leaving home. As for the others, who would dare? The nameless mystique was eventually won by that person. The auction that followed didn't cause too much of a stir. With Yi Xian raising the price to trick others, the crowd was much more stable when raising the price. At the very least, they wouldn't raise the price carelessly. Until one thing appeared. This item is a special treasure obtained from the void. We don't know what it is, but we can be sure that it was left behind by a powerful person in ancient times. According to the appraisal, this item has an extremely strong defensive power. At the same time, it was made with some kind of unknown special material. Once again, the film master was rambling on and on. However, on Yi Xian's end, the system notification was even clearer. Ding! System notification. Detected special weapon, God-slaying armor. The damaged God-slaying armor made it difficult for people to recognize his true appearance. Before Yi Xian could react, the system once again prompted, "The God-slaughtering armor is a part of the God-slaughtering set. Host, please take note that once the host obtains the God-slaughtering armor and successfully repairs it, the host can trigger the set effect." Yi Xian had no idea what the set effects were, but he did know that the Godslayer armor and Godslayer sword were part of a set, and they were extremely useful to Yi Xian. Others might not know what it was, but it was impossible for Yi Xian not to know. Yi Xian was very clear about the power and attributes of the Godslayer sword. Then, how could the God-slaying armor, which was also part of a set, be any worse? A set. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually encounter a set here? And it was the God-slaying set. This time, it looked like Yi Xian was going to get it at all costs. This item could only belong to Yi Xian. Only in Yi Xian's hands would it be of the greatest value. 10 billion. 50 billion. The price continued to climb. Everyone knew that this was a good item, so naturally no one would give it up. Of course, because this item was damaged, and no one knew if it could be repaired, everyone was still a little hesitant when raising the price. When it reached 100 billion, everyone was more conservative in raising the price. Each time, they would only raise it by 100 or 200 million. It was obvious that Yi Xian's actions last time had caused everyone to be somewhat alarmed. However, at this moment, Yi Xian spoke. 100 billion divine crystals and 5 ancient resources. Did Yi Xian have that many divine crystals? No, of course he didn't. However, Yi Xian dared to make such a bid. At most, he would just take out all the items from the devoured space as collateral. He had to get his hands on this item. Hence, Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. It was him again. Countless eyes were focused on Yi Xian's treasure chest. Many people were wondering if they should continue to bid. After all, Yi Xian had scammed a lot of people the last time. Who knew if he was trying to trick someone again this time? 100 billion divinity crystals and 5 ancient resources. Let's make it 120 billion divinity crystals. I'll bid 130 billion divinity crystals. Brother over there, are you still going to bid? Someone made another bid. It was obvious that it wouldn't be easy to force everyone to back down. However, just as that person finished speaking, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. 100 billion divine crystals, plus 20 ancient resources, and 100 special resources. Boom. Everyone was in an uproar. What was this guy trying to do? 20 ancient resources and 100 special resources. One had to know that resources weren't ancient or special just because you said they were. All resources were specially appraised. Only when they met the appraisal criteria would they be able to determine their quality. Now, Yi Xian had actually called out 100 billion divine crystals, 20 ancient resources, and 100 special resources. Was he preparing to risk his life? Of course, this time, everyone hesitated. It seemed like Yi Xian had made such a reckless bid the last time and cheated someone of countless divine crystals. Was Yi Xian for real this time, or was he trying to mystify the situation? Everyone couldn't help but think. Furthermore, they had to calculate whether the broken armor was worth so much. However, no one knew what the Godslayer armor was. Hence, they gave up in the end. All right, congratulations to this gentleman for winning this auction. Yi Xian smiled bitterly as the auctioneer spoke. This time, he owed a huge amount of debt. It seemed that Yi Xian could only ask Miyu for help. This auction belonged to the Divine Master, which meant that it belonged to Miyu. If Yi Xian wanted to slowly repay his debt, he could only ask Miyu for help. Perhaps only Miyu would be able to make Yi Xian do as he wished. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to participate in the rest of the auction. After all, no matter what items appeared later on, Yi Xian wasn't qualified to compete for them. He was currently in the negative. Yi Xian found Miyu and gave her a simple request. Miyu then went to find Miyu. After all, only Miyu could make such a decision. Yi Xian owed too much. Chapter 23:20. Mi Yan's request was simple. She could agree to pay Yi Xian in installments, but the prerequisite was that Yi Xian had to participate in the Divine Master Arena. The Divine Master Arena was a small part of the Master God battlefield. 135-7924, 6810 GJDD. The Divine Master Arena was for each Master God to send their elites to battle it out. Life and death were their own responsibility, but it concerned the reputation of each god realm, and there was also the desire to place heavy bets. Yi Xian didn't know why Mi Yan wanted him to participate, but Yi Xian knew that he had no choice but to participate even if he wanted to, according to the rules of the auction. If he broke the contract after the auction, he would have to pay 20% of the bid price as compensation. The price that Yi Xian had burst out was probably 200 billion. 20% of 200 billion would be 40 billion. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to break the contract, he would have to pay 40 billion deity crystals. 40 billion deity crystals was equivalent to Yi Xian's entire net worth, and that was only if he included the compensation for leaving home. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice. Fortunately, the Divine Master Arena hadn't started yet. Normally, the Divine Master Arena would be opened at the same time as the Master God battlefield, or it would be opened after a discussion between several god realms. Of course, there was a difference between the two. The Divine Master Arena in the Master God battlefield was a life and death battle. If one lost, there was only one outcome: death. However, if the Master God's arena was jointly set up by several gods' territories, it might not be that dangerous. After all, since they were willing to set up the Master God's arena peacefully, it meant that the relationship between these gods' territories was not that bad. After Yi Xian agreed to the conditions, he obtained the god-slaying armor as he wished. Yi Xian had paid a huge price for this item, and it could even be said that he had risked his life in battle. If this item couldn't satisfy Yi Xian's needs, then Yi Xian would suffer a huge loss. At this time, Yi Xian was already looking at the item and checking its attributes. System, show me the attributes of this item. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System notification. Analyzing the specified item's data. Analysis complete. Broken Godslayer armor. One of the pieces of the Godslayer set. It has extremely strong defensive capabilities. At the same time, it also has several special divine abilities. Currently, it is in an 80% broken state. Therefore, it cannot be used, and its specific attributes cannot be checked. Yi Xian shook his head, helplessly. He had paid such a high price in exchange for something that he could not use for the time being. He did not know if it was worth it. However, when he thought about it, it was a part of the god-slaying set. Thinking about the power of the god-slaying sword. Then, once this thing was repaired, it would not be that simple. Therefore, Yi Xian was relieved. Right now, Yi Xian could be considered to be heavily burdened. The things that he owed me, you couldn't be returned just because he said so, because Yi Xian wasn't willing to owe me you a favor. Yi Xian was a bit wary of that old man, and me you. Therefore, after leaving the filming, Yi Xian only rested for a few days before setting off again. The matters of the Maple Land, the Overgod battle ring, Luo's whereabouts, and leaving home made Yi Xian unable to rest even if he wanted to. Perhaps going to the mysterious lake to kill some divine beasts would be a form of relaxation. System, send me to the mysterious lake. Yi Xian gave an order to the system. The mysterious lake had a large number of divine beasts, and their levels were also very high. It was the best place for Yi Xian to train. Moreover, there was nothing else besides the divine beasts, so it was a good place for Yi Xian to have some peace. Sword Attendant Wan Sun, go and find the target. Yi Xian released Sword Attendant Wan Sun and prepared to search for the target this time. Sword Attendant Wan Sun did not have any other abilities, but its detection abilities were definitely very strong. Therefore, although this little thing was usually useless, sometimes it was the most suitable. Soon, Sword Attendant Wan Sun sent back a signal. Yi Xian finally found the target this time. When Yi Xian arrived at the target, he looked at the mounds in front of him in surprise. To be honest, he did not think too much about it because Sword Attendant Wan Sun's target was to find the divine beast with the lowest level. However, this time, what exactly did Sword Attendant Wan Sun find for Yi Xian? Ding! System notification, please take note. The special divine beast for detection is a social whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. Rat. Ding. System yes, the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat is a special divine beast. It usually moves in groups. The lowest level is the true god realm. The Rat King has the cultivation of a low-level divine lord. F*CK. It can't be Sword Attendant Wan Sun. This time, he created a huge problem for himself. A social divine beast was the most difficult divine beast to deal with. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook and a figure jumped out. Wasn't it a whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat? This guy probably just wanted to come up for some fresh air, but when he saw Yi Xian, he blinked his eyes. As for Yi Xian, he was also looking at the whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat. The two of them were less than 100 meters apart, so they were staring at each other. The wings of the gods gave Yi Xian the ability to hide, so Yi Xian could easily hide from the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat's divine sense. However, the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat also had a special ability to hide, so it successfully escaped from Yi Xian's divine sense. That was why such a scene had happened. Suddenly, Yi Xian moved. He quickly pulled out the god-slaying sword and slashed at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat also moved. The little guy first let out a sharp cry, then opened its mouth wide at Yi Xian. A strong suction force attacked Yi Xian. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat had actually activated its special ability. From its name, One could tell that one of the special abilities of this little guy was the word swallow. It could be said that although the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat was not very big, once it activated its ability, it could swallow anything 10,000 times its size. After the two of them met, there was only a brief moment of shock before they launched their attacks. Deicide slash. 7 rays of light rushed towards the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. Unexpectedly, the 7 rays of sword light were swallowed by the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. That's so strong. Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time his deicide slash had been neutralized. Furthermore, it had been neutralized by being swallowed. It could be said that Yi Xian was quite surprised. However, what happened next was interesting. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat was slightly stunned. Then it clutched its stomach and started rolling on the ground. You actually wanted to swallow the god-slaying sword's attack. Now you're reaping what you sowed. Yi Xian smirked. He looked at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat with disdain. Suddenly, beside Yi Xian, a sound that sounded like an explosion sounded out. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 23-21. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In an instant, Yi Xian was surrounded. Damn it! Yi Xian did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately rose into the sky. 135-7924-6810 GGD. However, the whirlwind sky-devouring rats would not let Yi Xian go so easily. They let out a unique cry and charged toward Yi Xian. Damn it! Die, all of you! This time, Yi Xian was caught off guard. He was not prepared at all. In the beginning, Yi Xian thought that he would have no problem coming over. However, he did not expect to be ambushed as soon as he arrived at the border of the whirlwind sky-devouring rat's territory. 1,000 beasts sword servants. Flower god sword servants. Come out! Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants and flower god sword servants. The battle began in an instant. Moreover, the moment it began, it became white hot. Boom, boom. It was as if the entire earth was shaking. It was as if both the sky and the ground were filled with battle. There were not many whirlwind sky-devouring rats, only a few dozen of them. However, there were more than 1,000 god-tier mounts and flower god sword servants. It could be said that if it was just quantity, then Yi Xian's side had the advantage. Unfortunately, the whirlwind sky-devouring rat's second ability was speed. These little guys were extremely fast. Dozens or even hundreds of god-tier mounts could not do anything to them. Their incredible speed, coupled with their sky-devouring ability, caused the god-tier mounts to suffer heavy losses. Wei Zhentian. With a thought, Yi Xian activated Wei Zhentian's treasure form. The first treasure form was the one that Yi Xian liked, Buzhou Mountain Seal. Buzhou Mountain was said to be the divine mountain that supported the world. Not only was it extremely tall, but it was also extremely large. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentian would transform into such a powerful treasure? Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have enough devouring points. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have used Buzhou Mountain Seal as a permanent treasure. Suppress. Yi Xian waved his hand, and a huge mountain appeared. The mountain was huge, but it kept shrinking as it fell. This was because he needed to adjust its density according to its target. The smaller the size of Mount Buzhou, the more powerful it would be. A loud rumble was heard as Mount Buzhou fell. In an instant, a huge mountain appeared in front of Yi Xian, and several whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were suppressed. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the mountain disappeared. However, at the same time that the Buzhou Mountain Seal disappeared, another phantom condensed in the sky and came crashing down. How could the whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat possibly withstand such a fierce attack. Therefore, in just a short exchange of blows, several whirlwind-spitting beasts were crushed to death by Yi Xian. When the phantom of Mount Buzhou summoned by the Buzhou mountain seal fell down, several spells would appear around it. Each spell had a special function. While weakening the target, it would also strengthen itself. Yi Xian just stood there, but every time he waved his hand, a huge mountain would come crashing down. He kept crushing the group of whirlwind, heaven-swallowing beasts. It could be said that as long as the whirlwind, heaven-swallowing beasts were a little slower, they would be crushed to death immediately. The fierce whirlwind, heaven-swallowing beasts were now jumping up and down under Yi Xian's attacks. Even if these guys could swallow things that were 10,000 times their size, the Phantom of Mount Buzhou was more than 10,000 times their size. Squeak, squeak, the whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rats were making a racket anxiously. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not understand what they were saying. At this time, Yi Xian finally had the time to check their cultivation levels. System: check the cultivation levels of these whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rats. Ding! System notification. Target's average level is mid-level true immortal. Holy shit! Yi Xian had always thought that these whirlwind, heaven-swallowing beasts in front of him should at least be high-level true immortals. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to be wrong this time. These guys' cultivation levels were actually so low. However, to be able to dodge Yi Xian's attacks with a cultivation level lower than Yi Xian's, these whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rats probably had something to be proud of. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a surge of fear in his heart. Almost instinctively, Yi Xian jumped up and left his original position. Boom! A gigantic, whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat emerged from the ground. This guy was actually more than 10 meters tall. Such a gigantic rat, not to mention anything else, just looking at it made one feel disgusted. Human, why did you massacre my people? The whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat said to Yi Xian as soon as it appeared. Finally, it met a guy who could talk. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. You said I massacred them? Why didn't you say they attacked me? Human, this is my clan's territory. You have trespassed on my territory. Do you think you are in the right? A rat actually dared to reason with Yi Xian? Although this rat was a divine rat, and a large one at that, was Yi Xian going to pay attention to it? Yi Xian held the Buzhou Mountain stamp in his left hand and the Godslayer in his right. He looked coolly at the large rat in front of him and said disdainfully, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Human, how dare you be so presumptuous in my clan's territory? Today, I will teach you a good lesson. Whirlwind, heaven-swallowing. Whirlwind, heaven-swallowing. What kind of mystique was this?" However, Yi Xian soon found out what this mystique was. The whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat king spat out a powerful gust of wind from its mouth. As soon as this gust of wind appeared, it swept toward Yi Xian. Everything in its path was immediately swallowed up. It didn't matter if it was mud, rocks, or even air. This whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat king was simply courting death by swallowing everything in front of Yi Xian. System: check target's level. Ding! System notification. Target is a third-grade Divine Lord. Third-grade Divine Lord. It seemed like there was a bit of pressure. Yi Xian's figure suddenly retreated, but he was thinking of a solution. System: fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. The 100 Destruction Divine Stone was a special resource that Yi Xian had obtained during the auction. With these 100 Destruction Divine Stones, Yi Xian could fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. Previously, Yi Xian had not fused with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants because he didn't need it. However, wasn't this the right time? Thousand Beast Feast, begin. Since he wanted to fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants, it would naturally take time. Therefore, the 1,000 beast sword servants and divine flower sword servants would go and stop the enemy first. Ding! Detected 100 destruction divine stone that can be used to fuse with the 100 destruction sword servants. Will the host use it all? Use it all. Of course, he had to use it all. What was the use of keeping these 100 destruction divine stones? Chapter 23-22. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. System notification. Beginning fusion. Ding. System notification. Fusion. 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. Special Ability Sword Attendant. This Sword Attendant can continuously level up through 100 Destruction Divine Stones of different attributes. 135-7924 6810 GGG Realm. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant belongs to the Incomparable Realm. Its realm is automatically bound to the host. When the host levels up, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Special Ability 1. 100 Destruction. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant can destroy any treasure, seal, illusion, talisman, space-time, and everything else. The prerequisite is to integrate the corresponding 100 Destruction Divine Stones, 1,000 Destruction Divine Stones, 10,000 Destruction Divine Stones, etc. Range. Currently, with the host as the center, within a radius of 1,000 meters. This range can be increased as the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Currently, with the activated ability, it can destroy all engulfment, part of illusions, and part of seals. Holy shit! Yi Xian was dumbfounded when he saw this attribute. This should be considered a support sword attendant. But wasn't this ability too powerful? It could destroy everything. What did this mean? If he could even break through time and space, then what else couldn't he break through? This guy, although only had one special ability, this special ability was not just a little bit overpowered. This meant that Yi Xian would be invincible in countless situations in the future. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that this guy seemed to be a brittle skin. He was in the same realm as Yi Xian. In other words, if Yi Xian did not level up, he would not level up. That was fine. The key was that he did not have any other abilities. Other than destruction, it was still destruction. Of course, just this one ability was enough to satisfy Yi Xian. 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant appeared. In an instant, the hurricane that was originally attacking Yi Xian disappeared without a trace. Useful. Really useful. However, Yi Xian could only keep this guy away after using it. After all, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant did not have the ability to revive, and its defense was very low. If he was not careful, he could be toyed with to death. Yi Xian did not want his hard-earned 100 Destruction Sword Attendant to be toyed with to death so quickly. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant was a sword attendant that could play a decisive role at a critical moment. System notification. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant is to the host. Please note, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant's cooldown is 3 days. Could only be summoned once every 3 days. It seemed that it was only to be used translation. Ding. System notification. Since the host possesses the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant, the host has automatically obtained a special layer of the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. All of the host's resistances have been increased. Please note, as the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant's level increases, the host's resistances will also continue to increase. Translation. Translation, 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 translation. Translation, 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 translation. At this moment, the whirlwind heaven-devouring Rat King was stunned. Human, you, how did you do it? Why did my attack disappear? Translation. Level, 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 level. In his eyes, Yi Xian did not do much. but the mystique he was so proud of had disappeared just like that. When had whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King ever seen such a strange situation? But regardless of whether he had seen it or not, the truth was the truth. His attack had been neutralized. Yi Xian originally didn't know that the 100 Destruction Sword attendant had a cooldown, which was why he put him away so quickly. But now, since the 100 Destruction Sword attendant had been recalled, Yi Xian would not be able to summon him for 3 days. Therefore, Yi Xian would not give Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King a chance to launch his attack. Deity Slaying Slash. 7 rays of light exploded. At the same time, the Buzhou Mountain seal in Yi Xian's hand flashed, and a huge mountain fell towards Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King. Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King was still in a daze. He had not completely recovered from the sudden disappearance of his ultimate mystique. Therefore, Yi Xian's sudden attack had caught him off guard. Damned human, how dare you sneak attack me? Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King was furious. This human had been challenging his authority from the start. Therefore, he had to kill this human no matter what. Of course, Yi Xian was also thinking the same thing. After all, this whirlwind heaven-swallowing Rat King was incomparably powerful. If Yi Xian didn't immediately kill him, then once he reacted, even if Yi Xian was able to escape, he would definitely be in an extremely miserable state. Cut the crap. Go to hell. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly charged towards the whirlwind sky-swallowing Rat King. The god-slaying sword in his hand continuously attacked, and the Buzhou Mountain seal also didn't stop attacking. Perhaps the Buzhou Mountain seal couldn't truly threaten the whirlwind Rat King, but it could still be of great use. Even whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King could not ignore the attacks of the Buzhou Mountain seal. Slash, slash, slash. Yi Xian swung the God Slayer again and again, sending out deicide slashes one after another. It could be said that facing whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King, he had activated the tenfold critical hit effect of the God Slayer. This meant that every time Yi Xian attacked, it would be tenfold critical hit. However, even if it was 10 times the critical hit, it couldn't do much damage to that guy. Instead, it provoked whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King into a berserk state. Human, I want you dead. I want you dead. Whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King's eyes were glowing red. Clearly, he hated Yi Xian immensely. Suddenly, he opened his huge mouth. A black ball was spat out from his mouth. Human, enjoy this. I'll let you have a taste of my whirlwind sky-devouring rat tribe's innate mystique, endless devouring. The terrifying suction force made Yi Xian feel like he could not control himself. Even his divine consciousness felt like it was being swallowed by the black ball. The most important thing was that the devouring was actually only aimed at Yi Xian. Even the surrounding plants and rocks weren't affected in the slightest. In other words, the ball's devouring force was targeted. Damn it, Yi Xian was shocked. Yi Xian abruptly stabbed the god's slaying sword into the ground, then tightly gripped it. What should I do? If I don't explode now, Yi Xian will be sucked into an unknown space by the black ball. Yi Xian's mind raced. He even regretted recalling the sword Chamberlain of 100 Destruction so quickly. However, slowly, Yi Xian realized that the devouring force was getting smaller and smaller. Could it be that whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King had given up? No, judging from the whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King's frenzied appearance, he had not given up. Then what was going on now? Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility, and that was resistance. Yi Xian's resistance to devouring was the highest. In that case, wouldn't it mean that it was the resistance that was working to cancel out the devouring power of the Black Sphere? Chapter 23:23. As time passed, Yi Xian could clearly feel the devouring power diminishing. To be more precise, it wasn't the whirlwind sky-devouring rat king's attack that was weakening, but the effect of the devouring power on Yi Xian was weakening. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. That feeling was like being in an ice cellar. It was very cold at the start, but you kept putting on more clothes. That way, you wouldn't be afraid of the cold anymore. Furthermore, even the whirlwind sky-devouring rat king could see that a faint black light had appeared around Yi Xian's body. That light was constantly counteracting the devouring power. Towards the end, Yi Xian was even able to move freely. Impossible. Human, how did you do it? No one can resist my devouring power. How did you do it? The whirlwind sky-devouring rat king's face was filled with shock. He couldn't understand how Yi Xian could counteract the devouring power. Of course, perhaps he would never understand, because he didn't have the chance to. After slowly adapting to the devouring power, Yi Xian launched another attack. The god-slaying sword and the Buzhou mountain seal took turns to attack. Although the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat king was an inferior third-grade divine, lord-level divine beast, it was impossible for him to withstand Yi Xian's berserk attacks that were guaranteed to explode with every strike. Boom! Another sword slashed out. This time, the whirlwind sky-devouring rat king couldn't hold on any longer. He was sent flying by Yi Xian's sword. Damn it, human, I'll spare your life today. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The whirlwind sky-devouring rat king said angrily to Yi Xian as he tried to escape. But now he wanted to escape. It was too late. God-slaying slash. Divine talisman attack. Restriction attack. Buzhou mountain seal. Yi Xian didn't hold back in the slightest. He immediately unleashed his strongest attack. In an instant, the phantom image of Mount Buzhou appeared in the sky, and the attack of the divine talisman appeared at the same time. On the ground, Yi Xian also swung the God Slayer and threw out one restriction after another. No, damned human, you can't do this to me. The whirlwind heaven-devouring rat king howled as it tried to escape. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. Boom! The phantom of Mount Buzhou smashed down. At the same time, the talisman's restrictions and deity slaying slash arrived. The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat's cries came to an abrupt end. It had actually been killed by Yi Xian's consecutive attacks. Ding! The host has killed the whirlwind heaven-devouring rat king and obtained a drop of golden blood. Devour! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian devoured the whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat king and the other whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats he had killed. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now at upper grade 9 True God Realm. Upper grade 9 True God Realm. In other words, as long as Yi Xian killed another Divine Lord Realm Divine Beast, he would be able to advance to the Divine Lord Realm. Once he advanced to the Divine Lord Realm, Yi Xian would also be able to master a nomological attack technique. Continue to kill. Yi Xian decisively made a decision. He would continue to fight and kill another divine beast. Sword Attendant Wanshuan was summoned by Yi Xian once again. He immediately searched for a suitable target in the distance. Of course, Yi Xian could not act immediately. He waited for 3 days because 3 days was just enough time to remove the cooldowns of the Sword Attendant 100 Destruction, Sword Attendant 1000 Beasts, and Sword Attendant Deity Blossom. 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the territory of another divine beast. This was a strange divine beast that looked a little like a tortoise but had the head of a divine dragon. This divine beast was very lazy. When Sword Attendant Wanshuan found him, he was lying on the ground. 3 days later, when Yi Xian came to find trouble with him, he was still lying there, motionless. System: detect what kind of divine beast this is. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System notification. Target is a land dragon turtle. Ding. System notification. Land dragon turtles are descendants of the ancient dragon turtle. They have many bloodlines. Although they are collectively called land dragon turtles, they have different strengths. Ding. System notification. Target is a lower grade first divine, Lord Realm divine beast. Special ability, defense. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Special ability, defense? What did this mean? System. How do you explain the land dragon turtle's special ability? Ding. System notification. Some land dragon turtles have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful attack power. Some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful physique, and some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. Ding. The land dragon turtle that the host is facing has inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. It is immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord realm. What? Immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord realm. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Although he had just leveled up, he was only at the peak True God realm. This guy was immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord realm. Didn't that mean that even if the land dragon turtle lay there and allowed Yi Xian to hit it, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hurt it at all? How could there be such a crazy ability? How was Yi Xian going to deal with this guy? I don't believe it. My deity vanquishing / has a chance of triggering the one-hit kill effect. Can it do anything to this guy? Yi Xian didn't believe that he couldn't do anything to the land dragon turtle, so he directly launched an attack. The land dragon turtle glanced at Yi Xian from the corner of its eyes and actually didn't even bother to move. It allowed Yi Xian to continuously attack it. However, the land dragon turtle didn't even move from its crouching position, let alone defend against it. Ding. Host's attack has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Ding. Land dragon turtle's special attribute has been activated. The effect has been weakened. Yi Xian's attack had finally triggered the one-hit kill effect, but it had been weakened. What looked like an extremely powerful attack only left a faint white mark on the land dragon turtle's shell. Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he immediately retreated to the side. He had to admit defeat. This guy's defensive power was really freakishly strong. No matter how Yi Xian attacked it, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to it, even if he triggered the one-hit kill effect. So what other ways did Yi Xian have to deal with this guy? There was no other way. Yi Xian didn't have any other way to deal with this land dragon turtle. She calculated the time and realized that the filming should be over soon. Because Yi Xian had used his connection with me, Yan, he was able to complete the transaction in advance. However, everyone else had to wait until the auction was over before they could bid for their items. This was an auction organized by the Divine Master, so no one dared to be presumptuous. Naturally, no one was worried about being robbed. Why did Yi Xian care about the time of the auction? Actually, he was more concerned about the mysterious person who destroyed the organization. That person was very strong. It could be said that Yi Xian wasn't his match at all. Chapter 23-24. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian had always been worried about the whereabouts of the Annihilation Organization in the Maple region. Now that the mysterious man had appeared, Yi Xian naturally had to follow him to find out. 135-7924, 6810 GGD, the ancient beast-trapping formation, was still in Yi Xian's hands, but Yi Xian dared not act rashly. After all, no one knew whether the ancient beast-trapping formation had successfully controlled the ancient soul-devouring demon emperor. If it had not, then Once Yi Xian was released, it would definitely be a catastrophe. What should he do? Now that Yi Xian was going to track down the mysterious man, not to mention whether Yi Xian would be able to avoid detection with his strength, even if he had not been detected and successfully found the hiding place of the Annihilation Organization, Yi Xian would not be able to do anything to him. But could he just let the mysterious man leave? After hesitating for a long time, Yi Xian could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that he had no other choice but to give up now. He had better look for another divine beast and upgrade to the Divine Lord realm. However, Yi Xian did not know that while he wanted to find trouble with the mysterious man also wanted to find trouble with Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have to worry that the mysterious man would leave so soon. Before he took the ancient beast-trapping formation from Yi Xian, the mysterious man would not leave. After all, the ancient soul-devouring demon emperor in Yi Xian's hands was too important for the Annihilation Organization. After making up his mind, Yi Xian quickly looked for another target. There was no shortage of divine beasts around the mysterious lake. So soon, Yi Xian found a new target. System: detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding! System notification. Detection successful. Beak beast. Lower class divine Lord Realm. Another low-level 3rd grade divine Lord Realm divine beast. In that case, Yi Xian wanted to see just what was so special about this low-level 3rd grade divine Lord Realm divine beast. System: continue to detect his attributes. Ding! System notification. Detection successful. Beak beast. Special ability: 1 strike kill. The sickle beak beast has a powerful attack power. Its 2 arms are like 2 sharp sickles. Once it launches an attack, the power is incomparably strong. Ding! The sickle beak beast's 2nd special ability: shriek. The mouth of the sickle beasts is like a trumpet, able to amplify its voice and unleash a berserk attack power. It also has the ability to capture one's soul. Yi Xian nodded. He now had a basic understanding of the sickle beasts. Without hesitation, he summoned the 1,000 beasts sword servants and defoliated sword servants to surround the sickle beak beast. Suddenly, before Yi Xian could give the order to attack, the sickle beasts attacked first. It turned out that the sickle beak beast had a strong sense of territory. Once any enemy stepped into its territory, it would attack without hesitation. The sickle beak beast suddenly accelerated and charged forward. Its arms were as sharp as sickles and had countless serrated teeth. Puchi! Puchi! With a series of sounds, the sickle beak beast killed more than a dozen divine beast mounts with a single charge. Moreover, the sickle beak beast was extremely fast. After one attack, another attack followed. 1,000 Beasts Feast. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately activated the 1,000 Beasts Feast, hoping to strengthen the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. Even so, the sickle beak beast continued to wreak havoc among the divine beast mounts. Boom! With another charge, the berserk strength of the sickle beak beast actually split a large mountain in half. This sickle beak beast attack power was not ordinary. Surrounded by the 1,000 beast sword servants and divine beast mounts, and with the defoliated sword servant support, it could still unleash such powerful destructive power. Spiritual control. Yi Xian knew very well that if this sickle beak beast was allowed to wreak havoc, all the divine beast mounts would be slowly wiped out. Therefore, Yi Xian could not give this sickle beak beast any space to charge. Fortunately, the sickle beak beast's intelligence was only average. In other words, even if its cultivation base was higher than Yi Xian's spiritual control would still be able to affect it to a certain extent. Indeed, as soon as Yi Xian activated his spiritual control, the sickle beak beast's speed dropped significantly, and it even paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the divine beast mounts all pounced forward. This time, Yi Xian had summoned more than 300 platinum divine beast mounts, as well as more than 20 purple gold divine beast mounts. This could be considered an explosion of summons. Therefore, once the sickle-beak beast was surrounded by god-tier mounts, its charging space would be reduced, and its power would be greatly reduced. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the sickle-beak beast would break free from the suppression of spiritual control before the divine beast mounts could successfully surround it. No, I can't let it continue to charge. I have to surround it. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. System, use resources to exchange for the success rate of spiritual control. I have to suppress that guy. Ding. Exchange successful. In an instant, the power of spiritual control that Yi Xian released was strengthened once again. However, the gap between the realms was too great. Moreover, there was still a limit between the true God realm and the God Lord realm. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had unleashed the full potential of spiritual control, he could only barely suppress the sickle-beak beast. It was impossible to truly control it. Of course, this was already enough. With Yi Xian's help, the divine beast mounts all rushed forward and completely surrounded the sickle-beak beast, preventing it from using its sickle-beak beast's charge ability. However, this was already enough. All of you, attack together and kill it. Following Yi Xian's command, the divine beast mounts launched a frenzied attack. In the sky, on the ground, and even underground, there were divine beast mounts appearing continuously and launching rapid attacks. Yi Xian himself was not idle either. With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhentian sent the God-Slayer flying. Yi Xian stood proudly in midair. He watched as the sickle-beak beast was surrounded and beaten. Wanting to fight Yi Xian in close combat? Wishful thinking. A God Lord divine beast just had to fight Yi Xian in close combat. Wasn't that just asking to be beaten up? Roar! The sickle-beak beast launched its sound attack, but it was too late. Although several divine beast mounts were sent flying, even more divine beast mounts were waiting to fill in the gaps. The pitiful sickle-beak beast would never have dreamed that he would lose in close combat, that it would be beaten to death in such a miserable manner. Devourer! After Yi Xian recalled the 1,000 beast sword servants and the petal god sword servants, he immediately activated his devouring ability. Ding! Host has killed the sickle-beak beast. Obtained 1 drop of golden blood. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a first-grade low-level godlord. Chapter 23-25. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. Nomological laws are being randomly selected. Ding. System notification. According to the host's attributes, the devouring nomological laws have been automatically selected. Ding. Host, please take note. The host's devouring ability has been strengthened. From now on, the host can not only use devouring to level up, but also to kill enemies. 135-7924 6810 GGD. Ding. System notification. The host's current nomological powers are too low. It is recommended that the host quickly level up or obtain more devouring nomological laws to strengthen the power of the nomological laws. Ding. The host's domain space has begun construction. The host's current realm is insufficient and cannot complete. Ding. The host's myriad sovereign bloodline special skill 3 has been activated. Lock on to devouring. Lock on to devouring. The host can focus his devouring ability to destroy a specific target. This skill can be controlled from a distance and cause continuous damage. At the same time, this skill can be used together with the Eternal Domain. Ding. The host does not have enough Eternal points to activate the skill. Ding. The host has been promoted to the Lord Realm. The Eternal Bloodline special attribute has been activated. Force Devouring. The host can forcibly devour any nomological powers for his own use. At the same time, he can also collect nomological fragments and nomological powers. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Forced devouring has a certain risk of backlash. Please select the target before using it. Ding. A new system notification has been activated. From now on, the system will automatically analyze the nomological powers that the host is facing to see if they can be devoured. The long series of system notifications made Yi Xian understand one thing. That was, he was about to start a new chapter in his life. The battle of the laws would definitely be more thrilling than the previous battles. However, no matter what, this upgrade had greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. Just the eternal bloodline alone had unlocked 2 new abilities. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This was a smile he could not help but reveal. The Annihilation Organization. It's time for you to pay the price. The Annihilation Organization was a mysterious organization that Yi Xian had encountered the moment he arrived in the realm of the gods. Previously, they had been causing trouble for Yi Xian. This time, it was Yi Xian's turn to cause trouble for them. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. The sect system has been repaired. As the host has been promoted to the Lord Realm and Lord Realm, from now on, the host can rely on the sect system to build his own strength. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly gave him another notification. Of course, Yi Xian would not mind such a prompt. Even if there were 10 more, Yi Xian would not be satisfied. However, it was clear that the benefits of advancing to the Divine Lord Realm had all been given out, so Yi Xian did not continue to receive any more notifications. System, send me back to the Kunlun realm. It's time to find that mysterious man. It could be said that even now, Yi Xian was no match for the mysterious man. However, Yi Xian would not let go of this opportunity. From now on, he would take the initiative to find trouble with the Annihilation Organization. After Yi Xian returned to the Kunlun realm, he teleported to the God Lord Palace through the Kunlun realm and started searching for the whereabouts of the mysterious man. Of course, the mysterious person who destroyed the organization was also looking for Yi Xian. His main goal this time was the ancient beast trapping formation. Who would have thought that it would be snatched away by Yi Xian? Therefore, this guy was prepared to snatch it back from Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he could not find Yi Xian's whereabouts no matter how hard he tried. Although the Annihilation Organization was strong, they did not have much power in the Kunlun realm. He did not have the ability to check on Yi Xian's information. After searching for a while, the mysterious person could not find Yi Xian's whereabouts. Therefore, he could only leave helplessly. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had been secretly watching him. As for Sword Attendant Wanshuan, he was less than 1,000 meters away from him at all times. Of course, Sword Attendant Wanshuan was so small that he would not attract the attention of others. Even if he was seen occasionally, he would be treated as a sex toy. Yi Xian followed behind the mysterious person from a distance. Of course, he was also prepared to escape at any time. After all, if they really fought, Yi Xian was no match for this mysterious person. Fortunately, the mysterious person did not discover Yi Xian. In fact, he did not even discover Sword Attendant Wanshuan. This guy could be considered to be more vigilant. He took a big detour before returning to the Maple region. Unfortunately, Yi Xian knew where his destination was from the beginning. Therefore, he waited at the teleportation portal of the Maple region. No matter how he took a detour, he could not escape from Yi Xian's grasp. By the time the mysterious person came out of the teleportation portal, Yi Xian had already discovered him. Continuing to follow, Yi Xian found the secret realm not long after. To be honest, If this mysterious person did not lead the way, Yi Xian would not have discovered the Annihilation Organization's secret realm. It was a huge mountain, a barren mountain. There was not even a single plant on it, let alone divine beasts. In the middle of the mountain was a lake filled with poisonous gas. The entrance to the secret realm was at the bottom of the lake. Moreover, it was set up with layers of restrictions. It could be said that if Yi Xian was not also a restriction grandmaster, even if he discovered it, he would not be able to enter at all. However, even so, Yi Xian did not dare to enter rashly. After all, this was the base of the Annihilation Organization. If Yi Xian entered so easily, he would definitely be in trouble. Of course, this was not a problem for Yi Xian at all. Wasn't the Leaf family an ancient aristocratic family? Weren't they powerful? Then, let them open the way for him. The Leaf family was a super big family. Naturally, they had many affiliated families. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was impossible for him to provoke the Leaf family. However, those affiliated families had nothing to worry about. The Blood Cloud sect was one of the affiliated sects of the Leaf family. At the same time, the Blood Cloud sect was also a big family. Almost the entire Blood Cloud city belonged to them. The Blood Cloud sect was not too far away from the Maple region. Therefore, Yi Xian set his sights on the Blood Cloud sect. Have you remembered everything I've told you? Yi Xian specially made a set of special clothes and wrapped himself up tightly. At the same time, he directly controlled a disciple of the Blood Cloud sect with his spiritual sense and gave him an ancient resource. At the same time, he also gave him 2 maps and some information about the location of the Annihilation Organization. The plan was very simple. Yi Xian just wanted news about the appearance of an ancient secret treasure. Moreover, it was not just one, but many. This disciple of the Blood Cloud sect had been infected by the poisonous gas that Yi Xian specially used from the lake where the Annihilation Organization was located. After he sent the message, there would only be one result. How could this disciple of the Blood Cloud sect, who was controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual sense, resist? By the time he woke up, he would already be dead. Yi Xian stood quietly in a tea house, waiting for the message to be sent back. That disciple of the Blood Cloud sect had been made very miserable by Yi Xian. After all, one had to go all out to put on a show. Chapter 23-26. Quickly bring me to see the elder. That Snow Cloud sect disciple shouted urgently. 135-7924-6810 JGD. Senior brother, what happened to you? How did you suffer such heavy injuries? Quick, no more nonsense. Quickly bring me to see the elder. As he spoke, that Blood Cloud sect disciple even spat out a mouthful of black blood. His junior brother naturally did not dare to tarry, as he directly supported him and rushed into the great hall. At this moment, the Blood Cloud sect's Grand Elder had already arrived. How did you end up like this? The Grand Elder quickly came to the side of that Blood Cloud sect disciple, preparing to treat his injuries. However, that disciple would not agree at all, as he directly took out a resource from his spatial ring. Grand Elder, I accidentally entered a mysterious place. This is the resource I obtained there. However, the poisonous chi there is confusing. Also, it seems that someone discovered it first. This disciple is useless, only being able to obtain this resource. Also, this is a map of that place. This disciple had originally prepared 2 copies, but one of them was lost in the city. As that disciple finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of black blood, directly dying on the spot. How could that Grand Elder still be in the mood to care about that disciple now? He was completely attracted by the resource that the disciple had brought back. This is the Wutong Divine Stone that can only be produced in ancient secret realms. Heavens, it's actually the Wutong Divine Stone. Quickly gather all the elders and have all the disciples return to the sect. Also, search the entire city. We must not let the other map be taken away by anyone. Very quickly, the entire Blood Cloud sect entered a state of anxiety. At this time, Yi Xian's plan could already be said to have succeeded. Groups of Blood Cloud sect disciples searched the city unceasingly. Unfortunately, apart from letting everyone in Blood Cloud City know about the map, it was completely useless. Yi Xian had plenty of maps. Very quickly, map after map rapidly appeared in Blood Cloud City. While those of the Blood Cloud sect were searching without restraint, it was completely useless. Chief, we can't wait any longer. We must act now. Once someone takes the initiative, the treasure will be taken away by others. That's right, Chief. According to that disciple's report, that place has already been discovered. If we still don't act, I'm afraid that there won't be anything left. This is the ancient mystery dimension. A group of elders surrounded the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, incomparably excited. Of course I know, but the news from the Leaf family hasn't arrived yet. What do you mean by leaving home or not? Chief, what have our Blood Cloud clan obtained from leaving home for so long? Now that the ancient mystery land has appeared, if we still hesitate, we will never have the chance to grow stronger. Good. Inform the disciples to move out. Follow the directions on the map and kill them. The chief of the Blood Cloud clan finally made up his mind. However, the news had already spread. Map after map was sent back to the various forces. Yi Xian had originally only wanted to create some chaos so that the Blood Cloud clan would make their move sooner. Unexpectedly, however, it had actually caused several powers to simultaneously rush towards the location of the extermination organization. Of course, Yi Xian would not miss this feast of slaughter. Therefore, Yi Xian and Xian Yi mingled in the crowd and headed towards the Annihilation Organization. The people of the Annihilation Organization would never have thought that their secret base would actually be discovered by others. Moreover, those who had gone there at the beginning were only loose cultivators with average strength. Therefore, they had directly dealt with them as they had done before. However, apart from strengthening the confidence of the Blood Cloud clan and the other forces, it had no other use at all. Therefore, war was inevitable. This was the headquarters of the Annihilation Organization. They could not easily give it up. Even if they wanted to give it up, they had to at least transport the resources they had collected here away. It was a pity that they could not. The people of the Blood Cloud clan had been schemed against by Yi Xian right from the start. The moment they appeared, they had brought a large number of people with them. The disciples of the Annihilation Organization had tried to rush out several times, but their intelligence had been destroyed. After being killed, their resources had been exposed, which had only further aroused the battle intent of the Blood Cloud clan. Yi Xian was calm and unruffled in the crowd. Occasionally, he would kill a few disciples of the Blood Cloud clan or the Annihilation Organization. No one would notice him. No one would know that this was all part of a well-planned scheme. The Annihilation Organization had already been suppressed by the people sent by Mi Yan once. Naturally, they would think that the people sent to annihilate them this time. The Blood Cloud clan, on the other hand, felt that the Annihilation Organization had already obtained the treasures and would naturally not tell the truth. Therefore, the two forces did not even bother to explain to each other. The war lasted for several months. Almost every day, the Blood Cloud clan would organize people to attack. The Annihilation Organization would naturally defend. The Annihilation Organization had plundered so many resources. Therefore, even ordinary disciples would have a lot of resources on them. Killing a disciple of the Annihilation Organization would undoubtedly earn them a lot. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is 2nd grade, lower true god. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had advanced by another level. After all, Yi Xian would naturally not waste the spatial rings of those who had been killed by Yi Xian. Therefore, after slowly accumulating, Yi Xian had actually advanced by a level. At this time, the war between the Blood Cloud clan and the Annihilation Organization could be said to be white-hot. The Blood Cloud clan had already discovered the entrance to the secret realm and was certain that it was the ancient secret realm. The Annihilation Organization would naturally not allow the Blood Cloud clan to enter. After all, they were an organization that could not be exposed to the light. Therefore, they could only fight. During this period of time, the total number of casualties on both sides was probably in the tens of thousands. However, the war still showed no signs of stopping. Yi Xian had been waiting for that mysterious person to come out and fight the chief of the Blood Cloud clan. Unfortunately, that mysterious person was like a coward, not coming out no matter what. However, Yi Xian naturally did not mind. Even if it took a few more months or even a few more years, Yi Xian would not mind. It was fine as long as they could annihilate the Annihilation Organization. Besides, after all, Yi Xian could also train. As time passed, that mysterious person finally could not hide any longer and directly rushed out with his people. Blood Cloud clan, don't push us too far. We have already said that this is the base of our clan, not some ancient secret realm. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? Ha! You say that this is the base of your clan? Sure. Then, how about letting us in to take a look? Both sides drew their swords, but did not know that Yi Xian had already stealthily moved towards the base of the Annihilation Organization from another location. These restrictions were of no threat to Yi Xian at all. In fact, Yi Xian would even add various concealment restrictions on top of the original restrictions. At this time, the elites of the Annihilation Organization were all outside competing with the Blood Cloud clan. This was the best time for Yi Xian to sneak in. The concealment function of the Wings of the Gods had already been activated. Chapter 23-27. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian advanced stealthily without any hindrance. However, it was only after he entered that he realized how big the secret territory of Annihilation was. Yi Xian first entered a barren land. If not for the fact that he occasionally bumped into a few disciples of Annihilation, Yi Xian would have suspected that there was nothing here. However, as he ventured deeper, he finally arrived at the core of Annihilation's stronghold. 135-7924-6810 GKG. This was a place made up of tens of thousands of palaces. Furthermore, each palace was cultivated independently in the void. They were only connected by pontoon bridges. Furthermore, each of these palaces was protected by a special restriction. Furthermore, most of the palaces had guardian mythical beasts. Of course, the mythical beasts used by Annihilation were all demon gods. It was only now that Yi Xian understood why Annihilation kept resurrecting demon gods. Their fundamental purpose was to use them as their guardian demon gods. Fortunately, most of the disciples of Annihilation had already left. Therefore, even if Yi Xian sneaked in, he would not be discovered. At this point, Yi Xian had already found a disciple of Annihilation. This person's cultivation level was at the upper grade 9 True God realm. He could be considered to have a higher cultivation level among the disciples who stayed behind. Yi Xian stealthily approached that person. However, the moment he approached, that person discovered him. "Who's there? Who's there?" The disciple suddenly looked in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian had used the concealment function of the Wings of the Gods. Logically speaking, It should have been impossible for Annihilation to discover him. However, someone had discovered him. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Either there was a special detection restriction here, or this disciple of Annihilation had some kind of detection ability. However, regardless of the reason, Yi Xian did not care. Since this person had discovered him, Yi Xian did not hesitate. Spiritual control. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully controlling the target. This guy's cultivation level was lower than Yi Xian's, and he was scheming against Yi Xian. So how could Yi Xian resist? Tell me the situation here. Tell me everything you know. Yes, master. The disciple that was controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual sense didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly told Yi Xian everything he knew. It turned out that every palace here had a special restriction. These restrictions protected these palaces, and some could even communicate with the guardian demon gods. Every Annihilation stronghold had a very important place. Fey God's Temple, Skill Imparting Hall, Treasure Hall, Divine Ability Hall, and Punishment Hall. The Wuji Palace was the core of the Annihilation organization. The Treasure Hall was naturally where the treasures were stored. The Supernatural Powers Hall was where the Annihilation organization stored their supernatural powers. These two places were the most heavily guarded. Even the upper-class True God disciple controlled by Yi Xian was not qualified to enter. Next were the Skill Imparting Hall and Punishment Hall. Their functions were similar, and they were both places where supernatural powers were imparted. However, one was a place where learning was allowed, while the other was only allowed to learn if one had made a contribution. Furthermore, if one made a mistake, one would be punished in the Punishment Hall. These two places were heavily guarded because a large number of disciples gathered at any time, and the protective restrictions were very strong. As for the Fey God's Temple, nominally, it was the easiest place to defend, but in reality, it was the most dangerous place. The resurrected Fey gods of the Annihilation organization would gather here to be tamed. Not all of these Yao gods would be so obedient, so it was inevitable that they would be tamed. The ancient Fey gods had always been the Annihilation organization's biggest helper, and also its strongest fighter. Different ancient Fey gods had different supernatural powers, so naturally, there were differences in their combat strength. Some ancient Fey gods even had special supernatural powers, so they were extremely dangerous. The Annihilation organization used a very special method to tame these ancient Fey gods. At the same time, they would also modify them and turn them into their most powerful trump cards. One could imagine how dangerous the Fey God Temple was. The 5 great halls were the core of the Annihilation organization. However, other than the 5 great halls, there were also some special halls. For example, the Totem Divine Beast Hall was specially used to imprison the Totem Divine Beasts. The Blood Sacrifice Slave Hall was used to imprison people who were captured by the Annihilation organization and were prepared to be used as blood sacrifices at any time. Wait a minute! Yi Xian only needed to listen to these introductions to know that the Annihilation organization was extraordinarily strict. After learning the information he wanted from this disciple, Yi Xian killed him casually. Then, he continued to move forward. Of course, this time, Yi Xian already had a clear plan and a clear roadmap in mind. After all, this disciple was only an upper-class true god, so he did not have a comprehensive understanding of the base. There were also some places that this disciple did not even know what to do. As for these mysterious areas, Yi Xian put them last. His first target now was the Annihilation organization's Treasure Hall. This was because Yi Xian was very clear that as long as he could loot the Annihilation organization's Treasure Hall, he would make a huge profit. At the same time, he could also deal a heavy blow to the Annihilation organization's stronghold. With a target in mind, Yi Xian naturally would not stop. In an instant, he rushed out. Along the way, he avoided all the dangerous halls and the Annihilation Organization's disciples. Under the watchful eyes of countless enemies, Yi Xian directly arrived at the treasure hall. Is this the Annihilation Organization's treasure hall? There doesn't seem to be any danger. Yi Xian said indifferently. This was because he had already arrived outside the treasure hall. However, he did not expect to encounter danger as soon as he stepped in. He saw that the sculptures, which were originally just for decoration, had all come to life. Moreover, the moment these guys woke up, they launched a frenzied attack on Yi Xian. Damn it! These damn things have no vitality at all. They are all puppets. Yi Xian was quite depressed. It was only when these things attacked him that he realized that they were all puppets. Ding! System notification. The host has entered a special space, the puppet domain. Please be careful. The puppet domain was a protective domain set up by special means. In this domain, all the puppets had the special effect of being immortal and indestructible. Even if they were completely crushed, they would be reborn. The way to break it was to destroy the restriction core. System, search for the restriction core here. Yi Xian directly ordered the system. After all, it would be difficult for him to find it himself. The Annihilation Organization's disciples had turned all the untamed ancient demon gods, as well as the powerhouses who had been captured from the outside, into puppets. These puppets had extremely strong offensive instincts. As long as they detected that someone who did not have a peer token or was not a disciple of the Annihilation Organization had intruded, they would fight to the death.
Chapter 2183. Of course, the wings were secondary. The key was Fian's strength. She actually broke through to the peak of the heavenly god realm in one go. She directly surpassed Yi Xian. Yi Xian could be considered to have thoroughly experienced what was called opportunity. This was called opportunity. In the fifth palace, he often obtained some treasures, but his cultivation had only just reached the peak of the intermediate heavenly god realm. However, in the blink of an eye, Fian directly advanced to the peak of the upper-level heavenly god realm. This speed of advancement was simply even crazier than Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was still happy for Fian's advancement. After continuing to chat with Fian for a while, Yi Xian received Wang Tianjin's voice transmission. It turned out that Master's wife had come out of seclusion early. She found that Wang Tianjin was not here and was currently angry. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This time, there would be a good show to watch when he went back. Hee hee girl, you stay here and cultivate well. I'll go back first. Yes, young master. Fian nodded. Only after sending Yi Xian off did she turn around and go back. Yi Xian and quickly found Wang Tianjin. At this time, Wang Tianjin's face was not looking good. It's over. It's over. Yi Xian, it's over. This time, I'll definitely be punished. Why did mother come out of seclusion early? I'm dead for sure. Haha, senior brother Wang, when you came out, I reminded you. You disloyal fellow, do you really want to see me make a fool of myself? Humph, that's right. Why don't we just say that I'm here to accompany you and you're here to take a look at Mo Shang's training camp? Hee hee. Senior brother, I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that Master's wife still won't let you off. Ah, then what should I do? Yi Xian, junior brother Yi, quickly help me think of a way. Don't look at me. I have no way anyway. Yi Xian shrugged. This action was something he had learned from Wang Tianjin. You're such a boring guy. It's over. It's really over this time. Even if Yi Xian had a solution, he naturally wouldn't help him. This guy had never been willing to focus on cultivation. Although this wasn't a bad thing, the god realm was filled with danger. Let's not talk about the distant future. Let's talk about the Lingbo Lake. Sooner or later, the matter would blow up. If he really encountered danger one day, Wang Tianjin wouldn't be able to survive without any means of defense. Therefore, Yi Xian was actually very supportive of his master's wife controlling Wang Tian. After returning to the fifth palace, as expected, Wang Tianjin was dragged out for the test. But surprisingly, Yi Xian was also dragged out. However, The person who pulled him back was not his master's wife, but his master. "Master, where are you taking me?" Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Usually, this master of his would not bother with such matters. What was going on today? "Aya, hurry up. If you're late, you'll be in trouble." Yi Xian had no choice but to run after his master. But when Yi Xian arrived, he found that there were already many disciples there. And it seemed that they were all waiting for him. Yi Xian, I thought you were going to give up this opportunity. Luckily, you arrived on time." Yi Xian's name was quite well known in the Mo Shang Pavilion. Mo Shang Training Camp, first place on the genius ranking. The moment he arrived, the 9 great palaces fought over him. In just half a year, he had risen several levels. It could be said that anything that happened when Yi Xian sat down was shocking. Therefore, even if Yi Xian did not want to be famous, it would be difficult. "Greetings, Uncle Master." All right, I won't say any more nonsense. I don't have much confidence in which mystic realm you're going to this time. Now, take out your battlefield teleportation talismans. You must remember that you're going to the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. Although there are countless opportunities there are also countless dangers. Therefore, no matter which one of you is there, once you meet your companions, you must stick together. In the battlefield of the gods, no sect can interfere. Therefore, fighting is inevitable. Do you understand? Battlefield of the gods? What's that? Yi Xian was momentarily unable to react. Fortunately, his master reminded him in time. It turned out that when Yi Xian had just joined the sect, an elder had given him something that seemed like a teleportation talisman, and it was the proof of passage to the battlefield of the gods. After every single battle between the over-gods, it was unavoidable that many treasures would be left behind on the battlefield. So, under the tacit agreement of the over-gods on both sides, such a trial was held. Of course, only those below the domain enlightened spirit god realm could enter, and they would be responsible for everything after they entered. Whether they lived or died, or whether they were able to obtain any fortuitous encounters, all depended on their own luck. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he found out about the situation. The battlefield of the gods. It's actually the battlefield of the gods. Even if he was only at the heavenly god realm and could only enter the outer battlefield, it was absolutely a rare opportunity. All right, all of you take care of yourselves. The battlefield has been opened, and all of you can enter. Along with these words, all of them crushed their battlefield teleportation talismans. To be honest, these things were very difficult to obtain, and they could only be bestowed by the over-gods. Even though there seemed to be over 100 people in possession of these teleportation talismans, there would definitely be hundreds of thousands of people entering if all the organizations from the over-gods worlds were included. However, the battlefield of the over-gods was extremely vast, and these hundreds of thousands of people really wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir. After the battle ended, it was unavoidable that both sides would send people to clean up the battlefield first. In that case, there would be even fewer things left behind. However, this was the battlefield of the over-gods after all, and even the weakest soldier was a peak heavenly god. If they could obtain even a single treasure, it would be a great profit. If they could obtain a ring of cosmos, it would be a great fortune. Yi Xian hadn't even understood what was going on when he was urged to crush his teleportation talisman. The only thing he knew was that once they entered the battlefield of the over-gods, they could clean up the battlefield to their heart's content. The way to leave was to find the teleportation portal that they had left behind. Yi Xian knew nothing about anything else. This was an opportunity, but it was also a risk. Every time they entered the battlefield of the over-gods, less than a third of the people would return alive. However, all those who returned would advance by leaps and bounds, obtaining great benefits. As a result, this was why no organization would hesitate at all when they received the notice that the battlefield of the over-gods had opened. They would all send their most elite disciples over. There was a flash of light, and when Yi Xian returned to his senses, he had already appeared in a strange place. There was no sun in the sky here, but it was extremely bright. There were many fortresses erected here. These were the strongholds left behind during the battle. Chapter 2184. Yi Xian was at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly, there was a burst of bright light in the distance. That light pierced through the clouds. It was so dazzling. Treasure! Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect to find a treasure as soon as he arrived. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's figure quickly charged forward. What treasure was that? What kind of treasure could emit such a bright light? It must be something extraordinary. Yi Xian was extremely fast. Soon, he rushed into the fortress that was emitting the light. The fortress was huge, and the materials used to build it were not ordinary. However, at this moment, it was extremely dilapidated. There were many broken walls, as if it was describing the cruelty of the battle. There were bloodstains everywhere. This also told Yi Xian that there had been a large-scale battle here. Of course, most of the corpses had been collected by the two parties. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, a powerful force exploded and attacked Yi Xian. Ding! Detected that the host is under a powerful attack. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian did not hesitate and dodged to the side. A huge black beam of light hit the spot where Yi Xian was standing. In an instant, the ground cracked. Whew! Yi Xian was furious. Someone had sneakily attacked him. This was unforgivable. You can actually dodge my attack. Human kid, your luck is not bad. A voice sounded. Yi Xian had also locked on to the location. A figure covered in a huge black cloak walked out. He was 3 meters tall and had 6 arms. This meant that he was not human. System, what kind of monster is this? Ding. System checking. Ding. System notification. This person is from the Shura tribe. Host, please be careful. Shura tribe? What kind of tribe is that? Ding. System notification. The Shura tribe is a branch of the demon tribe. The Shura tribe has special divine powers. Host, please be careful. So that was it. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would meet a foreign god again in the Master God's battlefield? However, what was going on with the Azura tribe? Could it be a race under the command of another overgod? Yi Xian couldn't be sure. After all, an overgod's world was huge. Yi Xian wouldn't know if there were any foreign races in the overgod's world. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Since this guy had attacked him, he could not be a friend. System, how is his strength? Ding! System notification. This person is a superior grade 5 heavenly god. High level 5 heavenly god? Yi Xian was now a pinnacle mid-level heavenly god, which meant that he was a mid-level 9th level heavenly god. There was only a difference of 5 levels between them. In that case, Yi Xian had the confidence to take him down. Humph, you dare to sneak attack me. Yi Xian looked at the Azura tribesman. He had already drawn the God-Slayer and was ready to fight at any moment. Haha, human brat, sneak attacking you? How did I sneak attack you? I wanted to kill you fair and square. I'll give you 2 choices. First, leave behind your Chen Kuan ring and all the treasures on you. Then you can leave here alive. Second, if you can't bear to part with the treasures, then I'll come and take them myself. What an arrogant tone. Why? Did he think that just because Yi Xian's cultivation level was lower than his, he could defeat Yi Xian? Haha, sure. I'll give you another choice. Hand over your shard of godhood and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian said calmly, but his tone was cold. You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Xian had decided to resist, the Azura tribesman instantly went into battle mode. Each of his 6 hands held a magic treasure. He controlled all 6 magic treasures to attack Yi Xian at the same time. Suppress. Boom. QWPMA huge mountain suddenly appeared and pressed down on Yi Xian. This was the Azura tribesman's #1 magic treasure. Mountain suppression. A special mountain peak was sealed in this magic treasure. Once it was used, it could crush the enemy with absolute power. Fortunately, the system had activated its warning system. Hence, Yi Xian had already dodged the attack when Mountain Hill Town launched its attack. Hence, Yi Xian was not hurt. However, as soon as the first attack arrived, the Azura tribesman's attacks began to come one after another. Slash. Rip. A huge wave of sword chi rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian had no time to dodge. Fortunately, the sword chi's power was average and the god-slaying sword's defense was enough to block it. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. The magic treasures on this fellow's 6 hands were all extraordinary. The 6 magic treasures took turns to attack, and for a moment, they actually caused Yi Xian to continuously retreat. He could only defend and didn't have the ability to counterattack. Damn it! Yi Xian was shocked. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Thousand Beast Sword Servant. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He summoned the Thousand Beast Sword Servant. As soon as the Thousand Beast Sword Servant appeared, it used its ultimate move. Thousand Beasts Attack. God-level mount. Crush him. Boom, boom, boom. God-level mounts appeared one after another. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards the Azura tribesmen. The earth-shattering aura caused the Azura clansmen who were caught off guard to be aghast. Human boy, you can summon so many powerful beasts. You must have some special magic treasures on you. However, from today onwards, those magic treasures are mine. Do you think you're the only one who can summon war beasts? I can do it too. Come out, my partner, Azura. Yaksha. This guy had also summoned his war beasts, but they were not divine beasts. They were Azura and Yaksha. Kid, I'll let you experience the might of the Azura and Yaksha I meticulously refined. Haha. My two little darlings have not eaten fresh human flesh for a very long time. You should be honored to be able to become their food. Only an idiot would be willing to become the food of these two ugly monsters. Yi Xian's brows raised when he heard this. He paid no attention to the Azura tribesmen at all, and he just urged his mount to charge over. In next to no time, his mount had entered into battle with the Azura and Yaksha. However, those two fellows were monsters with 6 hands as well. Moreover, they possessed cultivations at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. For a time, Yi Xian's mount was unable to defeat them. Not to mention that he had the help of the Azura tribesmen. It could be said that having 6 hands was much more advantageous than having 2. However, so what? Suddenly, Yi Xian tossed the Godslayer over. Wei Zhentian directly took control of the Godslayer and joined the battle. The Godslayer was a sword, so it could disregard many Azura tribesmen's attacks. However, with Wei Zhentian as its artifact spirit, the Godslayer was able to erupt with extremely formidable combat strength, and the Azura tribesman was utterly unable to defend against it. 2 rays of light shot out at the same time. It was the Godslayer slash. However, their targets were the Azura and Yaksha. Chapter 2185. To be more precise, it was an instant kill. It wasn't strange for critical strikes to occur. After all, the Godslayer would naturally erupt with critical strikes when facing a Xeno-race expert. However, it was quite rare for both swords to trigger the one-hit kill effect. My Azura! My Yaksha! Damn it! Human kid! I'll kill you! The Azura clansman was simply on the verge of going mad when he saw his 2 combat beasts being killed. With his cultivation, refining domain enlightened spirit god realm Azuras and Yakshas wasn't so easy. Unlike the human race, the Azura clan had a tradition that only their own things could be refined. In other words, he'd gone through great difficulty and danger to refine these 2 Azura and Yaksha, and they were his greatest pride. It was precisely by relying on his ability to surmount his realm of cultivation to refine Azura and Yaksha that he'd obtained the opportunity to enter the high god battlefield. At this moment, how could he not be furious when he saw his greatest pride being killed so easily by Yi Xian? Unfortunately, so what if he was furious? He was completely surrounded by god rank mounts now, and Wei Zhentian was controlling the Godslayer and preparing to launch a surprise attack at any moment. In such a situation, the Azura clansman was already destined to be defeated. However, Yi Xian didn't have any intention to kill him right away. After all, it was the first time Yi Xian had encountered an Azura clansman, so who knew if he would encounter one in the future? This Azura clansman was clearly slightly careless. So, Yi Xian needed to know more about the Azura clan. Spiritual Sense Control. Yi Xian directly activated Spiritual Sense Control. This fellow was completely surrounded by god rank mounts now, and he had to fight with all his might. So, he wasn't able to defend himself in time when he was suddenly invaded by divine sense. In merely the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had taken complete control of him. Master! The god rank mounts retreated while the Godslayer returned to Yi Xian's side. On the other hand, the Azura clansman had already knelt on the ground. Yi Xian didn't take control of this fellow forever. In Yi Xian's opinion, taking control of this fellow forever wouldn't benefit him at all. Alright, tell me everything you know about the Azura tribe. Yi Xian collected all kinds of magic treasures and cosmos rings from the Azura clan member while listening to his narration. As expected, He wasn't someone from Yi Xian's Overgod's world. He was from a different race. Yi Xian learned from the Azura tribesmen that there were countless races in the Master God's realm, and the human tribe was the lowest in status. Yi Xian seemed to have understood why he, the Lord God, kept waging war. Damn it, damn it. Suddenly, that guy let out an extremely angry roar. Are you awake now? Then you can die now. This time, Yi Xian's control lasted less than 2 hours. Although Yi Xian managed to obtain some information during this time, it was still too short. It seemed that the spiritual sense control skill still had some flaws. Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. The god-slaying sword flew out abruptly and killed that person with a single slash. Devouring hand. Yi Xian couldn't devour the body of the Azura tribesman, but Azura and Yaksha could. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. You are now a first-class superior divine god. Previously, Yi Xian had devoured many magic treasures. This time, after devouring the bodies of Azura and Yaksha, he unexpectedly broke through to the intermediate divine god realm. What a pauper. I thought he would give me something good, but there's nothing. Yi Xian looked at the Azura tribesman's Cosmos ring and felt a little depressed. Most of the items in this guy's Cosmos ring were black stones. Most importantly, they were of no use to Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian's target wasn't this Azura tribesman. After dealing with this person, Yi Xian quickly walked towards the interior of the ruins. Just what kind of treasure was able to emit such a powerful light just now? However, when Yi Xian arrived, he was shocked to find that there was no treasure at all. This was all a scam by the Azura tribesman. He had deliberately used a special method to emit the treasure light in order to attract people here so that he could kill them and steal the treasure. Yi Xian didn't know if this guy's trick had worked before, but this time, he had targeted Yi Xian. Obviously, he had targeted the wrong person. However, although Yi Xian knew that there was no treasure here, the others didn't. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had been attracted by the treasure light. It's here. The treasure must be inside. A group of people rushed over. These guys were quite lucky. At least they weren't like Yi Xian, who had been transported here alone. However, they were also unlucky. They didn't expect to find Yi Xian instead of the treasure they were looking for. Someone's here? Looks like someone got here first. Kid, hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, we can only do it ourselves. All of these people were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian knew that it was useless even if he tried to explain himself. Because in their eyes, they were certain that he had seized the treasure. I know. Let me tell all of you that I've just arrived here and haven't noticed anything. You'll definitely not believe me. However, I'm telling the truth. There really is nothing here. Kid, do you think we'll believe you just because you say that? Hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, you can dream of leaving alive today. Yi Xian shook his head. His god rank mount had entered a period of cooldown, so it was utterly impossible for Yi Xian to deal with so many of them by himself. Looks like I can only retreat for now. I told you that there are no treasures here. As for whether you believe me or not, that's your problem. Megatron. Even though Megatron had become the artifact spirit of the Godslayer sword, he hadn't lost his original ability. So, Yi Xian directly summoned Megatron and transformed it into a flying sword. QWPM perhaps treasures like flying swords had really fallen behind in the god realm. However, it wasn't impossible to use them in some special environments. For example, it would be inconvenient to utilize large magic treasures like flying boats within the ruins of the fort. Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and he directly leaped onto Megatron and fled at full speed. Pursue him. Damn it. This fellow definitely seized the treasure. Pursue him and the treasure will be ours. When they saw Yi Xian flee directly, they were even more certain that Yi Xian was the person that seized the treasure here. In an instant, numerous rays of light appeared incessantly, and it was those people who were controlling their flying magic treasures to pursue Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they'd underestimated Yi Xian's speed. Yi Xian didn't know how much time had passed, but fortunately, he'd already escaped his pursuers. However, Yi Xian could simply be said to have been in a panic just now, and he hadn't carefully observed where he was heading at all. Chapter 2186. Unknowingly, he had actually charged into the core region of the battlefield. It should be known that in the Master God's battlefield, Super experts would fall at any time. Even though the Master God's battlefield was a supreme existence created by two Master Gods, the chaos inside was still unimaginable to ordinary people. In the battlefield of the sovereigns, the most dangerous thing was not the other people fighting for treasures, nor were the traps that could appear at any time. QWPM instead, it was endless negative emotions. Ding! System prompt. Please take note. Host, please take note. Host, please leave this place immediately. Otherwise, your mind will be eroded by the endless killing intent, and you may even lose your nature. The system's warning sounded. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he released his divine sense and set up a strong protection around his body. At least this way, he could resist the endless killing intent for a short period of time. In the core zone, endless killing intent and countless remnant thoughts filled the entire space. These were all left behind by the super experts. Madness, bloodshed, brutality, wailing, crying, and other negative emotions filled the core zone of the creator space. From time to time, the echoes of the experts' battles could be heard. What was the echo of battle? Echoes were easy to understand, and the echoes of battle referred to the various powerful attacks unleashed by some super experts during battle. Even after millions of years, there would still be traces of them. Back then, the sword intent in the Lingbo Lake was actually a kind of echo. One could only imagine how terrifying this was. Yi Xian didn't dare to make the slightest movement. He didn't feel it when he rushed in, but now, Yi Xian knew how terrifying this place was. Die! Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in an instant, shattering even the void. However, this was not real. It was an illusion that possessed great power. Yi Xian clearly knew that it was just a replay of the battle. However, he'd only seen it once and was intimidated by the auras of the two experts. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian was seriously injured. So powerful. They were really strong. Even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the afterimages they left behind were still able to severely injure Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if he stayed, he would only be waiting for death. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, Yi Xian had to leave this place. On the side of Yi Xian, there was the ruins of a fortress. Clearly, a battle had broken out there. It could be said that the more dangerous a place was, the more dangerous it was. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. If Yi Xian stayed outside, the afterimages of battle that could appear at any time, or even the corrosion of killing intent and negative emotions would be enough to kill him. However, if they went to the fortress, they would have some hope of surviving. This was a test. Either Yi Xian could find a way to survive in the ruins of the fortress, or Yi Xian would be left outside to die. As for which choice to make, it was already very obvious. Between waiting for death and taking a gamble, Yi Xian naturally chose the latter. Ding! Warning! Warning! Please leave this place immediately. Please leave this place immediately. The system kept sending out warnings, but Yi Xian could only smile bitterly. Of course, he wanted to leave, but he could only take one step at a time. First of all, the pressure here made it impossible for Yi Xian to move at full speed. Just the inexplicable echo attacks that appeared from time to time were enough to force Yi Xian to move forward slowly. Boom! A loud sound rang in his ears. Yi Xian didn't need to turn around to know that it was just an afterimage of a battle. However, even if he knew, what could he do? The pressure from the afterimage still injured Yi Xian. Move forward, step by step, constantly moving forward. Yi Xian had no choice. Everything depended on the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was still on Yi Xian's side. Therefore, he successfully entered the ruins of the fortress. Just as Yi Xian had expected, there were more and more afterimages here, and Yi Xian was injured time and time again. Yi Xian was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and move forward. There was nothing else he could do. These attacks were not targeted at Yi Xian. These attacks were just afterimages, and they were just afterimages, but they were already enough to make Yi Xian so miserable. One could imagine how powerful these afterimages were left behind by powerful experts. One could also imagine how cruel this battlefield of the sovereigns was. Yi Xian's divine consciousness was attacked time and time again. There were even a few times when it was almost broken through. If his divine consciousness defense was broken through, it was possible that in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian would be corroded by the killing intent here and turn into a walking corpse. As for Yi Xian's body, it was even worse. It was damaged time and time again, and then repaired time and time again with the help of his powerful bloodline. However, before the wounds from the last time could be completely healed, new wounds would arrive. If someone saw Yi Xian's appearance now, they would probably not be able to confirm whether he was a person or not. This was because apart from his silhouette, he did not look like a person at all. This was the battlefield of the sovereigns, a powerful and cruel battlefield of the sovereigns. There's light. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a ray of light in front of him. It seemed to be something like a door. Yi Xian was not in the mood to investigate. He walked in almost instinctively. However, the moment he walked in, he fainted. After an indeterminate amount of time, or at least, Yi Xian did not know how much time had passed. Finally, Yi Xian's body moved slightly. With the help of his powerful bloodline, Yi Xian, who was about to lose all signs of life, finally woke up. However, Yi Xian was still extremely weak. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time, he had suffered a great loss. Most importantly, he did not know how to get out of here again. He could not possibly be trapped here forever. Ding! System notification. Host has triggered the effect of life and death refinement. Body's recovery ability has temporarily decreased. Ding! System notification. Host has suffered a serious injury. Host's cultivation level has temporarily decreased. Host's current cultivation level has dropped to lower rank 1 true god. Another piece of bad news. Then, what other bad news was there? Why not say it all at once? Fortunately, there wasn't any bad news after that. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host has entered a special sealed space. Special sealed space? What did that mean? Yi Xian sat up. Currently, Yi Xian was extremely weak. However, the situation around him made him feel strange. At first, Yi Xian did not notice it. However now, Yi Xian realized that the place he was in was like a water surface. There were stars in the sky. The reflection under the water surface was another starry sky. What was going on? Chapter 2187. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation. Other than the surface of the lake, there was nothing else. Even Yi Xian was lying on the surface of the lake. Where was this place? Yi Xian stood up and casually walked a few steps. At this moment, he was surrounded by stars. It was a very strange feeling. If not for Yi Xian being able to walk around here, he would have suspected that he had fallen into the stars. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, a huge illusory figure appeared. The figure was so huge that just one eye was enough to make Yi Xian feel like it was comparable to a planet. Even Yi Xian could not see the full extent of the illusory figure. Finally, someone came in. It was only 7 words, but the illusory figure spoke for almost 2 hours. These 7 words had been spoken for 2 hours. One could imagine how Yi Xian felt. "Who are you?" Yi Xian asked. However, he regretted it the moment the words left his mouth because he knew that it would take at least 2 hours for the illusory figure to reply. "Haha, who am I?" "You actually asked who I am? You came into my space. Don't you know who I am? I am Mirror Image Fate." Sure enough, Yi Xian's prediction was right. This time, he waited for half a day. Yi Xian was about to doze off from waiting. Yi Xian was speechless at the way the illusory figure was talking. Yi Xian did not dare to ask any random questions in the following conversation. He had to get to the point. "How can I leave this place?" Yi Xian asked the question he wanted to know the most. "If you want to leave this place, it's very simple. As long as you can walk out, as long as you can subdue me, then you can come out." Wasn't this nonsense? Yi Xian was speechless. If he could walk out, would he still need this guy to tell him? Helpless, Yi Xian could only get up and start investigating. This investigation lasted for 2 whole days. However, they didn't find anything during these 2 days. However, 2 days later, that voice sounded again. "I can give you a hint. As long as you can defeat the 8 guardians inside and outside the realm, you will be able to walk out." After all this time, that guy was just taking a breather. Damn it. While he was taking a breather, Yi Xian had already spent 2 days here. Right now, Yi Xian was basically certain that he was actually in the space of the Mirror Image Fate. This was also why it was so difficult for him to converse with the shadow. Who would have thought that Yi Xian, who had come here to search for treasures, would fall into the treasure space before he could find any? However, without this mirror image fate, Yi Xian would probably be in for a tragedy. QWPM defeating the 8 great protectors? Fortunately, the goal was quite clear. This way, Yi Xian would not be too confused. With a target in mind, Yi Xian knew what to do next. In the beginning, Yi Xian had thought that the 8 great protectors were the shadow of the artifact spirit of mirror image fate, because a magic treasure could only have one artifact spirit. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally thought that it was the shadow of the artifact spirit. However, when Yi Xian really met the first guardian, he realized that he was the one who had misunderstood. This guardian was a kind of inheritance. If one said that it was a living being, it indeed had the characteristics of a living being. If one said that it was an object, it was indeed an object. Yi Xian did not know what it was at all. And the so-called defeat was not entirely a battle. From the moment he saw the first guardian, Yi Xian already knew. Little guy, welcome to my world. I don't care who you are, nor can I do anything about it. However, since you can come to mirror image fate, then it is fate between you and me. I was originally one of the 10 great generals under the Master God, but I fell into an enemy's ambush and died here. At the last moment, I used my natal magic treasure to refine mirror image fate. I did so because I did not want this mirror image ultimate skill to end in my hands. Little guy, I don't know what your potential is like, so I set up an eternal seal. If you can learn my mirror image mystique, then you can leave this place. However, if you can't learn it, you will stay here forever until your divine meridians dry up. The mirror image mystique is divided into 7 levels. The first 7 inherited mirror images each have a level of inheritance, and the 8th inherited mirror image is a puppet that I refined. As long as you can defeat it, you can leave this place, and mirror image fate will be gifted to you as well. Work hard. Inheritance, mirror image mystique, treasure hunting, treasure hunting. However, Yi Xian did not expect that he would find the treasure in such a way. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian could only choose to cultivate. This was because if he wanted to leave, there was no other way but to learn the mirror image mystique. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this moment, in the outside world, Emo Shangji's 5th Hall Master was pleading in despair. Senior brother, wait a little longer. Wait a month. This is the last month. I believe that Yi Xian will be fine. He will definitely be able to come out. Behind the 5th Hall Master, almost all the disciples of the 5th Hall had gathered. Today was the day that the Master God's battlefield would close. 1 year. If Yi Xian had not come out after 1 year, then it was basically certain that he would not be able to come out. The flow of time in the Master God's space was different from the outside world. After all, it was built for battle. Therefore, 1 day in the outside world was 50 days in the Master God's space. In other words, although it had only been a year in the outside world, Yi Xian had been trapped for a full 50 years. In the Master God's world, Emo Shanggu was only a small faction. Naturally, they could only enter the outermost regions. Even if their disciples wanted to enter further, their cultivation was not enough. In the Master God's battlefield, there were countless teleportation portals. This was because every ruined fortress had a teleportation portal. In fact, no disciples had returned in the past half a year. The suggestion to close the teleportation portals had not just been made today. It was because of the 5th Hall's insistence that it had been delayed until now. Junior brother, I know that you are worried about your disciple. However, it has already been a year. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out, I'm afraid that he has already met his end. You know that maintaining the teleportation portals requires a large amount of resources. We can't just wait here and do nothing. Senior brother, just 1 month. It's the last month. Furthermore, the 5th Hall will provide all the resources. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out after a month, I will not stop you. Sigh, all right. Since you are willing to use your own resources to maintain the teleportation portals, I won't say anything. You are on your own now. Yi Xian had no idea what his cheap master was doing for him outside. At this moment, Yi Xian had already successfully learned the 7th level of the mirror image mystique and was preparing for the final challenge. Chapter 2188. What an impressive mirror image mystique. System, did you see that? This mirror image mystique is too powerful. Yi Xian was very excited. He only knew how powerful this mirror image mystique was after he learned it. Yi Xian did not know what kind of person had invented this mirror image mystique. But he knew that this mystique should not exist in this world. In fact, even the system could not analyze the mystery behind this mystique. According to the system, this mystique could only be created by someone who had a basic understanding of the laws of time and space. It could be said that even a Lord God would not be able to create something like this. So what kind of mystique was this? Simply put, it was a double copy. Yi Xian could use this mystique to duplicate anything. As long as he had the resources, even if Yi Xian had to duplicate the system, he could do it. As for duplicating anything else, there was no need to even mention it. Of course, duplicating the system was just a fantasy. The amount of resources required would probably not be enough, even if the entire realm of the gods was packed up. It was also because the system could only perform a simple analysis that Yi Xian had to spend so much time on it. At this moment, Yi Xian only needed resources. As long as he had the resources, he could duplicate anything he wanted. What a terrifying mystique. It could be said that it was a miraculous mystique. In mirror image fate, he could duplicate anything that Yi Xian wanted. After all, these were all virtual. Therefore, Yi Xian had successfully duplicated everything he had, except for the system, in preparation for the final challenge. Yi Xian could not imagine what the final challenge would be like. But he knew that it would not be simple. Was it finally time for the final challenge? Yi Xian looked at the final figure in front of him with a cold gaze. This battle was the time to verify Yi Xian's achievements during this period. What he gained would depend on this final battle. Congratulations! You've finally reached this step. If you can defeat the shadow in front of you, you can leave this place. If you can't, you should know the consequences. In order to be fair to you, your virtual Chenkuan world will have the same resources as that illusory figure's Chenkuan rank. Also, all the mirror images that you condense during cultivation will be cancelled. Battle. How you perform will depend on your own performance. Along with this voice, the mirror images that Yi Xian had prepared earlier all disappeared. Yi Xian was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much time creating these things. However, now that things had come to this, there was no need to care about it anymore. This illusory figure was the same as the previous illusory figure. It was impossible to tell what it looked like, only a silhouette. However, Yi Xian knew very well that this projection wasn't easy to deal with. Boom! Suddenly, the projection took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, a flame divine dragon pounced towards Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian knew that all of this was illusory, that powerful aura and blazing aura still made him feel very uncomfortable. Flame divine dragon. Then, I'll duplicate your flame divine dragon. Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on the flame divine dragon. Meanwhile, the system had already begun its analysis. One by one, the virtual materials disappeared from Yi Xian's virtual Chenkuan ring. QWPM moments later, with a wave of Yi Xian's hand, an identical flame divine dragon appeared. The two flame divine dragons collided in the air, and a powerful aura spread out. Yi Xian couldn't help but take a step back. However, this was only the beginning of the battle. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast. A godslayer slowly appeared beside him. However, this wasn't enough. Yi Xian also wanted to mirror Wei Zhentian. This was because only a godslayer with Wei Zhentian would be able to unleash a powerful attack. A moment later, the two identical godslayer swords charged toward the phantom. The projection's reaction wasn't slow. In an instant, layers of defense were raised. However, the power of the godslayer wasn't something that could be blocked by these ordinary shields. Boom, boom, boom. The shields were shattered. The two godslayers pierced through the projection's body at the same time. Was he going to win just like that? Even Yi Xian couldn't believe it. Oh no! Yi Xian's figure moved and instantly disappeared from his original spot. As soon as he disappeared, a terrifying attack came at him. As it turned out, when Yi Xian was mirroring the Godslayer and Wei Zhentian, the projection wasn't idle either. It actually mirrored an identical version of itself. The projection was real. However, there was a difference between the primary and secondary. If the projection was destroyed, the primary would not be affected. However, if the primary disappeared, the projection would also disappear. This was a bit like an ordinary duplication mystique. Of course, the duplication mystique wasn't as powerful as the mirror image mystique. The projection possessed 100% of the same abilities as the primary body. Furthermore, it could have its own consciousness. In this way, the projection could be called an enhanced version of duplication. With the help of the system, Yi Xian could even mirror other people's mystiques and so on. Although this projection required Xiaoyao's resources to create. However, even so, it was still incomparably tempting. Yi Xian's reaction wasn't slow. His figure dodged continuously in the air. However, the projection stuck close to Yi Xian, making it difficult for Yi Xian to escape. Fortunately, the two god-slayers rushed back in time and started attacking the projection. Only then did Yi Xian break free. Damn it, I'd like to see how you're going to break out of this. This time, Yi Xian was going to mirror the 1,000 beast sword servants. Yi Xian moved quickly. While the two god-slayers were delaying the enemy, Yi Xian quickly used his resources to construct the 1,000 beast sword servants. Then, with Yi Xian's command, the 2,000 beast sword servants activated their ultimate move, 1,000 beasts advance. 2,000 god-level mounts appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the ones that appeared were only platinum-level god-level mounts. There were close to 100 of them. Terrifying numbers, terrifying power. The super-strong person who created this mirror image fate had never thought that there would be a day when the person who succeeded in inheriting his legacy would be a person 100 times more powerful than him. Yes, he would never have thought that Yi Xian would be so powerful. This power didn't come from Yi Xian's realm. It came from the treasures and skills that Yi Xian possessed. These treasures and skills were simply too powerful. The 2,000 beast sword attendants unleashed their ultimate moves and flattened the phantom. Chapter 2189. When the last shadow disappeared, Yi Xian was automatically teleported out. Ding! Host's bloodline has been successfully strengthened. Host, please note that your bloodline has reached the highest level of strengthening. Host cannot continue to strengthen your bloodline before a breakthrough. Ding! Host's weakened state has ended. Host has regained his original divine power. Rank 1 Upper Heavenly God. Following the system's notification, Yi Xian was finally out. In his hand, he was holding a mirror-like treasure. It seemed that this was mirror fate. This was the thing that had trapped Yi Xian for so long. Yi Xian looked at the treasure in his hand but did not say anything. A teleportation portal. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a teleportation portal. To be honest, Yi Xian had seen countless teleportation portals. However, the one in front of him was undoubtedly the most familiar one. Outside the ruins of the fortress, there was still endless slaughter and endless remnant thoughts. He was now in the core area of the battlefield of the sovereigns. Originally, Yi Xian did not have much hope of leaving. At the very least, he did not expect to be able to leave so easily. However, this teleportation portal made Yi Xian extremely happy. Even Yi Xian did not know where this teleportation portal led to. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian stepped into the teleportation portal. However, a strange scene occurred. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the teleportation portal and locked onto Yi Xian, as if automatically searching for something. Yi Xian was stunned and became more and more shocked. Could this be a directional memory teleportation portal? I did not expect such a thing to really exist. This teleportation portal can remember all teleportation activities within a restricted area. No matter where you enter, if you want to leave, you just have to step into any of the portals and you can leave. Yi Xian had heard of such a thing before. However, he had always thought that it was a legend. He did not expect it to be true. At this moment, in Mo Shanga, the 5th Hall Master and everyone in the 5th Hall were waiting silently. Today was the last day of the deadline. Suddenly, a faint light came from the teleportation portal. Didn't this light signify that someone was about to pass through the teleportation array? In an instant, everyone's spirits were lifted. Could it be that Yi Xian had returned? Light swirled around and a figure appeared. If it wasn't Yi Xian, then who else could it be? Good boy, I knew you wouldn't die. Tianjin Wang strode to Yi Xian's side and gave Yi Xian a fierce punch. However, there were tears in his eyes. What's wrong with you guys? Something seemed to be lightly stirred in Yi Xian's heart. Isn't it all because of you, kid? Half a year ago, everyone who was able to return had already returned, but you were nowhere to be seen. It's been more than half a year. Later on, the sect was unwilling to wait any longer, but it was my father who insisted on it. Furthermore, he used the resources of the fifth hall to support the teleportation array. In order to prevent the sect from closing, he brought us along to guard this place. Yi Xian was shocked. He even felt his nose tingle. Some words were easy to say, but they weren't so easy to do. Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed. Master, you're so good to your disciple. It seems like your disciple will have to work harder in the future so that he can take care of you when you're old. It was as if the first sentence was a joke, but only Yi Xian himself knew what kind of weight these words held. If Yi Xian had only felt a sense of belonging to the fifth hall before, then Yi Xian had already treated the fifth hall as his second home. To Yi Xian, his enemies had to be ruthlessly suppressed and destroyed. However, Yi Xian would repay those who were good to him 100 times over. Because Yi Xian had the right to say such things. Yi Xian's return surprised many people. Of course, Yi Xian was a disciple of the fifth hall. The others were just surprised and didn't say much. Only the fifth hall held a grand celebration. However, before the celebration even began, Yi Xian first received a voice transmission talisman from his master's wife. It's for you. It was delivered a few months ago. It's from an aunt's family. She claimed to be your maid and said that she had an urgent matter to inform you. In the end, you didn't come out, so I took care of it for you. Thank you, master's wife. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he directly crushed the sound transmission talisman. It was indeed Fian's voice. However, Fian's report shocked Yi Xian. Master Ku of Ling Xian Pavilion asked me to tell you to be prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a huge change in Lingbo Lake in half a year. Moreover, they have no confidence in winning. Master Ku asked me to tell you that you must leave Lingbo Lake immediately. Otherwise, it will be difficult to guarantee your safety. The words were short, but Yi Xian already understood what had happened. It could be said that, strictly speaking, Yi Xian's trip to the Master God's battlefield this time was simply a waste of time. Apart from obtaining a mirror of unknown use, he had obtained a remarkable ability that required a large amount of resources to activate. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had suffered a loss. However, he did not expect that, as soon as he came out, there would be a huge change outside. Lingbo Lake. Was it the ancient sword intent? Yi Xian had to obtain that item, even if Yi Xian knew that it was incomparably dangerous. However, no matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the Master God's battlefield? There, Yi Xian could be said to have died once. Could the ancient sword intent be more powerful than the Master God's space? Master's wife, disciple. Disciple wants to leave for a period of time to deal with some matters. Master's wife knows what you want to do. However, Master's wife forbids you from going. It's too dangerous there. You're not strong enough. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. It was not strange that Master's wife could guess what he wanted to do. However, why was she forbidding him from going? Master's wife. Disciple must go. This matter was caused by disciple. Disciple must take responsibility until the end. To be honest, Yi Xian was very timid in the fifth hall. The reason was simple. He had something he was concerned about. Otherwise, he would not need to ask for Master's wife's permission. However, for Yi Xian, concern was not a burden. Anyway, I don't agree. Even if you go to your master, it's useless. If I say that you're not allowed to go, then no one can let you leave. She was right. Master's wife's words were 100 times more effective than his master's. What should he do? Yi Xian was conflicted. However, as soon as his master's wife left, he saw his master sneaking over to Yi Xian like a thief. Master, what are you doing? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want your master's wife to hear you? Here. Yi Xian was stunned. He did not know what his master gave him. What are you looking at? Do you think we're all fools? That little girl called Fian has come to our fifth hall several times in the past few months. Moreover, do you think we don't know about such a big matter? Chapter 2190. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I will, Master. Even if I find out, I'll say that I sneaked away. You know what's good for you. But remember, don't let your senior brother Wang know about this. That bastard wants to be a hero every day. He doesn't even know that this is a place where he can go. If he has half of your brain, I'll let him go too. Alright, tell me, what did you get this time? It took you so long. Yi Xian was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. QWPM, however, Yi Xian didn't hide it. He handed the realm fate to the fifth palace master. Wow, it's this treasure. My God, you're good. Don't say anything. I want this. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it. F***CK. This treasure is a super good item to be used as a cultivation secret realm. I heard that it was lost a long time ago. I didn't expect you to get it. Yi Xian was speechless. You can't bully me like this. Master, do you know what this is? It's the realm fate. Do you think I'm stupid? Okay, go play somewhere else. I'm going to talk to my wife about how to use this realm fate to create a cultivation secret realm for the fifth palace. What else could Yi Xian say? This item was useless in Yi Xian's hands. He could only accept that his master took it away. However, he remembered that his master gave him a Qian Kuan ring. He didn't know what it was. System, check if there's anything useful in this Qian Kuan ring. If there's nothing useful, devour it. Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to it because he thought that his master wouldn't give him too many good things. Unfortunately, when the system notification sounded, he knew what his master had given him. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a superior grade 5 heavenly god. What? He rose by 4 levels. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What's going on? System, what's in the Qian Kuan ring? Ding! System notification. There are 1,372 different kinds of resources and treasures in the Qian Kuan ring. There are 50 million divine gems in it. That's why the host rose by 4 levels. F***CK. Yi Xian reckoned that this upgrade was the most depressing one among the countless upgrades he had experienced. This was because Yi Xian could already guess what his master had given him. It was very likely that it was the treasury of the fifth hall. He had long heard that the fifth palace was relatively poor, so the treasury was directly stored in universe rings. From the looks of it, it was true. Furthermore, Yi Xian had swallowed it all in one gulp. Damn your grandpa! Yi Xian was extremely depressed. How was he going to explain this to his master? These were the entire assets of the fifth hall. In the end, they were swallowed up by Yi Xian. Why didn't Yi Xian take a second look just now? In fact, as Yi Xian's level increased, the amount of resources he needed to devour to level up increased. Moreover, the quality of the resources he needed was also very high. However, he had swallowed all the treasures of the fifth hall in one go. What could Yi Xian say? It seemed that he had to hide from his master for a period of time. Otherwise, if his master asked him for something one day and he couldn't take it out, then there would be trouble. That night, Yi Xian left a voice transmission talisman and slipped away. Of course, it wasn't a problem for the 6 elders of the fifth hall to discover him. However, everyone knew what Yi Xian wanted to do, so no one cared. How could they know that Yi Xian was in such a hurry to leave now? Not just because of the Lingbo Lake matter. After meeting up with Fian, Yi Xian realized just how dire the situation was. After Yi Xian left, the many experts led by Mo Shang's training camp couldn't do anything about the seal at all. Even Missing Moon couldn't break it. Instead, the demonized fishmen occupied the bridgehead. However, why did Yi Xian leave Mo Shang's training camp? Why did he hide? Everyone was well aware of this, so no one had the nerve to ask Yi Xian to break the seal. At the beginning, the so-called siege was just an excuse. The fundamental reason was that they couldn't open the seal. After mobilizing countless people, and under the joint efforts of dozens of seal masters led by Master Missing Moon, they finally succeeded in opening a gap half a year ago. But the situation inside left them incomparably stunned. In just half a year, most of the mermaids and fishmen on the island had been demonized, and the reason for the revival of the ancient sword intent was finally found out. It turned out that there was the corpse of an ancient divine beast on this small island. The ancient sword intent had fused with the corpse of this ancient divine beast and evolved into a terrifying existence that was half demon and half spirit, half human and half beast. Outside the island, there was an ancient restriction. No one knew what the restriction was used for, but it was able to temporarily suppress the monster. However, the demonized fishmen inside were not suppressed. The war had officially broken out 3 months ago. Several battles had already broken out around the entrance of the small bridge. Yi Xian and Fian were extremely fast. By the time they'd arrived just in time for a battle to break out. On one side were the demonized fishmen guarding the bridgehead, while on the other side were the disciples of various factions, including Mo Shang's training camp. Over 100 people were fighting in that small area. Fishmen and human disciples were constantly falling. However, not long after their deaths, the demonized fishmen only needed a wisp of black smoke to float over the island to revive them. There was no point in fighting such a battle because the enemy was an unkillable monster. Even if they killed them thousands of times, what was the point? I suggest we leave immediately. If this continues, what good will it do us besides increase the number of casualties? Yi Lixiu. It was actually this guy. Yi Xian had just arrived outside the command center when he heard Yi Lixiu's voice. Moreover, it was the voice that suggested retreat. What did you say? Seventh Prince, your Dark Knight Empire is far away. Do you think letting these demonized fishmen out won't affect you? What I want to tell you is that once these demonized fishmen come out, even your Dark Knight Empire won't have any peace. Everyone probably hasn't forgotten how the ancient sword intent swept through Mo Shang's 100 territories. If we leave now, then the tragedy from last time will repeat itself. That's right, I'm the same. We can't leave. If we do, the consequences will be unimaginable. We can only think of a way to destroy these demonized fishmen here. We can't let them spread out. Otherwise, the destruction this time will be even greater. Chapter 2191. It was the ninth prince's voice again. That fellow seems as if he won't be satisfied until they retreat. I wonder what benefits he'll get from making them retreat. Suddenly, Yi Xian's heart jerked. Benefits? Who would want to see the world fall into chaos the most? It's probably the Annihilation Organization. Could it be that the Annihilation Organization is behind this as well? After all, if it really was the Annihilation Organization, then it wouldn't take much effort to bribe the tiny Dark Knight Empire. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian walked forward with large strides and spoke loudly. We can't retreat. We can't allow these devilized fishmen to leave this island. Otherwise, it'll definitely be a calamity. Yi Xian. It's actually him. Didn't that fellow vanish for over a year? Why has he suddenly appeared again? What does he intend to do? Everyone discussed animatedly. It can't be, right? That fellow has advanced again. My God. He's actually already at the high-level heavenly god realm. His cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. Who says he isn't? That guy, every time I see him, he would increase his cultivation level. How exactly does he do it? Could it be that there's someone even more terrifying than him who can increase his cultivation level so quickly? As they watched Yi Xian walk over step by step, everyone consciously opened up a path for him. It was even to the extent that even those domain-enlightened spirit gods subconsciously moved aside when they saw Yi Xian. The leveling speed that Yi Xian displayed was simply too terrifying. Perhaps Yi Xian was at the heavenly god realm when they met him this time, but perhaps Yi Xian's strength would surpass them the next time they met him. No matter who it was, they would instinctively maintain a certain level of respect towards such a genius who possessed boundless natural talent. Grandmaster Yi, what are you doing here? Grandmaster Moonless frowned as he gazed at Yi Xian. Looks like he seems to be aware of Yi Xian's other identity now. Yi Xian grinned at Grandmaster Moonless and spoke. Retreat? We definitely can't retreat. I can set up an absolute defense formation for you all to take care of the injured disciples. However, if we don't destroy this island, it will definitely cause an unnecessary catastrophe. Therefore, I suggest that we take advantage of the fact that these demonized fishmen are trapped and finish them off here. Humph, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak here? Seeing that Yi Xian dared to ruin his plans, Yi Lixiu was furious. However, Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at him. I know that you are most worried about the demon fishman's unlimited resurrection ability. Leave this to me. I'll think of a way to set up a restriction so that the black gas can't enter the battle zone. After that, I'll deal with all the corpses of the fishmen. This way, the demon fishmen will become fewer and fewer. At that time, we will have a chance of winning. That's one way. However, Yi Xian, can you set up a restriction like that for me? It had been a long time since Yi Xian had set up a restriction in his room. Coupled with Grandmaster Moonless publicity, everyone knew that he was a restriction Grandmaster and was even more formidable than Grandmaster Moonless. Now that they heard Yi Xian say this, they didn't have much doubt. However, it wasn't as if they hadn't thought of ways to stop the black gas, but they'd all failed. Thus, they were still a little conservative. Don't believe him. What right does he have to say something like that? It was still Yi Lixiu's voice. Right now, Yi Lixiu wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. Suddenly, Yi Xian turned and looked directly at Yi Lixiu for the first time. However, his words only infuriated Yi Lixiu. If you don't want to participate, you can scram. Yes, that was what Yi Xian had said. Yi Xian had already suspected that this guy had been bribed by the Annihilation Organization. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Unfortunately, he didn't have any proof. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have killed him. What did you say? Yi Lixiu was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of paying any attention to him. How about this? All of Ling Xian Court's restriction grandmasters will come with me. I'll think of something right now. All right, we'll listen to you. It might be difficult for Yi Xian to mobilize the others, but Yi Xian was still able to mobilize the people from Ling Xian Court. Let's go too. However, he hadn't expected that the restriction grandmasters from the other factions would all take the initiative to participate in Yi Xian's operation. Yi Xian didn't care about this. In any case, Yi Xian wasn't counting on them to do anything. To be honest, Yi Xian had his own plans. Otherwise, why would he suggest that he take care of all the corpses of the demonized fishmen? Yi Xian wouldn't miss out on such a good upgrade plan. Of course, the most important thing was to stop the demonized fishmen. Yi Xian led his people and left. Everyone had different thoughts about Yi Xian. For example, the people from Mo Shang training camp felt apologetic toward Yi Xian because of Lu Luo. Similarly apologetic were the factions like Bai Lu that had wronged Yi Xian in the past. In their hearts, Yi Xian had only left Mo Shang training camp because they'd been wronged. Now that Yi Xian had returned and was willing to take action, these people felt rather emotional. Yi Xian led his people and quickly arrived at the bridgehead. At this time, the bridgehead was occupied by hundreds of demonized fishmen, blocking the only way for the Allied forces to attack. It seemed that this bridge was the only way to reach the island. Perhaps some people would say that it was better to use it. However, there were restrictions on the island. It was impossible to fly over. Naturally, it was also impossible to fly out. Yi Xian carefully observed the fishman's direction. However, he asked the system in his heart. System, do you have any ideas? Ding. System notification. In view of the host's current situation, the system has provided two solutions. The first solution is for the host to continue cultivating restriction abilities. When the restriction abilities are strong enough, perhaps the host will be able to research a way to stop the black gas. Ding. The second solution is for the host to exchange for the corresponding special restriction from the system. F***CK. Yi Xian was depressed. This system, why didn't it just tell him to exchange for it? What research? How long would it take him to research it? Last time, the system had activated the exchange function. However, Yi Xian had never used it. After all, the system's exchange was very, very expensive. Alright, system, help me choose a restriction that is suitable for the current situation. I want the most reasonable one. Otherwise, I can't afford it. Ding! System notification. The best restriction that the host can currently choose is the Demon Slayer restriction. Once this restriction is activated, it will be able to effectively destroy the demonic energy. Yi Xian nodded. He had the item, but the key was the price. Yi Xian didn't seem to have any resources to exchange for it. Ding! System notification. The host's resources are insufficient for exchange. The system has activated the exchange function. If the host is forced to exchange, the host can exchange one level for the right to use it once. Chapter 2192. Yi Xian frowned. He was going to cripple his own cultivation. But was there a better way? Moreover, even though he had to pay the price of one cultivation level, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the corpses of the demonized fishmen, so he wouldn't suffer a loss. Alright, I'll buy Yi Xian's deal. Alright, system. I'll use my cultivation level to exchange for the right to use the restrictions. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and stomped his foot as he made his decision. Then, his figure flashed as he started to set up restrictions. Quick! Protect Grandmaster Yi. When Moonless saw that Yi Xian had actually started, he immediately shouted loudly. On the other hand, the others noticed Yi Xian's actions as well, so they naturally didn't hesitate. In next to no time, the battle erupted once more, and two high-grade domain-enlightened spirit gods stood on guard by Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, it wasn't because he was injured, but because of the repercussions of crippling his own cultivation. Did he really think that using his cultivation level to exchange for the right to use restrictions was such a simple matter? When had anyone ever seen someone cripple their own cultivation? Yi Xian could simply be called the first person to do so. Yi Xian felt as if his internal organs were about to rot, and his entire body was in extreme pain. Fuck. Motherfucker. In the future, I won't use my cultivation level to exchange for restrictions even if I'm beaten to death. It hurts so much. Yi Xian wailed in his heart, but he didn't stop what he was doing. At this moment, practically everyone was watching Yi Xian's actions. They didn't know what kind of restrictions Yi Xian was setting up, but they saw Yi Xian's miserable appearance. Blood was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping what he was doing. He was constantly setting up restrictions, but he was constantly spitting out blood. In the end, blood was even flowing from Yi Xian's nose, ears, and even the corners of his eyes. Grandmaster Yi, don't force yourself if you can't do it. You must rest right now. One of the spiritual gods standing behind Yi Xian said with concern. QWBM at this moment, who could refuse? Pa! Tower Lord 100 Building slapped himself in the face and even knelt on the ground. I Bai Lu was blind. I Bai Lu, swear on my godhood that if I ever doubt Grandmaster Ye's actions again, I'm willing to shatter my godhood. What a vicious oath. However, this also showed Bai Lu's remorse. Bai Lu had finally apologized to Yi Xian, using such an extreme method to apologize. Bai Lu wasn't the only one. Many people wanted to slap themselves, but they weren't as bold as Bai Lu, so they held themselves back. For a person who was willing to cripple his own cultivation for the sake of the world, they actually suspected that he was a bad person. Such behavior was simply unforgivable. Yi Xian's level had dropped, and he was in a miserable state. That wasn't something that could be faked. That was something that really happened. System, didn't you say that it's just a level exchange? Why is my realm dropping so quickly? Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. It's indeed a level exchange. However, since the host has crippled his own cultivation, he will naturally suffer serious damage. Host, please rest assured. After recuperating, the host will be able to recover. Before he made his move, Yi Xian's cultivation was at the upper 5th stage of the Heavenly God realm. However, when he was halfway through setting up the devil-slaying restriction, Yi Xian's cultivation had already dropped to the middle 5th stage of the Heavenly God realm. Moreover, the drop was still continuing. Yi Xian walked all the way, leaving behind a trail of blood behind him. Those trails of blood were like sharp swords, stabbing into everyone's hearts. When Yi Xian finally finished setting up the Demon Slayer seal, he was only left with the cultivation of a lower grade 3 heavenly god. Although he knew that he could recover, his miserable state was still so miserable. Grandmaster Yi, how are you? Are you all right? As soon as Yi Xian landed, countless people rushed over and asked with concern. I'm fine. You guys can take action now. That demonic chi can't do anything to the seal. Yi Xian, who was supported by Fian, said weakly. Wasn't he in such a miserable state for the sake of his current harvest? Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't miss this opportunity. Alright. Everyone, let's kill those monsters. The battle started again. However, just as Yi Xian said, although demonic chi continued to surge over this time, once it reached the area where Yi Xian had set up the seal, it would be killed immediately. Although the demonic fishman's strength was not bad, all the forces were focused on killing the enemy because of Yi Xian. Therefore, those demonic fishmen were no match for them. In just half a day, hundreds of them were killed. However, from the small island, there were demonic fishmen constantly rushing out to join the battle. Therefore for a while, the battle was still in a stalemate. Yi Xian said that he still needed to set up an invincible seal to guard against the fishman's attacks. Yi Xian could do what he said. Therefore, after a short rest, he began to set up the invincible seal again. To be honest, Yi Xian's actions had touched countless people. Every person who passed by Yi Xian bowed respectfully to Yi Xian to show their respect before leaving. Secondary professions such as restriction master and weapon refiner were originally respected existences. Moreover, Yi Xian's talent in cultivation was also extremely astonishing. The title of number 1 on the genius list was not a joke. Naturally, there was no need to say how much room for growth such a powerful person had in the future. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian had used his actions to conquer almost everyone here. Of course, it was almost. In fact, there were also people who hated Yi Xian to the bone. Because there were indeed people who were preparing to do something here. The Annihilation Organization hidden in the dark would not let go of any opportunity to cause chaos in the world. Naturally, this time was no exception. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's appearance had disrupted their plans. The people who cooperated with the Annihilation Organization undoubtedly hated Yi Xian for meddling in other people's business. In fact, a conspiracy against Yi Xian was also being planned. This time, they wanted Yi Xian's life. According to Yi Xian's instructions, all the corpses of the demonized fishmen were delivered to him. Yi Xian's reason was that he wanted to get rid of all future troubles. After all, no one would suspect him. Besides, the corpses of the demonized fishmen were probably useless to anyone other than Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian was also enjoying this. Now, all he had to do was sit here and take a look from time to time. The corpses of the demonized fishmen would be delivered to him. Where else could he find such a good thing? Even if Yi Xian wanted to participate in the battle, he would definitely be stopped. This was because Yi Xian's miserable appearance had already frightened many people. In many people's hearts, Yi Xian was most likely gravely injured this time. Therefore, the various factions continued to send over healing elixirs. This made Yi Xian a little embarrassed. Fortunately, under the double restriction of the Demon Slayer restriction and the Invincible restriction, the demonized fishmen were constantly being eliminated. Meanwhile, the various factions had basically no casualties. This was very good news. Chapter 2193. Ding! Congratulations to Host for recovering. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a superior Tier 5 heavenly god. Has he finally recovered his strength? The corpses of the demonized fishmen continue to be delivered to Yi Xian for Yi Xian to deal with. Even so, Yi Xian still had to wait for a long time before he could recover his original strength. It could be said that Yi Xian felt that he had suffered a great loss by exchanging his level for the right to use the seals. Fortunately, he had finally recovered his strength. That brat is now heavily injured and everyone's attention is on the demonized fishmen. He only has a single maid by his side. Why don't we make our move tonight? That's right, we can't wait any longer. That brat actually dared to ruin our plans. No matter what, we can't let him continue to roam free. All right, then it's settled. Your Highness, I'll give you a chance to perform this time. I'm sure you know what to do. Don't worry, leave this to me. A group of people were secretly discussing something in a tent. So they were the ones who wanted to target Yi Xian. So the 7th prince wasn't the only one who wanted to deal with Yi Xian. This meant that this scheme wasn't as simple as it seemed. After the group dispersed, Yi Lixiu called for his 4 protectors. After a brief discussion, they all left. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about this. His current task was very simple. Occasionally, he would check on the 2 seals. Other times, he would just sit and wait for the demonized fishmen's corpses to deliver themselves to him. In the god realm, the 10 suns alternated. Strictly speaking, night didn't exist. However, it was still divided into days and nights. Ding! System notice. Hostile intent detected. Host, please take note. Hostile intent? Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, he was with Fian, inspecting the invincible seals to see if they were in good condition. The new round of battle had yet to begin, so it was very quiet. With the recovery of Yi Xian's strength and the fact that they were within the Alliance army, no one was worried about Yi Xian's safety. This was not the first time Yi Xian had only brought Fian along. In fact, according to Yi Xian's intentions, Flying Smoke didn't even need to come over. However, because of the incident last time when Yi Xian was injured, she refused to leave Yi Xian's side no matter what. Yi Xian couldn't possibly chase her away, so he had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and immediately released his divine telekinesis to check his surroundings. There was no one here. There didn't seem to be anyone suspicious. However, Yi Xian had complete trust in the system. Since the system said that there was hostility, then there must be someone nearby. And it must be an enemy. That brat seems to have discovered us. Yes, it's very likely. He was actually able to see through our disguises. That's not bad. However, only death awaits him. Nah. QWPM swoosh. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared around Yi Xian and Flying Smoke. However, even though the 4 of them had appeared, Yi Xian could only see them and not sense them. A special ability. A special ability that could block the detection of divine telekinesis. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. System, check their cultivation levels. Ding! System notification. 4 people have been specified. They are respectively at the low level of the 6th grade, the low level of the 3rd grade, the low level of the 4th grade, and the high level of the 9th grade. What the fuck? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. 3 spiritual gods and a peak heavenly god. Are they intending to kill me? Who are you? What do you want? Yi Xian gazed at the 4 of them as he asked this question, and he'd already drawn God Slayer. Little fellow, what do you think we want? You're courting death for daring to spoil our plans. Then, we'll fulfill your wish today. Haha. What a joke. Just the 4 of you? Even though Yi Xian was slightly nervous, his tone wouldn't show any weakness. Not to mention that he wasn't far from the campsite, so he believed that reinforcements would arrive very quickly if a battle really erupted. However, the words of those mysterious figures instantly shattered Yi Xian's hopes. Kid, you're still so arrogant when you're about to die. What? Do you think that someone will come to save you if you fight us? Haha. You're too naive. Do you think we didn't make any preparations when we chose this place to ambush you? Damn it! As soon as he heard this, Yi Xian knew that the matter wasn't so simple. System. Check the surroundings. Ding! System notification. Chain restriction formation detected. Chain restriction? It's actually a chain restriction? A chain restriction was even more terrifying than an ordinary restriction, because a chain restriction referred to a series of restrictions that were used together. Not to mention its function, it would take a lot of time to crack it. And Yi Xian believed that these people wouldn't give him the time to crack it. Sure enough, at this moment, the 4 of them shouted without hesitation. Attack! This guy is a restriction grandmaster. Don't give him the time to crack the restriction. Kill! Shouts of killing suddenly sounded out as the 4 of them decisively charged towards Yi Xian. Domineering sword cut. Consecutive sword cut. Destruction of 10 barons. Devil trapping curse. The 4 of them used their killing moves as soon as they attacked. Once they attacked, the 4 of them used their full strength. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack by an unstoppable force. Ding! The host's life is under threat. The system automatically activates defense. Ding! A usable superpower has been detected. The invincible defense is activated. Bang! 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 With Yi Xian at the center, the entire ground was collapsing swiftly, and a mountain behind Yi Xian was even directly transformed into powder. However, this wasn't the thing that surprised Yi Xian the most. The thing that surprised Yi Xian the most was Fei Yan. At this moment, Fei Yan's wings flapped, and she'd actually vanished without a trace. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't even take care of himself right now, so he merely had the time to take a glance at Fei Yan. A formidable attack instantly erupted. However, the campsite that wasn't very far away didn't notice it at all. Under the concealment of the chain restriction, no one noticed that a life-and-death battle was actually occurring here. Humph. That kid is probably dead this time, right? Even a peak low-level domain enlightened spirit god would be instantly annihilated by our joint attacks, let alone a mere kid at the heavenly god realm. He's probably dead. The 4 of us trained painstakingly in these 4 super divine abilities since we were young, and our tacit understanding with each other is so high. The might we instantly erupted with is already comparable to the attack of a mid-level domain enlightened spirit god. It would be strange if he didn't die. The four of them stopped what they were doing and looked indifferently at the ruins as if they were certain that Yi Xian was dead for sure. Chapter 2194. At this moment, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. There was only a 100-meter-wide crater where he had been standing. However, just as the four of them were feeling proud of themselves, a voice was heard. "Why? Do you want me to die that badly?" It was Yi Xian's voice. The four of them were shocked. Their combined attack had failed to kill a mere heavenly god. How was this possible? Unfortunately, the truth was right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Yi Xian walked out of the dust cloud step by step. There was a faint barrier of light around him that prevented the dust from touching him. QWPM. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who sent you here and I might spare your lives. Yi Xian was indeed shocked at that moment. These people's attacks were too unexpected and too powerful. Yi Xian couldn't defend himself at all. If the undead system had activated its invincible defense at the last moment, Yi Xian would probably be dead by now. You're fine? You want something to happen to me? You think you can rely on the four of you? Humph, you deserve to die. You wasted my absolute defense. Since you won't tell me, I'll have to find the answer myself. Spiritual consciousness control. This time, Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness control was targeted at the four of them. Of course, Yi Xian knew that it wouldn't work. It was impossible to control all four of them at the same time. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to really control them. Of course, he had to pick on the soft persimmons. Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness control was just a cover. In an instant, Yi Xian's hand flashed and a powerful attack was launched. This was Yi Xian's real killing move. Deity Slayer. Yi Xian's target was the peak heavenly god. He was the weakest among them. Boom! With a slash of his sword, that person was sent flying. There's no critical hit. Then eat my sword. Deity Slaying Slash. Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest after his first attack failed. He had already decided that he would definitely kill someone this time. Boom! This time, it was indeed a critical hit. The peak celestial god who was still resisting the control of his spiritual sense died in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As for Yi Xian's spiritual perception control, it could only interfere for a blink of an eye, but that was enough. It was enough for Yi Xian to kill one person. When the other three finally broke free from the control of the spiritual sense, they only saw the corpses of their companions. In such a short time, Yi Xian had already killed one of them. How is this possible? These unknowns refused to believe that they had lost a comrade in such a short period of time. One had to know that any one of them was confident that they had the strength to kill Yi Xian. However, the facts were facts. Yi Xian had instantly annihilated one of them, and it was an instant kill without any pressure at all. Yi Xian casually took that person's universe ring, but he didn't take that person's corpse. Because Yi Xian had Yi Xian's plans. Then you're next. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and spoke to that low-rank third-rank domain enlightened spirit god. His tone was so indifferent as if he wasn't talking about killing someone but about how good the weather was today. That low-rank third-rank domain enlightened spirit god was shocked, and it was even to the extent that he felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him that he'd probably encountered huge trouble this time. However, he was a domain-enlightened spirit god after all, whereas Yi Xian was merely at the heavenly god realm and was even heavily injured. So, he didn't believe that Yi Xian could kill him. Kid, are you talking about me? What an arrogant kid. Today, I'll properly teach you how to respect experts. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Even though Yi Xian hadn't chosen the other two as his targets, they didn't care about morality at all. They only had a single objective, and it was to annihilate Yi Xian. As for what methods they had to use, they didn't consider it at all. The three of them attacked Yi Xian once more. However, could it be that they think Yi Xian would be completely unprepared like he was the last time? How could that be possible? Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. Summon the god rank mounts. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 deity-level mounts appeared. As soon as they appeared, they split into two groups and pounced on one person each. Using 500 god rank mounts to trap a single domain enlightened spirit god was practically no pressure at all. On the other hand, Yi Xian tossed Megatron to Yi Xian, And then he charged towards the targets that Yi Xian had chosen a long time ago with Megatron. Dang! Yi Xian swung his fist. However, the true threat was the Godslayer. The might of the Godslayer under Megatron's control was even greater than when Yi Xian was controlling it himself. That person was clearly slightly flustered. They clearly possessed an absolute advantage, and they clearly possessed the strength to crush Yi Xian. However, as soon as they attacked, they realized exactly how terrifying Yi Xian was when he went berserk. Bang! The Godslayer under Megatron's control arrived before Yi Xian's attack. It directly pierced through that person's body, and at the same time, it shattered that person's godhead. That mysterious person's eyes were extremely dazed. Even at the moment of his death, he still didn't understand exactly how he died. However, he didn't need to understand. Rumble! Yi Xian blasted that person flying with a punch. Of course, that person had no chance of survival since a long time ago. The Godslayer swiftly flew over and took that person's universe ring. At this moment, Yi Xian finally turned his attention to the other two people trapped by the God-level mounts. You've got guts. How dare you attack me? Did you think this would be the outcome before you attacked? Yi Xian looked at the two people mockingly. These people had set up a chain of restrictions here. These things weren't something they could set up with their strength. In fact, after they activated the chain of restrictions, even they couldn't open it themselves. 1,000 God-level mounts were divided into two groups, constantly charging forward. The two people could only fight back in panic. How could they possibly free themselves to attack Yi Xian? Well then, between the two of you, who wants to live? Tell me who sent you here. I'll spare the life of the person who tells me first. Speak, don't test my patience. Megatron controlled the Godslayer and circled Yi Xian as if he could attack at any time. Humph, kid, we really underestimated your strength for not being able to kill you. However, if you want to get what you want from us, dream on. One of them shouted loudly. Yi Xian smiled and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the other person. I'll talk. Will you let me go if I tell you? Yes, Yi Xian, always keep my word. I've said that I'll let go of the person who tells me who's behind you. Chapter 2195. After all, the strength Yi Xian had displayed was simply too frightening. The moment he attacked, he killed two of their companions. In that case, would they be the next to be killed? It's His Highness the Seventh Prince. We are His Highness the Seventh Prince's guards. A voice rang out. However, it wasn't the one who had wanted to answer Yi Xian's question. The one who had rushed to answer was the one who had insisted on keeping the secret a secret. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly as he looked at that person. Did I ask you a question? Boom. The god-slaying sword rushed over, and one sword light after another rushed over. If one strike didn't deal a critical hit, what about 10? That person had never expected that Yi Xian wouldn't let him go even though he had taken the initiative to answer. Even more unexpected was that Yi Xian's attacks would be so strange and powerful. Finally, one of the strikes dealt a critical hit and heavily injured that person. How could the god-tier mounts beside him let go of such a good opportunity? They all charged forward. Without a doubt, that person had no chance of survival. Grandmaster Yi, I'll tell you. I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please don't kill me. The last person stared at Yi Xian in shock. Right now, he was only thinking about how to survive. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid when he saw his companions being dismembered by those divine beasts. They were Yi Lixiu's guards. Normally, they could bully the weak with ease. However, when faced with a strong opponent, they didn't have the slightest bit of courage. You want to talk now? It's too late. I said before that whoever tells me what I want to know can live. Unfortunately, I already know what I want to know. So you can die now. The Godslayer and all the other god-tier mounts charged at that person. If that was the case, how could he possibly survive? Another kill. How long had it been since the four of them jumped out and were killed by Yi Xian? QWPM. You said you wouldn't kill me. At the moment of his death, the last person's eyes were still filled with longing for life. What a pity. Since he cherished his life so much, why did he come looking for trouble with Yi Xian? Yi Xian collected their yin and yang rings but didn't devour them. Resources were extremely useful to Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian had already killed those four people, Yi Xian was still furious. However, Yi Xian was still quite angry in his heart. Absolute defense wasn't something that could be obtained just because he said so. Not to mention the cooldown, even the singularity wasn't that easy to find. It could be said that Yi Xian's absolute defense wouldn't be able to be used for a short period of time. This was definitely something that Yi Xian found hard to accept. Therefore, he needed resources to use the mirror image divine ability. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have the slightest confidence in facing a sudden attack like this one. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't have any trump cards. For example, his Summon the World skill hadn't been used yet. Because there was no opponent worthy of Yi Xian's full strength. It only took a little more time to break the chain restriction, but it wasn't impossible. Soon, Yi Xian broke the chain restriction. However, Fian's figure also appeared in front of Yi Xian. "Girl, not bad. Your life-saving method is pretty good. I'm relieved," Yi Xian said with a smile. He didn't blame Fian for not making a move. In Yi Xian's heart, he didn't want Fian to protect him. Who knew that as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Fian threw out 2 corpses. "Young Master, these 2 people were hiding in the dark. They wanted to sneak attack Young Master while these 4 people were attacking Young Master, so this little girl took care of them." Enemies lurking in the dark. Yi Xian was shocked. It seemed that he had to thank Fian this time. During the battle just now, there was a period of time when Yi Xian wasn't on guard at all. The 1,000 beast sword attendants, divine mounts, and the Godslayer had all been sent out. Yi Xian was practically defenseless, and his invincible defense was on cooldown. If those 2 had suddenly attacked Yi Xian at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What a trick! What a scheme! It was actually linked to one another. Unfortunately, they still failed. Yi Xian casually put away the 2 people's Chenkuan realm, but suddenly had an idea. Yi Lixiu didn't know that the subordinates he'd sent out had all been wiped out. He was still waiting for good news. In his heart, the trap he'd set up was definitely enough to kill Yi Xian. It was definitely a perfect plan. However, all of a sudden, a voice sounded from outside. "Your Highness, Grandmaster Yi requests an audience." Grandmaster Yi? Which Grandmaster Yi? Yi Lixiu was taken aback. In his heart, Yi Xian was probably already dead, so he didn't react when he heard Grandmaster Yi. "It's Yi Xian, Grandmaster Yi." How could the guard know what his master was thinking? He actually answered honestly. The guard's words made Yi Lixiu's hair stand on end. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That brat. Shouldn't he have been killed by now? Why would he appear outside his tent? Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already barged in. There wasn't a single person in the allied army who didn't know Yi Xian. In their eyes, Yi Xian was a mysterious expert. Moreover, they wouldn't dare underestimate Yi Xian just because his cultivation base was low. Therefore, when Yi Xian barged in, the guards didn't dare directly stop him. "Yi Lixiu, 7th Prince, haha, you've given me quite a generous gift. However, it's impolite not to reciprocate, so I'll give you a gift as well." Yi Xian smiled as soon as he entered Yi Lixiu's tent. Yi Lixiu didn't know what Yi Xian was trying to do. Could it be that those people hadn't had time to attack? That was the only thing Yi Lixiu could think of. After all, in his mind, killing Yi Xian was practically a foregone conclusion. However, when Yi Xian casually tossed a bag in front of Yi Lixiu instantly panicked. Because Yi Xian hadn't concealed the bag at all. He didn't even need to open it for him to see what was inside. 6 heads. They were the 6 people Yi Lixiu had sent out. Besides a peak heavenly god, the other 5 were all domain enlightened spirit gods. However, how long had it been since they'd left? And now, their heads had been tossed in front of Yi Lixiu? Haha, since the 7th Prince likes to give me gifts, then I won't mind. If you have any more gifts in the future, feel free to send them over. I, Yi Xian, will accept them all. Yi Xian clearly knew that Yi Lixiu was the mastermind behind these people. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately kill Yi Lixiu. It wasn't because this was the allied army's camp, but because Yi Xian wanted to test whether Yi Lixiu had any other companions. Chapter 2196. After leaving behind the bag, Yi Xian turned and left as if he really had come just to give them a gift. Of course, the gift was very valuable. The others didn't know what had happened between Yi Xian and Yi Lixio because Yi Xian wasn't prepared to say anything. Only after Yi Xian left did Yi Lixio react. How many domain spirit god realm guards had he brought with him this time? He hadn't expected that almost all of them would be wiped out in a single operation. Yi Lixio didn't dare tarry at all and immediately ran to another tent. Although Yi Xian had left, it wasn't difficult for him to find out what had happened here. So, he had also seen what had happened. As expected, they have accomplices. I didn't expect that they would still be in the mood to think about how to kill me when facing such a powerful enemy like the demonized fishmen. Humph. Even if not all of them were bribed by annihilation, I still won't let them go. Yi Xian thought to himself, but his eyes were fixed on that tent. He didn't know who was in that tent at all, but he already wanted to kill them. If they dared to attack him, then they should be prepared to die. System, start setting up the restrictions. Wasn't Yi Lixio planning to use restrictions to trap him? So now, Yi Xian was going to use restrictions to restrain these people before doing anything else. Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. With the system's help, setting up restrictions was a matter of minutes for Yi Xian. Yi Xian still didn't know how to set up a chain of restrictions, but Yi Xian's single restriction was anything but ordinary. However, Yi Xian didn't have any concealment treasures on hand right now, so he was discovered after just 3 restrictions. Who's outside? This is the main camp, so it's normal for there to be people around. There's nothing to be surprised about. Wait, someone's been loitering around us. There's definitely a problem. I'll go take a look. One of them had keenly sensed Yi Xian's unusual behavior, so he walked out directly. Yi Xian would never have thought that this fellow would be able to discover his whereabouts in this bustling camp. Furthermore, he was able to deduce that he was acting strangely. This guy was either too sensitive or too astute. It's you. When that person saw Yi Xian, he was slightly taken aback. After all, they were still in the room discussing how to take down Yi Xian in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that Yi Xian was already hovering around them? Needless to say, Yi Xian must have discovered something. The others also came out soon after. When they saw Yi Xian, they were all slightly surprised. Of course, Yi Xian was rather surprised at this moment as well. After all, Yi Xian originally thought that there were only some low-ranked domain enlightened spirit gods here, and the strongest here was probably a mid-ranked domain enlightened spirit god. However, when the system notification resounded, he finally realized exactly how formidable the enemies he was facing this time were. Ding! System notification. The targets specified are respectively at the 2nd rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, the 7th rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, the 9th rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, and the 6th rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. These 4 people were merely the strongest amongst them. As for the Heavenly God Realm, there were still a few others. In just an instant, Yi Xian knew that he couldn't defeat them at all. Fortunately, they were in the camp, and Yi Xian had set up restrictions. So, Yi Xian was still confident in his ability to take them down. It's me. So what? Yi Xian gazed at them, and his figure suddenly retreated backwards. He wasn't afraid, and it was because Yi Xian intended to leave the range of attack of the first restriction. Haha. Kid, you actually dared to deliver yourself to us. You killed 6 of the 7th Prince's guards for no reason. We were just about to have a good talk with you, but we never expected that you would actually deliver yourself to us. Then, shouldn't you come in and give us an explanation for why you killed them? Why I killed them? I'm afraid all of you are well aware of the reason, right? Yi Xian gazed at them. It could be said that Yi Xian could use various methods to deal with low-level domain enlightened spirit gods. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to mid-level domain enlightened spirit gods even if he used all his strength. As for high-level domain enlightened spirit gods, they could even instantly annihilate Yi Xian. The opponents this time were very strong. They were strong to the point that Yi Xian had no choice but to swiftly think of a countermeasure. Moreover, he had to consider what to do if he couldn't defeat them. He had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Only by summoning all of them here would he be safe. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and then he didn't hesitate to activate the first restriction. Rumble! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended, and then heavenly lightning surged and struck down incessantly where the group of people stood. However, while such force might be able to harm heavenly gods, it couldn't do anything to domain enlightened spirit gods. Yi Xian had originally intended to use this as a supplementary method to make it convenient for him to charge in and kill. However, the enemies were unexpectedly strong, so Yi Xian had no choice but to use the heavenly lightning restriction as a signal. Sure enough, along with the surging heavenly lightning, everyone in the campsite was alarmed, and countless experts directly flew over. After that, they witnessed a strange scene. Yi Xian was facing numerous experts by himself, and he was even taking the initiative to attack. Grandmaster Yi, what are you doing? The first to charge over to Yi Xian was Grandmaster Moonless. At this moment, Grandmaster Moonless was simply unable to understand Yi Xian. Why would Yi Xian attack these experts who were obviously much stronger than him by himself? This matter seemed extremely strange. All of you came at the right time to trap them. These fellows are the masterminds behind the incident with the demonized fishmen. Moreover, they even sent people to annihilate me not too long ago. What? Such a thing actually happened? Everyone had different reactions when they heard Yi Xian. Some people represented by the Tower Master of the 100 Pavilions, Lu Luo, and Ling Xian didn't say anything and directly surrounded that group of people. On the other hand, there was another group of people who maintained a wait-and-see attitude and were still guessing. There were also some people like the treasure-gathering pavilion that had already spoken out against it. Grandmaster Yi, we know that you've always had a personal grudge with the Dark Knight Empire's 7th Prince. However, we're facing a formidable enemy now. Do you think we can temporarily ignore this matter? This fellow's words were very sinister. To put it bluntly, he was saying that Yi Xian was using his position to avenge a personal grudge and ruin the matter with the demonized fishmen. Unfortunately, Yi Xian paid no attention to this person at all. If it wasn't for the fact that this person wasn't bribed by annihilation, then Yi Xian would probably not let him off either. However, since Yi Xian had spoken, then the people inside wouldn't remain silent. Chapter 2197. Yi Xian couldn't tell anyone about the annihilation of the organization, and even if he did, no one would know. Moreover, if it was revealed that he knew about the annihilation of the organization, then even if Yi Xian had heaven-defying abilities, he would still die. Thus, Yi Xian had to think of a suitable reason. Yi Xian's eyes turned as he quickly replied, "Humph, you don't want to admit it." "Humph, you don't want to admit it, do you? Yi Lixio sent guards to ambush me, but I killed them instead. But before they died, they told me all of your plans. Didn't you want to destroy the Alliance Army's operation and release those demonized fishmen? Didn't you want to take advantage of this chaos to make a name for yourself? What, you still want to argue? Ha ha ha. Brat, do you think anyone will believe you when you say such things? Release the demonized fishmen? Release the ancient sword intent? What good would that do us?" The man laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Wasn't that so? The reason that Yi Xian gave was simply a joke. No matter how one looked at it, releasing the demonized fishmen and releasing the ancient sword intent wouldn't benefit them in the slightest. Yi Xian frowned. He knew that the reason he gave couldn't be considered a reason at all. However, these people had to die. But at this moment, a voice rang out. "I believe you." Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, several figures arrived at Yi Xian's side. Master, Mistress, Senior Brother. Before Yi Xian came out, he already knew that the 5th Hall Master and the others would come here to investigate the matter of the demonized fishmen. However, he didn't expect that his master would actually arrive at such a critical moment. What was even more unexpected was that his master actually didn't doubt him and stood on his side. "Kid, I told you not to come, but you snuck in. Just wait. I'll deal with you when we get back." The 5th Hall Master first messaged Yi Xian, then turned to the trapped people. "Greetings, 5th Hall Master." Everyone hurriedly bowed. Mo Shanga's authority was unquestionable in the 100 territories. Who would have thought that the 5th Hall Master would come in person and protect his disciple without hesitation? However, right at this moment, another group of people appeared. "Senior Brother, aren't you being too biased towards your disciple? I'm afraid you can't come to a conclusion so early before you investigate this matter thoroughly." Someone from the 3rd Hall also came. Although it was not the Hall Master who came personally, it was still an elder with a high status. However, it was clear that they would not side with Yi Xian. "What? Does Junior Brother have a different opinion?" Although the 5th Hall Master was very cowardly in his own home, and the elders and even the disciples were not afraid of him, He was still an expert who kept his word to the outside world. Naturally, he was not happy to see that person contradicting him. Senior brother, don't be anxious. I'm just stating the facts. After all, Yi Xian is a disciple of our Mo Shang Pavilion. Naturally, I can't say that I suspect Yi Xian. However, this matter is still very serious. Therefore, I suggest that we investigate thoroughly first. Yi Xian knew that from the moment this person appeared, his plan to kill Yi Lixiu and the others could no longer be carried out. Speaking of which, Yi Xian was to blame for being too rash. He had not made any preparations for this operation. It could be said that this failure was entirely his own fault. Since Martial Uncle has said so, this disciple will not say anything else. However, this disciple was indeed ambushed by the 7th Prince's subordinates. Moreover, this disciple heard about this matter from his subordinates. I hope Martial Uncle can investigate thoroughly. Yi Xian rushed to speak first. He knew that if a conflict broke out now, even if the 5th Hall Master was biased towards him, there would be trouble in the future. Is this true? The elder looked at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes. Yes, this disciple dares to swear on his godhead. All right, I understand. Boom. He attacked without hesitation. In front of so many people, that elder did not hesitate at all and directly killed Yi Lixiu. The 7th Prince of the Tang Dark Knight Empire had been killed without any preparation. This time, not even Yi Xian would have expected this. In Yi Xian's mind, Mo Shanggu was a puppet of the Annihilation Dark Knight Empire. In that case, Mo Shanggu was the biggest mastermind behind these people. However, this elder directly killed Yi Lixiu just because of a single sentence from Yi Xian. What was going on? Humph, I don't care who you are. If you dare to bully my Mo Shanggu, then you are courting death. Yi Xian, senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. No one can bully my Mo Shangji's people. What a tyrannical tone. However, these words pushed Yi Xian in a bad direction. This elder looked like he was helping Yi Xian, but in reality, he was pushing Yi Xian to the opposite side of the crowd. Such an obvious cover-up would only make Yi Xian even more unpopular. However, Yi Xian couldn't say anything about the elder's actions. In fact, Yi Xian couldn't even suspect anything. At most, he felt like this martial uncle was taking care of him. Aya, how can you kill someone just like that? Even if that guy is at fault, we still have to investigate thoroughly. The 5th Hall Master was no fool. Even though he appeared to be protecting Yi Xian to the end, he could still see that he was trying to frame Yi Xian. The elder smiled bitterly and said, Yes, senior brother. Yes, senior brother is right. Junior brother was too rash. Junior brother will start the investigation now. Since he'd already killed someone, Yi Xian's image in everyone's hearts had been greatly damaged. Even if they found out, what could they do? However, Yi Xian was oversimplifying things. All right, I'll leave this matter to junior brother. Yi Xian, come with me. Yi Xian had no choice but to leave with the 5th Hall Master. However, as soon as he left, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. They were puzzled as to why Mo Shanggu had sent so many people this time, but more importantly, they were discussing Yi Lixiu's death. There was no doubt that many people were unfriendly towards Yi Xian. It could be said that the friendliness Yi Xian had gained by harming himself was mostly destroyed because of Yi Lixiu's death. Fortunately, there was still a portion of people who stood firmly on Yi Xian's side. After Yi Xian was thoroughly questioned by his master and mistress, they no longer bothered with him. Wang Tian was extremely pleased this time. Seeing Yi Xian being scolded, he was extremely happy. Haha, to think that you would have such a day. Humph, who told you to sneak out to play by yourself and not call me? Serves you right. Yi Xian was speechless. Did he come out to play? How could this brainless guy know about the responsibility on his shoulders? Forget it, this guy was wholeheartedly good to him. What could he do? Chapter 2198. Senior brother, I want to kill someone. What do you think? Are you going to help me or report to mistress? Yi Xian said directly to Wang Tianjin. Kill someone? What the fuck? Junior brother, you're so ruthless. Who are you going to kill? How are you going to kill them? When are you going to do it? Of course I'm going to help you. Aren't you going to ask me why I want to kill someone? I don't care. In any case, you're going to be punished when Mother blames you. I'm just an accomplice at most. Fuck you. Yi Xian realized that his IQ would be lowered by a lot every time he was with Wang Tianjin. This fellow was simply an extremely brainless fellow. All right. This time we're going to kill him. Earlier, Yi Xian had been paying attention to a problem. His opponent was a peak heavenly god who hadn't spoken much. That fellow was clearly just a heavenly god, but the others were intentionally or unintentionally protecting him in the center. Moreover, there were many times when even those high-level spiritual gods had glanced at him. Perhaps the others hadn't noticed these details, but Yi Xian had. There was definitely something wrong with that person. He was definitely hiding a huge secret. Although Yi Xian didn't know what that secret was, one thing was certain. As long as he could pry open that person's mouth, then Yi Xian would definitely be able to obtain a lot of information. Perhaps he would be able to find an answer to many things, including the matter of the demonized fishmen. Yi Xian noticed that person's clothes. He was only a disciple of a small sect called the Overfire sect. The Overfire sect was very small. It could even be said that they didn't even have the qualifications to participate in this operation. However, they had come. Just this point alone was already suspicious. Moreover, that person was protected by so many others, so it would be a lie to say that there wasn't anything wrong with him. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and brought Wang Tianjin along. Why did Yi Xian bring Wang Tianjin along? Of course, it wasn't to let Wang Tiantian be a battle helper, but to borrow Wang Tiantian's big mouth. Ever since the arrival of the people from the Fifth Palace, although Yi Xian didn't care what others thought of him, he didn't want the people from the Fifth Palace to see him as a lawless person. He didn't want the people from the Fifth Palace to ostracize him. Soon, the two of them arrived at the campsite of the Blaze Supremacy sect. But what Yi Xian did not expect was that someone had arrived before them. It was the elder from the third hall, including those who were trapped by Yi Xian during the day. Wang Tianjin was usually carefree and ignorant, but that didn't mean that he was really stupid. Seeing this, Wang Tianjin casually took out a magic treasure. This Dharma treasure was like an eye, staring directly at the other side. Senior brother, what is this? Yi Xian looked at Wang Tianjin in surprise. He had no idea what Wang Tianjin was up to. Shoo, lower your voice. Come eat this pill. Yi Xian naturally did not suspect anything and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he heard Wang Tianjin say, "This is called the omniscient eye. Of course, it's the simplest type. However, this omniscient eye can record everything you see and hear. Moreover, this omniscient eye of mine is a pair of eyes with another omniscient eye in Mother's hand. Therefore, Mother and the others can see everything we see and hear. The pill I just gave you was a limitless beast spirit pill. The limitless beast has no other use except for its powerful concealment ability. It can temporarily hide us, and with your formation, we can get closer to those people." Yi Xian nodded, but his heart was slightly shaken. He hadn't expected the usually sloppy senior brother Wang to be so capable when it came to serious business. Slap. This was the sound of a slap, a resounding slap. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What are you doing? How did Yi Xian notice something amiss? If I hadn't killed Yi Lixiu, do you think the Fifth Hall Master would have let this go? As for you, as a supervisor, you actually didn't notice anything amiss with Yi Xian? Supervisor, please don't blame us. We were indeed on guard and were very careful. However, Yi Xian damaged his own cultivation when he set up the restriction. Yi Lixiu sent out 6 elites, and 5 of them were at the domain spirit god realm. This should have been a foolproof plan, but we don't know why we failed. Humph. You don't know? Is that the reason? Yi Xian was originally a genius in the Mo Shang Pavilion. Although our tribe has already completely controlled the first hall of the Mo Shang Pavilion and the other 8 halls have also infiltrated, the 5th hall is the only one that we can't do anything to. The 5th hall was originally the orthodox hall of the entire Mo Shang Pavilion. How could it be that easy to deal with? Humph, you rice buckets. Can't you even handle such a small matter? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. No wonder the 5th hall of the Mo Shang Pavilion doesn't seem to fit in with the other halls. No wonder the 5th hall has declined so badly. Someone is pushing it out on purpose. Alright, we must make that ancient sword intent appear. Only by doing so can we throw the Mo Shang 100 territories into chaos. Only then can we seize the opportunity to develop and even take complete control of the Mo Shang 100 territories. We can't allow any accidents. All of you have to pay special attention to Yi Xian and find a chance to kill him. That kid isn't simple. Understand?
Yes, we understand.
Suddenly, Yi Xian felt someone pat him. He turned around and saw that Wang Tianjin was telling him to leave. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and quickly left with Wang Tianjin. There was no chance for him to kill someone tonight. However, Yi Xian still felt rather depressed. Great, now there are people everywhere who want to deal with me. He didn't know when they would make a move next time. However, when Yi Xian returned to the 5th hall, he was thrown into temporary confinement by his master's wife. Of course, there was also Wang Tianjin. Although they had obtained very important information, they were still punished. A few days passed and the battle with the demonized fishmen continued. It didn't seem like anything special on the surface. However, one day, a disciple who was fighting at the front line quickly ran back.
Grandmaster Yi! Grandmaster Yi! The disciple panicked and shouted loudly as soon as he entered the camp.
Yi Xian, who was being confined by his master's wife, could only stick his head out of the window and say loudly, "I'm here. Quick, Grandmaster Yi, go to the front line. The demon-slaying restriction has failed and dozens of powerful demonized creatures have appeared at the front line. We have suffered heavy losses." What? The demon-slaying restriction has failed? Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly ran out. Even if his master's wife scolded him, Yi Xian couldn't say that he didn't care. Wang Tianjin thought about it and directly followed behind Yi Xian. Chapter 2199. For some reason, a loophole had appeared in the demon-slaying seal. Perhaps the demon fishmen had destroyed it. The loophole wasn't big, only a meter wide. However, a meter-wide loophole was enough for demon qi to enter. In this way, those demon fishmen and demon humans that had been killed by the demon qi could be resurrected instantly. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be that those monsters also know how to break the seal? Yi Xian was furious. However, when he saw the 3rd hall elder in the distance, his heart skipped a beat. Yi Xian thought of a possibility. Although he didn't want to believe it, it was very possible. Perhaps, the loophole wasn't created by the demon fishmen. It was a traitor.
Grandmaster Yi, it's good that you're here.
Do you have a way to seal the loophole? Everyone was excited when they saw Yi Xian. After all, it had only been a little more than 2 hours since the loophole appeared. However, they had already lost more than 30 disciples. Yi Xian, if you can seal the loophole, then go. Master's wife will protect you. Yi Xian's master's wife stepped forward and said to Yi Xian, "Don't worry, this disciple will definitely seal the loophole." Yi Xian nodded. He had to seal the loophole. Otherwise, his side would suffer heavy losses. Junior brother, go ahead. We will protect you. Another few disciples of the 5th hall stood out. The location of the loophole was shockingly behind the demonized fishman's camp. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to repair the loophole, he would have to pass through the entire demonized fishman's camp. This time, the operation would be incomparably dangerous.
However, the people of the 5th hall stood out without hesitation.
Yi Xian was slightly moved. The 5th hall was his true home in the realm of the gods. This was because these senior brothers and sisters truly treated him, Yi Xian, as their junior brother. This time, even though they knew that they might die in battle, no one hesitated. It could be said that other than Yi Xian's master, everyone else had stepped forward, including Wang Tianjin, who was following behind Yi Xian. "All right, let's go together." Yi Xian nodded. Then without hesitation he rushed out. Kill! The disciples of the 5th hall rushed in front of Yi Xian without hesitation, clearing the path for Yi Xian. The side of the demonized fishmen was clearly prepared. More than 300 demonized fishmen directly rushed out. On Yi Xian's side, there were only 30 or so people. Even with an expert like Yi Xian's master's wife in the center, it was inevitable that there would be losses. Before they could rush over, one of the 5th hall's disciples was surrounded by the demonized fishmen due to a moment of carelessness and died instantly. Senior brother. Yi Xian witnessed the fall of that person with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was bleeding. However, his current strength was limited, and there was nothing he could do. Yi Xian, go! Yi Xian turned his head to look at the spot where his senior brother had fallen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 1,000 beast sword servants. Divine mount summon. Charge! Charge! In an instant,
Thousands of divine rank mounts appeared and directly crushed forward. Although divine rank mounts were constantly being killed along the way, Yi Xian didn't care so much. Megatron, flying sword form. In an instant, Megatron separated from the Godslayer and transformed into a flying sword form, increasing Yi Xian's speed again. At this time, Yi Xian and the others had already broken through the blockade of the demonized fishmen. The disciples of the fifth hall were guarding the two sides. In front of Yi Xian, two disciples were clearing the way. Yi Xian knew that he had to be fast. He had to repair the hole as soon as possible. Otherwise, more of his senior brothers and sisters would die. It was difficult to rush over, but it did not take much time to repair it. After all, it was only a 1-meter hole. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. The host is under a fatal attack. Suddenly, the system's warning sounded. Just as Yi Xian finished repairing the restriction and was about to leave, a demonized person rushed out from under his feet. A peak spiritual god. This was simply a trap. This was simply a trap that wanted to kill Yi Xian. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Yi Xian. A pair of nimble wings made her petite body exceptionally nimble. Who else could it be but Fian? Boom! As soon as Fian appeared, she directly blocked the demonized person's attack for Yi Xian. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. The host is under a fatal attack. However, how could there be only one ambush? Just as Fian blocked the demonized person, another demonized fishman jumped out and attacked Yi Xian. A peak spiritual god. Another peak domain enlightened spirit god. This was a powerful existence that Yi Xian could not resist at all. Damn it! Don't hurt my disciple. Boom! A powerful pressure descended, and at the same time, a terrifying attack descended. Without any suspense, the demonized fishman was directly suppressed. Devouring hand. At this moment, only Yi Xian himself knew how much he yearned for strength. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly devoured the corpses of a few demonized fishmen. However, at the same time, Yi Xian was retreating at full speed. However, there were only 30 of them, so they seemed so weak when they charged into the demonized fishman's headquarters. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 6th rank of the heavenly god realm. Elder of the Rescue Pavilion. Charge! The members of the Lingxian Pavilion moved out. Perhaps the Lingxian Pavilion's strength was inferior to the Emoshang Pavilion, but compared to any other power, the Lingxian Pavilion was probably more concerned about Yi Xian. Save Grand Master Yi. Kill. Kill them all. Bai Lu led his subordinates and charged over as well. Save Yi Xian. Save the pride of our Emoshang training camp. Kill. It was Lu Luo's voice. Yi Xian was the pride of the Emoshang training camp. At some unknown time, these words had started to spread throughout the Emoshang training camp. At this moment, practically no one from the few hundred members of the Emoshang training camp hesitated and moved out in full force. This was the first time an all-out war had broken out, and it was for the sake of saving Yi Xian. It was easy to charge over, but it wasn't so easy to charge out. This time, it was very obvious that this was a scheme that had been planned since a long time ago. Not only had the demonized fishmen mobilized a few dozen demonized fishmen, their numbers had actually reached a few thousand. They surrounded Yi Xian. These fellows only had one goal, and that was to kill him. Moreover, demonized fishmen were constantly joining the battle from the small bridge. The members of the 5th hall surrounded Yi Xian, and for the first time, Yi Xian felt that he was so useless. All his divine rank mounts had been killed in battle, and even the 1,000 beast sword attendants had been directly suppressed. There were actually 7 formidable peak domain enlightened spirit gods and demonized fishmen and demonized humans at the peak domain enlightened spirit god realm. They were constantly charging at Yi Xian's group. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 2200. He watched as the disciples of the 5th palace fell one after another. Ever since Yi Xian had joined, the disciples who had taken care of him time and time again had all died in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's heart was filled with hatred and killing intent. Junior Martial Brother Yi. Let's go down the mountain and play with Senior Martial Brother. Yi Xian still remembered the first time that Senior Brother met him. He immediately dragged him down the mountain to play. Junior Martial Brother Yi, this is for you. We secretly brought it back. It's very delicious. You must be careful not to let Wang Tianjin discover it. Once that guy sees it, he'll definitely snatch it all up. Yi Xian remembered clearly that a senior sister had secretly brought back this delicious food for him. However, this senior sister had left him forever. Ah! Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a berserk state. Host is in a berserk state. Ding! Warning! Warning! The forced cooling function has failed. Initiating the guided rescue function. Along with the system's voice, everyone saw a crazy Yi Xian, a terrifying Yi Xian. I'm going to kill you. I want all of you to die. Boom! Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and more than 30 offensive restrictions instantly appeared. Thunder rumbled, earth fire spread, ancient trees towered into the sky, and mountains and rivers shattered. In an instant, a land of death appeared in front of Yi Xian. When Yi Xian attacked, he actually killed over 300 demonized fishmen. Die, all of you, die! With Yi Xian at the center, more than a dozen phantoms appeared in an instant. These were all existences that had been randomly summoned by Summon the Heavens. The moment these phantoms appeared, they did not fight, but self-destructed. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions rang out unceasingly, and countless demonized fishmen were blasted to death. Die, all of you! Yi Xian wielded the god-slaying sword and swung it forward. An unprecedentedly large beam of light appeared. It was so large that it lit up the entire battlefield. Hundreds of demonized fishmen, regardless of their cultivation, were all killed by Yi Xian. Devour! 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 One by one, the corpses of the demonized fishmen and the magic treasures that were left behind were continuously devoured by Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's level didn't increase in the slightest, because all of that power was used up by Yi Xian. Spiritual sense control. Yi Xian sent out almost all of his divine sense, but in exchange, almost 100 demon fishmen fell under Yi Xian's control without a doubt. Even if it was only for a moment, the demon fishmen then pointed their weapons at their companions. Ding! Warning! Warning! System overload! System overload! Poochie! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The brief moment of rampage was the result of both Yi Xian and the system unleashing a powerful attack at the same time. Fortunately, the system had reduced the damage that Yi Xian had received through guidance. Quick, take Yi Xian and leave. Mistress was the first to react. At this moment, everyone finally realized how terrifying of a genius Yi Xian was. Everyone could see that Yi Xian was burning his own life force when he unleashed that attack just now. Of course, what they didn't know was that Yi Xian was actually burning the system. However, that powerful attack still frightened everyone. He was just a mere heavenly god who hadn't even reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. The attack that he unleashed and the strength that he unleashed was already more terrifying than all of them combined. Even though there wasn't a single intermediate domain enlightened spirit god that had died at Yi Xian's hands, that terrifying lethality was still horrifying. A group of people with evil intentions looked at Yi Xian with fear in their eyes. They now knew how terrifying it was to anger Yi Xian. Yi Xian fainted. This was the first time that Yi Xian had suffered such a serious injury since he entered the heavenly realm. However, he had done it willingly. Ding! System notification. Host has regained consciousness. Ding! System notification. System repair complete. After an unknown number of days, Yi Xian finally woke up. His powerful recovery ability allowed him to recover quickly even after suffering such a serious injury. Ding! System notification. The system is much more humane. Ding! System notification. Host has activated a special ability, Rampage. Ding! Rampage ability. When the host is strongly stimulated or is facing an extremely powerful enemy, the system will activate a special protection program. The host will temporarily unleash 100-fold combat strength. However, this state is extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to the host's death. Ding! The system has activated the protection function of the host. The Berserk ability is hidden and is set as a hidden ability. The host cannot actively use it or discover it. Yi Xian didn't know about these notifications at all. Instead, he waited for the series of notifications to end before Yi Xian slowly woke up. F***CK, that hurts. Yi Xian woke up and found that his entire body was in extreme pain. After all,
He had a powerful recovery ability. He didn't expect such a tragedy to occur. Oh my God, you're finally awake. It's you, Senior Brother Wong. Forget it. Don't be so polite with me. Hurry up and eat something to nourish your body. Your maid looks at me with resentful eyes every day. She almost scared me to death. Yi Xian was speechless. However, it could be seen that Wang Tianjin had been taking care of him all this time. Of course, it was with Fian. Yi Xian was unconscious for a full 3 days this time. Many things happened in these 3 days. Because of Yi Xian's rampage, he directly killed more than half of the demonized fishmen and demonized humans at the bridgehead. And because of Yi Xian's rampage, everyone's blood boiled. They all bravely took the lead and directly killed all the demonized fishmen at the bridgehead. Of course, those corpses were all left there for Yi Xian to deal with. In the eyes of everyone, the demonized fishmen corpses were all left for Yi Xian to deal with. It had become a habit. Those who secretly wanted to harm Yi Xian had seriously miscalculated this time. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of this situation to kill Yi Xian. However, they didn't expect Yi Xian to go berserk and destroy all their plans. Moreover, it directly made it possible to destroy the demonized Fishmen Island. In these 3 days, those guys naturally wanted to find an opportunity to make a move on Yi Xian. However, because of Yi Xian's rampage, Yi Xian's status in everyone's eyes was raised to the extreme. In fact, there were many special abilities, special pills, and special treasures that could activate a person's rampage state. However, generally, it would only increase one's combat strength by a few times. It was already amazing to be able to stimulate a dozen times. As for dozens of times, that was a legendary existence. In that case, what was Yi Xian's rampage 100 times? Perhaps it could only be described as a monster and a genius. Chapter 2201. Those who were originally treated as enemies by Yi Xian, or those who had revealed even the slightest bit of hostility towards Yi Xian, were all pushed to a corner. Even the people from the third hall were chased away. The reason was that Yi Xian wanted to rest in peace. In reality, wasn't it to exclude them? Then, how could they have the chance to make a move? Hey, Master Yi is awake. When Fian supported Yi Xian as they walked out, everyone bowed in unison. Yi Xian also smiled. However, when Yi Xian came to the Tower Master of 100 Buildings, suddenly, he saw the Tower Master of 100 Buildings kneeling in front of Yi Xian. Greetings to Master Yi. Today, I, 100 Buildings, swear on my divinity that I will follow Master Yi for life. I will never regret it. F***CK. It's this guy again, swearing on his divinity, and this time, he wants to follow me. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. However, the system's notification made Yi Xian ecstatic. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 faith point. The faith function has been activated. The rebuilding of the faith system has been activated. He actually gained 1 faith point. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Although 1 faith point was useless, it was a good start after all. Quick, get up, get up. Tower Master of 100 Buildings is too polite. Yi Xian was so happy that he didn't care about the pain in his body. He quickly walked up and helped 100 Buildings up. Master Yi, you're finally awake. The corpses of the demonized fishmen that we killed are piling up like a mountain. If you didn't wake up, we wouldn't know what to do with them. Now, we've sent people to guard and wait for you to deal with them. At this time, another person walked over. Good news. One after another. The corpses of the demonized fishmen were piling up like a mountain. Didn't that mean that this time, Yi Xian could happily level up again? Okay, I'll go over now. Yi Xian walked over with a bright smile on his face. Looking at the mountain of corpses of the demonized fishmen, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Devouring hand. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the demonized fishmen were all devoured by Yi Xian. Ding, the host has broken through. Current upper 9th grade True God Realm. Ding, system notification. The host's experience lock of 3 levels detected. It is estimated to be unlocked in 1 month's time. Awesome. Haha, this is awesome. Yi Xian was overjoyed. On the surface, he directly advanced to the peak of the Heavenly God Realm, but there were still 3 levels of experience locked in. In other words, even if Yi Xian didn't do anything, he'd still be able to advance to the lower 3rd grade of the Spirit God Realm in a month. How could he not be awesome? Yi Xian's powerful recovery ability wasn't just for show. In just a few short hours, Yi Xian had completely recovered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already walked towards the bridgehead. Because of Yi Xian, the base camp was still in its original location. However, most of the ordinary disciples were guarding the bridgehead. "Grandmaster Yi, you're here." Moonless walked up to Yi Xian respectfully. It was obvious that Pavilion Master Ling Xian's attitude towards Yi Xian had changed. Although he was still unwilling to submit completely, at least he didn't reject him like before. "Haha, Yi Xian, you came at the right time. We were discussing how to attack this island. We've tried to attack this damned demonized fishmen island several times, but we failed every time. There's no demon-slaying restriction on it, so those demonized fishmen can be resurrected indefinitely. It's very troublesome." Seeing Yi Xian, everyone didn't hide the reason they were gathered here. Yi Xian nodded, but his brows were tightly knitted. He wasn't willing to use his level to exchange for another demon-slaying restriction. Yi Xian remembered Yi Xian's miserable appearance clearly. Again, Yi Xian wasn't willing to do it no matter what. However, without the demon-slaying restriction, it was indeed a little troublesome. It was almost impossible for him to rush over. Of course, the demonized fishmen couldn't rush over. However, they couldn't just stay in this stalemate forever. They had to find a way to destroy those demonized fishmen. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. What should he do to break through that place? System, do you have any suggestions? It was good that the system was more humane. Ding! System notification. There are currently 2 reasonable choices for the host to consider. 2. This made Yi Xian quite surprised. Ding! First choice, the host has enough resources to exchange for a permanent right to use the demon-slaying restriction. The host can choose to bring people over and then set up the demon-slaying restriction, advancing step by step. Ding! Second choice, the host can exchange for a special treasure, the demon-slaying talisman. This treasure has the same effect as the demon-slaying restriction, but it can be carried around and can effectively seal a single target. Demon-slaying talisman. However, his resources were actually enough to exchange for the demon-slaying restriction. It seemed that his harvest this time was quite good. Both choices required Yi Xian to exchange for them. However, which one was he going to choose? It could be said that Yi Xian could only choose one out of the 2 choices. The advantages and disadvantages of these 2 choices were very obvious. If he exchanged for a permanent demon-slaying restriction, Yi Xian could advance step by step. However, one could imagine that the demon-slaying restriction wasn't cheap. The demon-slaying talisman was much cheaper. Moreover, it could be used repeatedly. As long as Yi Xian devoured those demonized fishmen corpses, the demon-slaying talisman could be used again. It could be considered an effective use, and it would save a lot of money. Of course, correspondingly, there was a lot of risk. After all, if he couldn't use the demon-sealing talisman to seal the corpses of the demonized fishmen in time, then the demonic qi would quickly revive them. However, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian still decided to use the demon-slaying talisman. To be honest, Yi Xian's consumption of resources was very frightening. Previously, Yi Xian had suffered from a lack of resources. Coupled with the mirror image mystique, Yi Xian couldn't use it until now. Wasn't it also because of a lack of resources? Therefore, it was better to save as many resources as possible. System, then, let's choose the second option. How many demon-slaying talismans can I exchange for? Ding! System notification. The host can exchange for 500 demon-slaying talismans. 500? There was no need for so many. 100 would be enough for now. As long as Yi Xian dealt with the demonized fishmen corpses in time, 100 would definitely be enough. System, can I ask how many resources I need to exchange for a permanent demon-slaying restriction? Ding! System notification. If the host wants to exchange for a permanent demon-slaying restriction, then the host will need to use up 3 levels locked on by the host and all of the host's resources. As expected, he knew that a permanent demon-slaying restriction wouldn't be so cheap. Alright, system, I want to exchange for 100 demon-slaying talismans. It should be enough for now. Ding! Exchange successful. Of course, even if Yi Xian exchanged for it, he couldn't take it out immediately. If he took it out now, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Chapter 2202. Everyone, take a break for the next few days.
I'll refine some Dharma treasures for you, Yi Xian said to everyone. Everyone smiled at Yi Xian. All right, then we'll have to trouble you, Grandmaster Yi. Actually, exchanging for a Devil Slayer talisman from the system was just a matter of a blink of an eye. Moreover, the Devil Slayer talisman was already in Yi Xian's hands. However, to avoid suspicion, Yi Xian could only wait a few days before taking it out. Yi Xian spent the next few days alone in his room. Naturally, no one disturbed him because everyone knew that Yi Xian was using some secret item to restrain the demonic aura. However, everyone was still a bit curious. They didn't know what Yi Xian would do. After about 3 days, Yi Xian finally walked out again. Yi Xian said to everyone with an embarrassed expression, Everyone, I don't have enough resources on hand, so I can only give you 100 Devil Slayer talismans. The Devil Slayer talisman is very simple to use. After you kill the demonized murlocs, immediately activate the Devil Slayer talisman. It will automatically form a small restriction around the murlocs' corpses. Then, I'll deal with the corpses immediately. After that, you can continue using the Devil Slayer talisman. Yi Xian's words were simple and clear. Everyone nodded in understanding. After selecting 100 elite disciples, a new wave of attacks began again. Yi Xian keenly sensed that his master was looking at him with a different meaning. He knew that he had swallowed his master's interspatial ring. If his master asked him for it now, he wouldn't be able to take it out. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally didn't dare to look at his master as he left with the group. What should I do? Master will ask me for the interspatial ring sooner or later. After all, that's all the treasures of the 5th palace. It seems that I have to think of a way to get some resources. Although I can't find the same thing as before, at least I have something to answer to. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked. However, Yi Xian really could not find any good treasures or resources on this demonized Fishmen Island. It was impossible for the demonized murlocs to have an interspatial ring. Naturally, they would not have any resources. The demonized humans did have interspatial rings, but they would be taken away by others. As for the interspatial rings of the dead, Yi Xian was too embarrassed to pick them up. For a moment, Yi Xian couldn't think of a good idea. Helpless, he could only leave it be for the time being. With the help of the Evil Slayer talisman, the group quickly seized the bridgehead. After Yi Xian set up an invincible restriction here, it became their temporary camp. Once they entered the demonized Fishmen Island, the rest would be much simpler. They only needed to follow the rhythm and clear out the demonized Fishmen Island step by step. The battle appeared to be exceptionally smooth. It even made people think that as long as everyone was given enough time, they would be able to eliminate the hidden danger of the demonized Fishmen Island. Unfortunately, was it really that simple? Because they wanted to frame Yi Xian and cause Yi Xian to go on a rampage, they lost the beachhead that the demonized fishmen were guarding. This undoubtedly made some people feel uneasy. Now that the crowd had arrived, those people started a new scheme. Perhaps some people thought that as long as the bridge was broken, wouldn't that be the simplest solution? Unfortunately, they could think that way. However, since no one mentioned it, could it not prove that the bridge was not ordinary? Besides, their goal was to eliminate all the demonized fishmen and find the ancient sword intent. In that case, why would they want to destroy the bridge? If this continues, I'm afraid the demonized Fishmen Island will really be destroyed by these people. That can't be allowed. Master's orders are to use the demonized Fishmen Island to cause chaos in the 100 territories. Therefore, the demonized Fishmen Island must leave. It was that guy in the Heaven God realm. His cultivation was clearly the lowest, but no one dared to refute him when he spoke. Since that's the case, let's think of a way to release the demonized fishmen. Isn't that enough? The elder from the 3rd hall said respectfully. Nonsense, I want you to think of a way to release the demonized fishmen. There are special restrictions set up around the demonized Fishmen Island. The only way to release the demonized fishmen is through this bridge. However, the Allied forces are guarding the bridge, and that damnable Yi Xian has set up a powerful restriction here. This makes it impossible for the demonized fishmen to escape. What should we do? Do you think it's possible to succeed if we can directly enrage the ancient sword intent? Directly enrage the ancient sword intent. As soon as the suggestion was made, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke, because they all found the possibility of this idea. Continue. That guy in the heaven god realm looked at the person who spoke and said, "Yes, everyone knows that the ancient sword intent has a physical body after fusing with the divine beast. Moreover, it already has a certain level of intelligence and its combat strength is incomparably powerful. It can be said that if the ancient sword intent directly attacks, I'm afraid no one here can stop it. Then we just need to draw out the ancient sword intent." These people looked at each other and felt that this idea might work. Once they had a plan, they quickly came up with a plan to enrage the ancient sword intent. On this day, Yi Xian followed behind everyone and continued to advance as usual. His goal was very clear, and that was to kill as many demonized fishmen as possible. Yi Xian remembered that the first time he came here, the number of demonized fishmen on the island was very limited. The second time he came here, they already occupied the majority. However, this time, Yi Xian discovered that there were only demonized fishmen on the entire island. The number was extremely large. Moreover, these demonized fishermen's strength increased so quickly that it could be said that they did not even need to cultivate. Someone had done an experiment and captured a demonized fishman alive. At first, they just wanted to see what was so special about these demonized fishmen. However, they found out that these demonized fishmen could automatically increase their cultivation level. When they first caught it, it was only a lower level 3 true god. However, after a few days of imprisonment, it had already increased to a lower level 4 true god. It could be said that this was even more satisfying than Yi Xian's leveling up. Yi Xian needed to devour before he could level up. In the end, the demonized fishmen did not even need to devour and leveled up just like that. The root of all this was still unknown until now. However, if this method could be used on the human race, it was simply unimaginable. Therefore, these few days, even when they were fighting, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Chapter 2203. In fact, Yi Xian had also guessed a possibility. Perhaps the reason why these demonized fishmen could level up so quickly was because of the demonic aura. Of course, Yi Xian was only guessing. The team advanced quickly. As they killed a large number of demonized fishmen, the demonized fishmen learned their lesson and no longer surrounded the campsite. Moreover, it was rare to find demonized fishmen within a certain distance from the campsite. However, it would be too much to think that it would be safe just because of this. Once someone went out alone, or even in a small team, they would immediately be surrounded by demonized fishmen. Only a large team like this could intimidate the demonized fishmen. Originally, this day's operation was not much different from usual. Find the demonized fishmen's gathering place, annihilate them, and continue to search. It seemed that this day would pass like this. However, when the team arrived in front of a huge mountain, a terrifying aura shocked everyone. Lingbo Lake was very vast. Although this demonized fishmen island was a small island, it was not small at all. Among them, there was a towering mountain on the island. It could be said that one could see it clearly from any direction. In the previous search, they did not find anything special about this mountain. However, today the mountain moved. Yes, the mountain moved. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire island. Defend! Someone shouted loudly. Soon, the team formed a circle and looked ahead nervously. What is that? Suddenly, someone shouted. Yi Xian, who was in the center of the circle, also looked over. Ding! System notification. Ancient sword intent detected. Host, please be careful. What? That was actually the ancient sword intent. What the hell? Yi Xian was shocked because in front of him was a moving mountain. This was actually the ancient sword intent. Rumble! Rumble! The mountain was constantly moving. As he moved, huge rocks fell from above him. Waves after waves of formidable fluctuations caused everyone to tremble with fear. Roar! Suddenly, a loud and clear roar sounded. In an instant, all the rocks and soil on the mountain were sent flying. It was as if a wave came from the sky. In an instant, rocks fell like rain. Of course, this kind of damage was not enough to threaten the crowd. That said, the crowd was finally able to clearly see what was moving within the mountain. A powerful divine beast that was several hundred meters tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Above his body, there was a giant sword that was at least 1,000 meters tall, towering into the clouds. What a terrifying size! In front of him, a team of several hundred people was simply like a group of ants. Not to mention anything else, just his size alone was enough to shock everyone.
So big, so tall. At this moment, this was the only thought left in everyone's mind. Roar! Another deafening roar was heard, and a sound wave crushed toward the crowd. In an instant, many people, including Yi Xian, lost their footing. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Pavilion Master Ling Xian was the first to step forward and shout loudly. The strength of this monster was simply too strong. None of them had the confidence to face it. Yi Xian asked the system. System, detect the strength of this monster. Ding! System notification. Target. Lower rank 5 True God Realm. What True God Realm? Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. One had to know that above the Sky God Realm was the spiritual God. Above the spiritual God was the profound God. Above the profound God was the true God. In the 100 realms of Mo, there was currently only one true God realm superexistence, and that was the sect master of Mo Shang Pavilion. As for the others, even people like Pavilion Master Ling Xian were only at the profound God realm. As for Bai Lu and the others, they were only at the upper rank spiritual God realm. There was no way to resist at all. How could they defeat it? Retreat! They retreated in panic. At this moment, everyone understood that staying here was simply waiting for death. Yi Xian was no exception. They could not resist such a strong guy at all. Yi Xian still remembered that the system had said that this ancient sword intent was the material he needed to upgrade the god-slaying sword. However, this material seemed to be a little too strong. Boom! A huge rock smashed into the crowd, and 3 people were directly crushed to death on the spot. Among them, there was even a mid-rank spiritual god realm expert. However, it was of no use at all. In front of the ancient sword intent of the true god realm, even a spiritual god was just an ant. Run, they could only run. No one dared to resist because no one could resist. Stop, everyone. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yi Xian shouted loudly to the crowd. Yi Xian had already obtained everyone's recognition with his strength and ability. When they heard Yi Xian's voice, everyone stopped in their tracks. Master Yi, what's wrong? Look, that guy seems to be unable to move too far. Yes, because of the existence of the system, even if Yi Xian was escaping, he could still observe the ancient sword intent's actions at any time. At this moment, he realized that the ancient sword intent should be trapped there. It could not leave the center of the island at all. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, although the ancient sword intent was extremely angry and roared from time to time, it could not move forward at all. It's really like that. That big guy seems to be trapped. Everyone discussed animatedly. Of course, no one dared to move forward. Look, it's demonic energy. All the demonic energy is actually being emitted from that guy. So the ancient sword intent is the source of the demonic energy. Someone acutely noticed that black demonic energy was ceaselessly being emitted from the long sword on the ancient sword intent's back. Thus, they knew that the source of all the demonic energy was the ancient sword intent. Or perhaps, all the murlocs on the island were its slaves. Look quickly. Those demonized murlocs seem to be using some sort of method to destroy the ancient sword intent's seal. Yi Xian noticed as well that countless demonized murlocs were surrounding the ancient sword intent. They were ceaselessly working hard to destroy the seal around the ancient sword intent bit by bit. Of course, they couldn't destroy it in a short period of time. No, we can't let them succeed. We can't let them destroy the seal. Once that big guy comes out, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Since the danger had been eliminated, everyone stopped. All the powerhouses gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Unfortunately, no one, including Yi Xian, could come up with a good suggestion. Yi Xian had no choice but to ask the system. System, what do you think of the current situation? Do you have a way to solve it? Ding! System notification. Host, please note that the system can only give simple suggestions. For things like strategy and tactical arrangements, the system is powerless. Even the system can't do anything. Ever since the system became more and more user-friendly, Yi Xian had gotten used to asking the system for solutions. Chapter 2204. After all, the system was still a system. Even if it was more human-like, how could it replace Yi Xian in coming up with a solution? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Demonic aura. Yes, the ancient sword will was using the demonic aura to control the numerous demonic murlocs. In that case, could it be said that as long as the demonic aura was broken, the ancient sword will would be depleted?
At the very least, it would be able to suppress the demonic murlocs. The demonic aura could not only allow the demonic murlocs to be revived indefinitely, but it could also continuously strengthen them. Therefore, the demonic aura had to be removed. At the very least, it had to be depleted. What should they do? Be it Tower Master Ling Xian or the others, they all fell into deep thought. Yi Xian was no exception. However, how could they come up with a good idea in such a short time? The ancient sword will was a super-existence in the true god realm. It was a super-existence that could easily suppress all of them. What should they do? Yi Xian held the god-slaying sword in his hand as he pondered. It would be great if we had a treasure that could absorb the demonic aura. We could absorb the demonic aura and then refine it. Wouldn't that weaken the power of the ancient sword will? Someone grumbled softly. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. When Yi Xian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. If Yi Xian could reactivate Wei Zhentian's treasure form, would he have a chance to obtain a treasure that could absorb the demonic aura? At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately asked the system. System, I want to activate Wei Zhentian's treasure form. System, I want to activate Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. Is there any way? System notification. The host can activate Wei Zhentian's treasure form by triggering a hidden mission or forcibly unlocking it. Forcibly unlocking it? How is it forcibly unlocking it? Yi Xian asked the system. He knew that since the system mentioned forcibly unlocking it, it would not be that simple. However, when the system listed 49 special treasures in one go, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. 49 special treasures. Where was Yi Xian supposed to get it? For example, the Flower Spirit Sword Attendant only required 4 materials. As for the first 3, Yi Xian quickly collected them. However, Yi Xian still didn't have the slightest news of the last one. Not to mention, there were now 49 special treasures in one go. It was a treasure, not a material. In other words, these 49 treasures still required Yi Xian to refine them. Terrifying. This was simply too terrifying. What to do? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Ever since Yi Xian had sunk into deep thought, he had been noticed by others. At this time, many people were also paying attention to Yi Xian. Master Moonless asked carefully, Grandmaster Yi, have you thought of a way? Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and answered instinctively, I have a way to absorb the demon qi. However, it requires 49 treasures to fuse together. He just said it subconsciously and didn't mean anything else. However, after hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone looked at each other and said in unison to Yi Xian, Grandmaster Yi, what treasures do you need? Just tell us. Maybe we can get it. That's right, with so much strength here, who knows, he might really be able to obtain those 49 treasures for Yi Xian. Since it was all for the sake of suppressing that damned ancient sword intent, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and listed out the 49 treasures in an instant. Although there were many special treasures that Yi Xian needed, they weren't that powerful. Needless to say, everyone gathered 39 of the treasures very quickly and obtained the materials for the remaining 10. Everyone, give me some time. I'll start refining the treasures now. Yi Xian said to the crowd. Naturally, no one objected. With the materials in hand, there were naturally no problems with the refinement. With the system, Yi Xian's refinement success rate was 100%. Moreover, the refinement speed was extremely fast. When all 49 special treasures were prepared, Yi Xian finally said to the system, System, activate it. System, activate it. I want to reactivate Wei Zhentian's treasure form. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Wei Zhentian's treasure form has been successfully unlocked. Ding! System notification. Wei Zhentian's treasure form has been automatically upgraded. 3 treasure forms will be randomly refreshed every day. If the host wants to fix a treasure form, 3 Devour points will be required. Wei Zhentian's treasure form was finally unlocked again. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Now, it was time to check the treasure forms that Wei Zhentian would randomly refresh. Right now, Yi Xian had exactly 3 Devour points. In other words, he could fix the shape of Wei Zhentian's magic treasure once. Unfortunately, Wei Zhentian's treasure forms were randomly refreshed every day. As for what would appear, Yi Xian couldn't control it at all. Even though Yi Xian was desperately hoping for a treasure that could absorb demonic energy, he couldn't just get it as and when he wanted it. He stayed for a full 40 days. Moreover, no one cared about the 40 days and no one would rush Yi Xian. In everyone's hearts, Yi Xian had long become an omnipotent super-existence. Now when Yi Xian said that he wanted to refine a special treasure, it only slightly surprised them. No one doubted him at all. After 40 days, a total of 120 attempts, Yi Xian still hadn't found the treasure form that he wanted. However, Yi Xian still didn't give up. On the 41st day, Yi Xian finally started a new attempt with a slightly nervous heart. Wei Zhentian, come on. Let me see what treasure form you've refreshed today. In an instant, Wei Zhentian was separated from the god-slaying sword. Then it started to change rapidly. 9-star godly sword. Borrowing the power of the stars, its attack power is incomparably strong. Unfortunately, it wasn't what Yi Xian wanted. Burrowing shuttle. A special flying treasure that can travel quickly underground. It was still useless. Was he going to fail again today? There was only one last chance left. Yi Xian was really nervous. The Buddha's Saraira. Its only function is to suppress evil spirits. Gulp. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect to come up with a Buddha's Saraira. Moreover, its only function was to suppress evil spirits. He quickly checked and was overjoyed by the results. Because this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. Without hesitation, he used 3 devouring points to stabilize Wei Zhentian's Buddha's Saraira form. Haha, my many attempts weren't in vain. I finally succeeded. Yi Xian took Wei Zhentian's Buddha's Saraira form and walked out. Master Yi is out. Everyone greeted him. In the past few days, they had been waiting for Yi Xian's results while killing the demonized murlocs. However, because Yi Xian wasn't around, many demonized murlocs were revived by the ancient sword will. And now, Yi Xian was finally out. How was it? Did you succeed? Chapter 2205. Don't worry, Master. Your disciple has succeeded. Yi Xian took out the Buddha God's relic. The pure white radiance shone on everyone, making them feel rather tranquil. What's the use of this thing? Someone asked Yi Xian softly. Yi Xian did not answer. Instead, he threw the thing out. Wei Zhentian activated automatically. Waves of faint white light scattered in all directions. Once the white light saw the demonic aura, it would automatically surround and suppress it. It was as if it had the innate ability to restrain the demonic aura. The demonic aura was constantly being refined, while the white light continued to expand. As the white light continued to expand, the demonic aura was finally afraid. It actually retreated toward the ancient sword intent. Grandmaster Yi, what kind of Dharma treasure is this? How can it be so powerful? It's too powerful. I've never seen such a Dharma treasure before. Someone said loudly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian only smiled slightly but did not answer. In reality, according to Yi Xian's thoughts, this mere Buddha relic had such a single function. It could be said that in Yi Xian's heart, it was simply a waste of his 3 devour points. If it were not for the special circumstances, Yi Xian would not have said that he would use the 3 devouring points to fix the Buddha God's relic's form. Wei Zhentian, continue to attack. Although Yi Xian did not know if this was considered an attack, it was enough as long as Wei Zhentian understood his intentions. At this moment, the white light emitted by Wei Zhentian was constantly expanding on the demonized Murloc Island. Meanwhile, the demonic aura of the ancient sword intent was constantly being compressed. It was obvious that the ancient sword intent was very afraid of Wei Zhentian's Buddha God's relic form, even though the Buddha God's relic form did not pose a direct threat to the ancient sword intent. Time passed. Everyone was watching the battle between the black and white lights. On the contrary, the battle between the people on the ground and the demonized Murloc did not occur. At this moment, everyone was extremely impressed by Yi Xian. They really wanted to know what Yi Xian could not do. A restriction master. A monstrous genius. Now, he had displayed his greatest achievement in refining weapons. One must know that becoming a Grandmaster Blacksmith was even rarer than becoming a Grandmaster Restriction. Yi Xian was able to refine such a powerful item in just 41 days. It was an item that could suppress the ancient sword will of a true god super-existence. How could the crowd not be convinced? Of course, in reality, Yi Xian wasn't actually refining anything. He was merely reactivating Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form.
No one knew how much time had passed, because no one paid attention to time. At this time, in the sky and on the ground, there was a clear dividing line that divided the island into two sides. Although Wei Zhentian's Buddha relic form was able to suppress the demonic aura, it was impossible for him to control the demonic aura. However, the foundation of the ancient sword will was by no means ordinary. Demonic chi was continuously added in, and for a moment, it was actually a tie. At this time, everyone gathered together again. How do you think we should deal with the current situation? Yi Xian's master was the first to speak. The current situation couldn't be more obvious. Yi Xian's magic treasure and the ancient sword will's demonic chi were evenly matched. Moreover, the ancient sword will's demonic chi was largely consumed by Yi Xian. Naturally, it wouldn't take much care of the demonized murloc. Therefore, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. My suggestion is that we organize a group of elite disciples to specifically charge in and kill those damned demonized murloc. Although we can't do anything to the ancient sword will, as long as we eliminate all these demonized murloc, the ancient sword will won't be able to find subordinates to undo the seal for him. In this way, the initiative will be in our hands. What do you think? The pavilion master of Ling Xian Pavilion stood up and said to the crowd. Everyone nodded. Indeed, this might be a very good idea. I agree. I agree as well. Right, we can do that. Even though the ancient sword will is extremely formidable, it's restrained by the seal, and it's utterly unable to make any unnecessary movements. So long as we annihilate those demonized murloc, then no matter if we think of a way to slowly exhaust the ancient sword will to death or strengthen the seal and seal it once more, it's all up to us. Right, no matter what, we must not allow that fellow to emerge into the world and continue harming the god world. All of them spoke successively, and they quickly came to a consensus. After that, an entire 10 small groups of elites were formed. Every single group was led by an expert at the intermediate 5th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm at least. Moreover, the strengths of the members were at least at the high-rank heavenly god realm. It could be said that these 10 groups could be considered to be the strongest groups that could be formed. On the other hand, Yi Xian had joined one of these groups as well. In Yi Xian's opinion, killing the demonized murloc and obtaining the corpses of the demonized murloc was a great opportunity for him to improve his strength. So, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. However, because Yi Xian was in this group became the strongest. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion, Bai Lu, and Lu Luo of Mo Shang's training camp were all in this group. It was even to the extent that Yi Xian's master was about to join as well. According to the thoughts of all of them, Yi Xian absolutely couldn't be allowed to suffer any mishaps. At the very least, Yi Xian's role in this group was even more formidable than all of them combined. This wasn't an issue of strength or cultivation. Instead, it was because only Yi Xian was capable of setting up formidable restrictions, and only Yi Xian was capable of controlling magic treasures to ceaselessly wear down the ancient sword will's devilish chi. Let's go! The target that Yi Xian's group had chosen was a gathering place of demonized murloc. Compared to other places, the demonized murloc here were much more formidable. There were almost 1,000 of them, and over 100 of them were at the heavenly god realm or above. There were quite a few at the domain enlightened spirit god realm as well. This could be considered to be the strongest gathering place of demonized murloc in the outer perimeter. Of course, eliminating this place was of the utmost importance to them. All of them moved forward cautiously, because they knew that the slightest commotion they made now might draw the attention of the demonized murloc. Once they escaped or were besieged by the demonized murloc, then it would cause Yi Xian's group to fall into a difficult situation. Fortunately, the situation didn't develop in a bad direction. Master Yi, should we attack? Finally, all of them arrived at the gathering place of demonized murloc, and Bai Lu lowered his voice and asked Yi Xian this question. Yi Xian glanced at the dense expanse of demonized murloc before him and directly waved his hand. Kill! Chapter 2206. Of course, this was to make it easier for Yi Xian to devour them. In other words, it was to deal with the corpses of these demonized fishmen. Yi Xian held the Godslayer in his hand as he directly charged into the gathering point of the demonized fishmen. His sword flickered, and there wasn't a single demonized fishman that could withstand a single strike from Yi Xian's sword. Coupled with the others, they instantly killed the demonized fishmen to the point they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. The ancient sword intent naturally understood the intentions of Yi Xian and the others, and it ceaselessly attempted to use devil energy to revive those demonized fishmen.
However, Wei Zhentian was always able to stop it in time. On the other hand, Yi Xian didn't hold back at all, and he casually devoured the demonized fishmen regardless of whether they were killed or not. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the low rank of the 4th rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Yi Xian had successfully unlocked the seal on his cultivation a long time ago, so his cultivation had directly advanced to the low rank of the 4th rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm at this moment. It was still fine at the beginning because Yi Xian and the others weren't particularly noticed by the ancient sword intent. So, they were only fighting this group of demonized fishmen. But for some unknown reason, the ancient sword intent's entire attention had suddenly converged onto Yi Xian and the others. So, demonized fishmen and even demonized humans were ceaselessly charging over from all directions. It simply seemed as if it intended to annihilate Yi Xian and the others. Since the ancient sword intent noticed Yi Xian and the others clearly felt pressured. Damn it! Why is another group here? We're simply unable to kill them all. Humph. Since these demonized fishmen want to give their lives away, then we'll fulfill their wishes. All of them utilize their own divine abilities to ceaselessly annihilate the demonized fishmen. If it really developed according to the current situation, then perhaps they would really be able to annihilate all the demonized fishmen in no time. However, when a pair of powerful reinforcements arrived, Yi Xian and the others realized that they had been surrounded. In the blink of an eye, a large number of demonized murlocs appeared around Yi Xian and the others. However, this wasn't the key point. The key point was that this time, it wasn't a small team of true gods or celestial gods, but a team of true experts. The Domain Spirit God Realm. They were actually all Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm experts, and there were over 100 Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm demonized mermen. So, how would Yi Xian's group fight such a force? There was no way they could beat him at all. It was no different from delivering food to their doorstep. What should we do, Grandmaster Yi? Should we continue killing? Bai Lu came to Yi Xian's side and asked softly. Yi Xian immediately turned around as he gazed at those over 100 Domain Enlightened Spirit Gods. Fight my ass. Run, quick, get out of here. Wasn't that so? If he stayed behind despite knowing that he couldn't win, he would be courting death. Yi Xian and the others fled swiftly, and they fled incessantly towards their own group. On the other hand, those demonized mermen chased closely behind Yi Xian and the others as if they'd gone mad. Moreover, Yi Xian was clearly able to sense that the target of these demonized mermen was surprisingly him. Damn it! What's going on? Yi Xian couldn't figure out why these demonized mermen would take him to be their greatest enemy. All of them were simply fearlessly launching wave after wave of attacks at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the protection of Bai Lu and the others, Yi Xian would have definitely been trapped. Flee. He could only flee for his life. Because those demonized mermen had simply gone mad, and they were even willing to give up their lives for the sake of attacking Yi Xian once. One of the demonized mermen had its speed forcefully increased by some sort of divine ability, and then it burned its life force to charge at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the prompt reminder from the system, Yi Xian wouldn't even be able to dodge in time. And just as Yi Xian dodged his previous position, that demonized merman actually self-destructed. Using self-destruction to attack Yi Xian. How was Yi Xian supposed to fight back? Luckily, even though these demonized mermen were extremely crazy, Yi Xian still managed to return to the camp safely. Wei Zhentian's Buddha God's relic had an extremely high suppressive effect on those demonized mermen. These demonized mermen were able to rapidly increase their levels precisely because of the demonic aura. But if they lost the demonic aura, their levels would drop extremely quickly. Hence, as long as Yi Xian retreated into Wei Zhentian's defensive range, those mermen wouldn't be able to do anything to him no matter how crazy they were. It was as if the black and white dividing lines had formed two distinct camps. The demonized fishmen relied on their absolute numbers to surround the small teams that were sent out once they entered the area. If they tried to fight head-on, they would only be surrounded to death. Moreover, no matter how many demonized mermen there were, they wouldn't dare rashly charge into Wei Zhentian's defensive range. Because once they entered, their levels would be directly suppressed. It wouldn't be long before a demonized merman at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm would be suppressed to the deity realm. So, the demonized merman didn't dare take a single step forward. What should I do? Could it be that I'm just going to waste time like this? Yi Xian didn't have that patience. I don't believe it. Wei Zhentian, move forward with me. Yi Xian was suppressing a strand of anger in his heart when he was driven back by the demonized mermen. After he reorganized himself slightly, he directly ordered Wei Zhentian. At the same time, he directly moved forward and set up all sorts of restrictions along the way. Perhaps only Yi Xian was capable of opening a path with restrictions. It should be noted that an ordinary restriction master, such as Master Moonless, would need at least half a day to set up a lightning strike restriction. However, Yi Xian only needed to give an order to the system, and it wouldn't be long before he finished setting it up. This was the gap between them, and this was Yi Xian's ability. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was a grandmaster of restrictions. However, they hadn't expected that Yi Xian's attainments in restrictions would actually be so high. All of them glanced at each other when they saw Yi Xian actually use restrictions to open a path with a cold expression on his face, and they even wondered if they were seeing things. Even if Yi Xian had only set up some simple restrictions, they were still restrictions in the end, and a restriction would appear with a casual wave of his hand. Had anyone ever seen such a ferocious method of attack? On the other hand, Yi Xian's actions caused the demonized mermen to suffer great misfortune. Yes, the restrictions that Yi Xian set up could only harm demonized mermen at the heavenly god realm and below. Even though it had very little effect on those at the domain enlightened spirit god realm and above, how could there be too many demonized mermen at the domain enlightened spirit god realm and above? If too few were dispatched, then they would only be killed by everyone. If too many were dispatched, it didn't seem to be that many at all. For a time, the demonized mermen were beaten to the point of retreating repeatedly. Groups of demonized mermen were killed, and their corpses were devoured by Yi Xian. The entire island was swiftly being cleaned up. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the low rank of the 7th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian had finally cleaned up all the demonized mermen on the island. It could be said that besides the portion of demonized mermen beneath his feet that were protected by the ancient sword intent, the rest of the demonized mermen had been completely annihilated. As for the few remaining demonized mermen, there was no need to fear them anymore. Chapter 2207. After getting rid of the surrounding demonized murlocs, the only thing left in front of Yi Xian and the rest was the final ancient sword intent. It could be said that the ancient sword intent was a super existence. It would not be that easy to get rid of it. According to Yi Xian's thoughts, they definitely had to kill it. However, not to mention killing it, it would be extremely difficult to even walk up to it. Therefore, Yi Xian and the rest gathered together again to discuss countermeasures. In my opinion, our current strength is not enough to destroy the ancient sword intent. Why don't we think of a way to strengthen the seal? It'll be fine as long as that guy doesn't come out and cause trouble. One person stepped forward to voice his opinion. However, his words were quickly met with a rebuttal. I don't think that's right. As long as the ancient sword intent exists, it will be a huge disaster and will always be a threat to me, Mo Bai Jing. This time, he can use demonic energy to control the demonized murlocs. Next time, who knows what he can do with demonic energy? Then, strengthen the seal on him. If we attack by force, I'm afraid we won't have any chance of winning. Even if all of us attack together, we don't have the slightest chance of taking down the ancient sword intent. After all, he's a true god. Everyone spoke one after another. Should they think of a way to destroy the ancient sword intent or find a way to strengthen the seal and leave it be for the time being? It could be said that both plans had their own sufficient reasons, but as for which one to choose, no one could make up their minds for the time being. Because of this, everyone was arguing. However, arguing was not a solution. All right, everyone, be quiet. Why don't we see what Master Yi decides? Ling Xian Pavilion's pavilion master was the first to step forward and voice his opinion. He was prepared to hand the decision to Yi Xian. Yes, let's see what Master Yi decides. Without Master Yi, we might not even have been able to take down the bridgehead in this siege on the demonized Murlocs Island. I think Master Yi will definitely have a way. Bai Lu also stepped forward. His meaning was very clear. Yes, let Master Yi decide. We'll do what Master Yi says. Yi Xian, come up with an idea. A moment later, all eyes were on Yi Xian. Yi Xian definitely contributed the most to this encirclement. Furthermore, it could be said that Yi Xian was the key to the success of this battle. Therefore, everyone placed their hopes on Yi Xian at this moment. Furthermore, they were willing to believe in Yi Xian. They would choose to believe in Yi Xian's decisions. Yi Xian thought for a while, then stood up and said, "I feel that we can't let go of this opportunity. Everyone might think that the ancient sword intent is a true God realm super expert, and we can't do anything about it. I have to admit that this is the truth. However, think about it. We paid such a huge price this time to achieve today's results. If we give up now, are you willing to accept it?" Sure enough, everyone shook their heads. That was right. Every force had paid a huge price for this encirclement. It was not easy to reach the current situation. If they really gave up now, who would be willing to accept it? That's right. If we give up now, I won't accept it. However, Master Yi, the ancient sword intent is a true god. How can we possibly defeat it? Whether we can defeat it or not is one thing, but whether we fight it or not is another. The ancient sword intent is indeed powerful. However, don't forget that it is restricted by the seal. In addition to the suppression of my Dharma treasure, its strength has been reduced to the lowest level. If we miss this opportunity, once it has time to recover its strength, it will be even more difficult to deal with it next time. Therefore, my opinion is that we must fight, and we must do our best. This battle will decide the outcome. Yi Xian concluded. After everyone heard Yi Xian's words, they felt that what Yi Xian said made sense. If they did not fight now, they would give the ancient sword intent time to recover. Perhaps no one would be able to do anything to it. Of course, there were also people who did not speak, such as the elder from the third hall and the others. With Yi Xian's current prestige, these people understood that it was useless to openly challenge him. If they wanted to go against Yi Xian, they could only do so in secret. With the final decision, everyone quickly moved again. There were continuous reinforcements. In an instant, close to 10,000 people had gathered around the demonized Fishmen Island. Yi Xian was not idle during this period. On one hand, he was using Megatron to suppress the ancient sword intent's demonic aura. On the other hand, he was constantly thinking of countermeasures. Demonic aura. Yes, the fundamental reason why the ancient sword intent was so powerful was because of the existence of the demonic aura. The ancient sword intent itself was a sword intent left behind by an expert from ancient times. It had coincidentally merged with a powerful divine beast, resulting in its current form. But no matter what, its original strength was limited. It was only the demonic aura that strengthened it. According to Yi Xian's guess, the demonic aura might have been deliberately left behind by someone to the ancient sword intent. Now, the powerful ancient sword intent that Yi Xian and the others saw was the combination of the ancient sword intent, the divine beast, and the demonic aura. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to defeat them one by one. Then how could he achieve this plan? Yi Xian racked his brains. Until one day, when Yi Xian saw Megatron transform the demonic aura, he had an idea. The demonic aura was the fundamental reason why the ancient sword intent could be so powerful. Since Megatron could transform the demonic aura, could Yi Xian do the same? Could he even exchange for more items that could transform the demonic aura through the system? System, I want to exchange for a special treasure or skill that can transform the demonic aura. Ding. System notification. The current host does not meet the requirements and cannot exchange. Did not meet the requirements? System, if I want to exchange, what conditions do I need to meet? Ding. System notification. If the host wants to exchange for a specific skill, the sect system needs to be reactivated. Ding. System notification. If the host wants to exchange for a specific treasure, the host needs to increase his realm. Increase his realm or reactivate the sect system. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that Yi Xian needed to leave this place temporarily. Fortunately, the demonized murlocs around the ancient sword intent had been cleared away. Moreover, the ancient sword intent was sealed and could not cause any big waves. Therefore, Yi Xian's temporary departure would not have any effect. Moreover, during this period of time, the demonic aura emitted by the ancient sword intent had faded a lot. Even if Yi Xian took Megatron away, it would not have much effect. Of course, the final battle was not something that could be fought on a whim. Preparation was necessary. Therefore, when Yi Xian told everyone that he needed to leave temporarily to find a way to completely destroy the ancient sword intent, no one objected. Instead, they gave Yi Xian a lot of resources to reassure Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian returned, they promised that even if they could not achieve results, they would not let the situation worsen. Chapter 2208. After Yi Xian set up multiple restrictions,
he directly left. This time, Yi Xian's goal was clear. There were 3 secret realms that Yi Xian wanted to visit this time. The first secret realm was the Valley of Beasts. Countless powerful divine beasts lived in the Valley of Beasts. It had always been the main place for various forces to hunt divine beasts for materials and weapons. The second secret realm was the Divine Medicine Mountain. It was said that the Divine Medicine Mountain was originally the base of a large ancient sect. There were many dangerous places in the mountain, but there were also many miraculous medicinal fields, which attracted many people to search for spiritual herbs. As for the third secret realm, strictly speaking, it was not a secret realm. It was a secret teleportation portal, and the direction he was teleporting to was none other than the Endless Desert in the northwest. The Endless Desert could be said to be a natural danger zone. No one could safely cross it. However, there were some treasures in the Endless Desert that could not be found anywhere else. Therefore, the portal was left behind. Yi Xian did not know about the treasures, but when he obtained the ancient divine emperor's inheritance, Yi Xian also learned about an ancient city built in the Endless Desert. Therefore, Yi Xian would have to go to the Endless Desert sooner or later. After all, this was a place that the ancient divine emperor had specially suggested. Yi Xian believed that there would be extraordinary opportunities. According to the difficulty level and Yi Xian's needs, Yi Xian chose the Valley of Beasts as his first target. He needed to go there to train. Only when his cultivation level increased would he be able to guarantee his strength. The Valley of Beasts was located at the edge of the 100 territories. There were a lot of divine beasts here. Generally speaking, as long as there were benefits, there would be plenty of competition. There were a total of 10 cities here, which were generally known as the 10-direction city of the Valley of Beasts. Every 10% of the 10-direction city was guarded by a mysterious god expert. Therefore, no one could say that they jointly controlled the few entrances to the Valley of Beasts. At this time, Yi Xian had arrived at one of the cities. Although Yi Xian's goal was very clear, which was to kill divine beasts and level up, before that, Yi Xian still had to make some preparations. If he were to recklessly charge in, he would most likely suffer a great loss. That was why Yi Xian had come to the Beast Hunting Battalion in the city. The Beast Hunting Battalion originally didn't exist, but as more and more people entered the myriad Beast Valley to hunt god beasts, the Beast Hunting Battalion also appeared. Hello, what would you like? The Beast Hunting Battalion had all sorts of simple magic tools, spells, pills, as well as god beast materials. Of course, there was also some valuable information. Give me a map of the distribution of divine beasts at the Heavenly God Realm and low-level domain Spirit God Realm. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly said to that person, "All right, a map of the distribution of divine beasts at the Heavenly God Realm has a 70% accuracy and costs 50,000 divine crystals. A map of the low-level domain Spirit God Realm has a 60% accuracy and costs 100,000 divine crystals. Total 150,000. The reason Yi Xian wanted to buy this map was precisely because the distribution of divine beasts was marked on the map. Probably no one knew exactly how large the Myriad Beast Valley was because this damnable place was one secret realm after another. If one casually entered, one might even get lost in it. As for why there was such a strange place, no one knew. After obtaining the map, Yi Xian directly entered the Myriad Beast Valley. In the beginning, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He found a suitable place and ceaselessly killed divine beasts and devoured their corpses to level up. Unfortunately, Yi Xian still underestimated the danger of this place. In fact, the most terrifying thing in the Myriad Beast Valley wasn't the divine beasts, but the people. In the entire Myriad Beast Valley, there was no lack of bandits. On this day, Yi Xian was leveling up when the system's alarm suddenly sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack. Under attack? Where did it come from? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He quickly retreated and put some distance between himself and the divine beasts. Only then did he begin to observe the situation around him. Yi Xian didn't need to waste any effort at all to find the people who had ambushed him. There were a total of 5 people. 5 people who didn't seem to be special on the surface. However, before Yi Xian could speak, he heard the other party speak first. Yo kid, your reaction is quite fast. Do you know that this is our territory? Your territory? Humph. This is the Myriad Beast Valley. What? Does this Myriad Beast Valley belong to your family?
It was impossible for Yi Xian not to be angry when he was interrupted on a leveling trip. Haha, kid, you even know this. Yes, this myriad beast valley belongs to my family. You killed my divine beast. Shouldn't you compensate us? The leader continued to speak with a smug look on his face. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them at all. Instead, he said to the system, "System, detect their strength." Ding. System notification indicates that the targets are intermediate 3rd grade spiritual god realm, inferior 6th grade spiritual god realm, and superior 3rd grade heavenly god realm. That was all they had? They actually dared to find trouble with Yi Xian? At this moment, the leader continued, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave behind 500,000 divine crystals or divine beast materials of equivalent value as compensation. Then, I can spare your life and even allow you to continue hunting divine beasts here. Otherwise, what do you want?" Yi Xian asked with disdain after knowing the strength of his opponents. "Humph, otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Ruthless? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yi Xian didn't want to waste any more time. He held the Godslayer in his hand and charged directly. Godslayer! He swung his sword. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that these guys didn't have any strength at all. A single strike. With merely a single strike, Yi Xian killed that fellow at the inferior spiritual god realm. At the same time, he heavily injured that fellow at the intermediate spiritual god realm. They dared to make a move against Yi Xian with such little strength? Wasn't that no different from courting death? However, that fellow that was blasted flying didn't show any fear, and he even had a threatening expression as he spoke to Yi Xian. You dare to make a move against us? Are you tired of living? Do you know who we are?" Yi Xian roared with laughter and asked casually, "What does that have to do with me?" "Kid, don't be too arrogant. We're from the Limitless God King's faction. You're courting death if you dare to offend us." The Limitless God King? Needless to say, Yi Xian was really shocked by this. Could it be that he's an extraordinary expert with such a great reputation? However, after hearing this person's words, Yi Xian finally understood what this myriad God King was. "Kid, let me tell you. The Limitless God King possesses 300 divine mountains and countless experts under his command. You'll definitely die a horrible death if you dare to offend us." Haha. So it's a group of bandits. Chapter 2209. What do you mean by possessing 300 divine mountains? Isn't he just a bandit that claims to be a king? Could it be that Yi Xian is afraid of bandits? You dare to insult Divine King Gloom? You're dead. You're absolutely dead. That person's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw Yi Xian look down upon Divine King Gloom. "You don't have to worry about my death, but I know that you're definitely dead." Yi Xian didn't want to waste time on a bandit. He waved his hand casually, and Wei Zhentian directly controlled the Godslayer sword to charge towards that person. He killed that person without any pressure at all. Even though Yi Xian didn't understand why this fellow was so weak, even though he possessed a cultivation at the mid-grade 3rd rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. However, this wasn't a reason for Yi Xian to let them off. Flee! When the other three saw Yi Xian kill without any warning, they finally recalled to flee. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Wei Zhentian didn't need Yi Xian's orders at all, and he directly charged forward and executed 3 attacks in unison to directly kill those 3 people. After he put away their universe rings, Yi Xian glanced through them casually and didn't notice any special treasures that were worthy of his attention. Thus, he directly devoured them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the low grade of the 8th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Killing these 5 people was only a small interlude to Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian continued to kill divine beasts. Along with the advancement of Yi Xian's cultivation, he naturally had to devour even more divine beasts to advance in his cultivation. Fortunately, there was an extremely huge amount of divine beasts here. 3 days later, Yi Xian had successfully advanced into the low grade of the 9th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. However, Yi Xian didn't know that someone had noticed him when he killed those 5 people. Damn it! Someone actually dared to kill my people. Let me see who has such audacity. Divine King Limitless was originally an elder of the profound Yang sect. However, the various powers of 10 Direction City were embroiled in endless wars, and the profound Yang sect was also annihilated in one of the conflicts. That was why this guy was reduced to hiding in the Myriad Beasts Valley and declaring himself king. Over the past thousands of years, he had lived a carefree life in the Myriad Beasts Valley. He had gathered more than 300 desperados under him, and from time to time, he would rob those who entered the Myriad Beasts Valley to hunt for mythological beasts. His days were quite good. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge his might. It had been so long that the boundless Divine King felt that he was truly a Divine King and did not put anything in his eyes. Knowing that his subordinates had been killed, Limitless gathered his troops and headed straight for Yi Xian. "My lord, it's right in front. That guy is moving around in this area. I can sense that he hasn't left yet." "Good, then let's rush over. I want to see what kind of person dares to go against me." In fact, Yi Xian had already sensed these people. However, Yi Xian had discovered a Devourer, so Yi Xian could not bear to leave. However, the Devourer this time was a little special. "Little guy, let's see where you can run to this time." Yi Xian was guarding outside a cave. This was the third time he had tried to stop the Devourer. Unfortunately, the guy had escaped the previous 2 times. "System, what kind of mythological beast is this? How can it be so fast?" Ding! System notification. Attention. Host. The target is the lightning rat. It has a special gifted ability, positioning teleportation. It can teleport between predetermined positions in an instant. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian had no choice but to admit defeat. The lightning rat did not have much combat power. Moreover, it was only a lower heavenly god mythological beast. However, it had managed to escape Yi Xian's pursuit twice by relying on its gifted ability. "Little guy, let's see where you can hide this time." Attack! In order to deal with the lightning rat, Yi Xian had even summoned his 1,000 beast sword servants. Following Yi Xian's order, thousands of divine beast mounts charged forward at the same time. It was just a small cave. As long as the lightning rat did not use its gifted ability immediately, Yi Xian was confident that he could take it down. Unfortunately, this time, Yi Xian failed once again. Yi Xian clearly saw that one of the divine beast mounts was already waving its claws. The lightning rat had no chance of escaping. However, at that moment, the lightning rat's body emitted a strange wave of energy and disappeared again. "I don't believe that you can escape from me." Yi Xian immediately released his divine telekinesis to search carefully. "You're hiding here? Well then, let's see if you can still hide this time." Whoosh! Yi Xian's figure flashed. The moment he attacked, he instantly cast a restrictive spell. This restrictive spell had no other use except for the 10-fold increase in gravity. Furthermore, the area was very small. The lightning rat was hiding in a tree hole and seemed to be in a panic. The sudden 10-fold increase in gravity stunned it. At that moment, Yi Xian's hand reached in. Yi Xian grabbed the lightning rat in his hand. He did not dare to be careless and crushed it to death. Ding! System notification. Host has killed a special devouring beast. The new version of the devouring beast has been automatically updated. From now on, when the host kills a high-level devouring beast, there is a chance that a devouring beast with a special attribute will appear. Ding! System notification. Host has killed a high-level special devouring beast. You have obtained 3 devouring points. Ding! System notification. Host has killed a high-level special devouring beast. You have obtained a special ingredient, the heart of the lightning rat. Heart of the lightning rat? A new version of the devouring beast? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that killing this devouring beast would activate a new ability. This was an unexpected surprise. Yi Xian quickly checked the heart of the lightning rat. He did not know what this thing could do. If it had the special ability of the lightning rat, that would be great. Heart of the lightning rat. Material of the devouring beast. Host can use this item to fuse with a compatible skill to produce a special effect. Currently, Host does not have any space-related skills and cannot use it for the time being. Looking at the description of the heart of the lightning rat, Yi Xian roughly knew what it meant. This devouring beast was extremely rare. Yi Xian did not have many devouring points. These few times, high-level devouring beasts had appeared consecutively. This was already considered a rare occurrence. However, the consumption of devouring points was extremely high. For example, Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. Fixing a magic treasure required 3 devouring points. Later on, there would be other places that would require devouring points. Devouring beast. Devouring beast. Yi Xian could not wait to find a nest of devouring beasts. Of course, this was not realistic. However, although a nest of devouring beasts was not realistic, it was still possible for someone to send a devouring beast to him. At this moment, Limitless Supreme Being and the rest had already found Yi Xian's position. Yi Xian also noticed this group of people. However, Yi Xian's attention was completely attracted by Limitless Supreme Being's mount. Chapter 22:10. Yi Xian's eyes were simply on the verge of glowing. Only Yi Xian could understand his desire for devour points. God King Limitless hadn't spoken yet when he noticed that Yi Xian was actually staring at him. And it was even to the extent that God King Limitless felt a slight chill down his spine. "Kid, why are you looking at me like that?" God King Limitless couldn't help but ask directly. Yi Xian raised his head and asked, "Who are you?" "Haha. Kid, you don't even know who I am." Unfortunately, he hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Yi Xian wave his hand, and then an army instantly appeared. 1,000 god rank mounts were at the front while the 1,000 beast sword attendants were at the center, and they directly charged towards them. What's going on? God King Limitless was even slightly unable to react in time. He was a 6th rank high rank domain enlightened spirit god, and he had 4 3rd and 4th rank high rank domain enlightened spirit gods and over 10 mid rank domain enlightened spirit gods under his command. As for low rank domain enlightened spirit gods, there were over 100 of them. But what's the meaning of this? He just asked who I am and directly attacked? Could it be that he's my enemy? How could he have known that Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate to attack because of his mounts? 1,000 Beast Feast. This time, Yi Xian activated the 1,000 Beast Feast. In an instant, the speed, strength, and so on of the 1,000 god rank mounts suddenly rose, and their combat strength became extremely formidable. God King Limitless was stunned. Yi Xian attacked without hesitation, and he didn't even give him a chance to speak. Isn't this a little too ferocious? Is he looking for trouble with Yi Xian, or is Yi Xian looking for trouble with him? Swoosh! A burst of light suddenly erupted from the God Slayer, and God King Limitless didn't dare delay at all. He directly jumped off his mount and dodged far away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly jumped up and looked down from above as he charged towards the devouring beast. Midway, he casually received the god-slaying sword and abruptly slashed. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing the Devourer. You've obtained 2 Devour points. Haha! Devour points obtained. Yi Xian smiled. However, God King Limitless and the others were all stunned. Could it be that this guy made such a grand spectacle just to kill the Limitless Divine King's mount? You brat, who are you? With Yi Xian's sudden move, Limitless God King no longer had the same imposing manner as before. At this moment, he was already incomparably flustered. He had never seen such an opponent before. At this time, Yi Xian seemed to have noticed these people. He casually turned his head, looked at Divine King Limitless, and said indifferently, "You're right. Are you the bandit who took over the mountain? Then you can die now. Kill!" Under the leadership of the 1,000 beast sword servants and Wei Zhentian, the god-ranked mounts charged forward once more. In fact, Yi Xian had always noticed a problem. The cultivations of Divine King Limitless and the others were extremely strange. That bandit Yi Xian encountered at the beginning was like that. Even though he possessed a cultivation at the mid-level domain enlightened spirit god realm, his actual combat strength was even inferior to an ordinary low-level domain enlightened spirit god. Now these people were the same. Even though Divine King Limitless possessed a cultivation at the high-level domain enlightened spirit god realm, his actual combat strength was probably only at the mid-level domain enlightened spirit god realm. These people's cultivations were extremely strange. To be more precise, their cultivations were empty, yet they didn't possess a corresponding strength. Sure enough, it was just as Yi Xian had guessed. The combat strengths of these people weren't worth mentioning at all, and they were completely defeated as soon as the battle began. In just a short moment, the 1,000 beast sword servants had annihilated all the bandits besides Divine King Limitless with their mounts. Your Divine King Limitless? How laughable! A mere bandit who took over the mountain actually dares to call himself a king? Yi Xian gazed at Divine King Limitless who sat weakly on the ground as he spoke indifferently. Who are you? What do you want? Divine King Limitless gazed at Yi Xian with terror. In a short period of time, the forces he'd established by himself had actually been completely annihilated. Don't kill me, don't kill me. So long as you promise not to kill me, I can tell you a secret, a shocking secret about the Valley of Beasts. Divine King Limitless had an astounded expression as he pleaded with Yi Xian. A secret? What sort of secret do you have that's worthy of my attention? Yi Xian held the God-Slayer in hand as he walked step by step towards Divine King Limitless. However, Yi Xian didn't really care about the secret Divine King Limitless spoke of. No, I'm telling the truth. The Valley of Beasts hides a huge secret, a secret that only I know about. So long as you don't kill me, then I'll tell you what that secret is. All right, tell me right now. If I think your secret is valuable, then I can consider sparing your life. Yi Xian wanted to see what this guy had to say. Divine King Limitless understood that he wasn't negotiating with Yi Xian on an equal footing. Therefore, since Yi Xian had given him a chance, he could only cherish it. All right, I'll tell you. Thousands of years ago, I drifted here and hid all day long. In order to avoid the pursuit of my enemies, I ventured deep into various secret realms in the Valley of Beasts. Coincidentally, I discovered a special secret realm. Over there, you can obtain unimaginable benefits. There are countless towers over there, and as long as you can pass through each tower, you can obtain rewards. Those rewards may be divine pellets that can directly increase your realm, or they may be peerless treasures, or even powerful battle tools. That place is the legendary Myriad Beasts Pavilion. Yes, it's the Myriad Beasts Pavilion, an existence that was once more powerful than Mo Shang Pavilion. It's a superpower that has long since perished. I know where it is. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there. The more Divine King Limitless spoke, the more excited he became. Yi Xian could see that he wasn't lying. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. Whether or not this Divine King Limitless was killed wouldn't affect Yi Xian much. If this Myriad Beast Pavilion really existed, then exchanging Divine King Limitless life for information about the Myriad Beast Pavilion was also a good deal for Yi Xian. I'm very interested in your information. Congratulations. You don't have to die. Hand over your quintessence fragment and take me to the Myriad Beasts Pavilion. Although Yi Xian spared Divine King Limitless life, it wasn't the same as giving him freedom. Divine King Limitless frowned slightly at first, but then he obediently handed over his quintessence fragment. He knew that if he wanted to live, he had to do as Yi Xian said. All right, lead the way, take me to the Myriad Beasts Pavilion. Don't worry, I said I would spare your life, so I won't regret killing you. Besides, your quintessence fragment is in my hands. There's no need for me to kill you. Yi Xian said indifferently. Of course, the limitless Divine King understood this, so he didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly led Yi Xian forward. Chapter 22:11. In ancient times, there was a sect called the Myriad Beast Pavilion. Although this sect was also famous for controlling beasts, it was not as incompetent as the Myriad Beast Pavilion that Yi Xian encountered. In fact, there were many sects with the same name as the Myriad Beast Pavilion, but their abilities were not even 1,000th of the original Myriad Beast Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, if someone mentioned the Myriad Beast Pavilion, people would think of many things. However, when the ancient Myriad Beast Pavilion was mentioned, people could only think of one thing. However, no one would have thought that the ancient Myriad Beast Pavilion was actually hidden in the Myriad Beast Valley. However, when one thought about it, they realized that it was only natural. The Myriad Beast Valley had an endless number of divine beasts that could not be killed. In that case, if there was no other reason, it would be impossible for there to be so many divine beasts. Under the guidance of Supreme Being Limitless, Yi Xian shuttled through one secret realm after another. These secret realms were very special. It was obvious that someone had deliberately created them. Master, please be careful. There will be 13 forks in front, and each one will be guarded by a powerful divine beast. You must not alarm them. Otherwise, we will not be able to defeat them. Supreme Being Limitless had been carefully reminding Yi Xian of some things to pay attention to along the way. Obviously, this was not his first time here. With Supreme Being Limitless leading the way, Yi Xian was not in danger. Soon, they arrived at a special space. Is this the ancient Myriad Beast Pavilion that you were talking about? Yi Xian looked ahead and asked Supreme Being Limitless. At this moment, If Yi Xian did not already know where he was going, he would not have believed that everything in front of him was real. In front of Yi Xian was a vast plain. There was not the slightest rise or fall, and on this plain stood countless tall towers. These towers were the trial towers of the myriad beast pavilion that Supreme Being Limitless had mentioned. Yi Xian had already encountered many trial towers. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that the Pagoda of Trials seemed to be a special way for the God Realm to select disciples, or perhaps it was a way to give out special rewards. Yes, Master, this is the place. However, Master must be careful. Although it seems that there is no danger here on the surface, the higher the tower, the more different the test. Among them, the higher the tower, the more life-threatening the tower will be tested. Among them, the higher the tower, the higher the level of danger. Back then, I only chose the Tower of Trials below the 9th floor. Yi Xian nodded, but he didn't pay any attention to God King Limitless. Instead, he asked him to wait here. As for Yi Xian, he walked forward. These towers seemed to be distributed in a circular pattern. The further one walked in, the higher the tower was. Starting from the lowest tower, which only had one floor, the further in they went, the higher the tower became. Since this is my first time here, I'll choose a slightly less difficult one and test its power. Yi Xian said faintly. At the same time, he had already walked into a tower of trials that was 19 floors high. When Yi Xian stepped into the tower, a strong aura instantly engulfed his entire body. It was as if the aura wanted to see through Yi Xian. At the same time, a voice rang out. Detection and analysis complete. Target has no records. Backup file. Trial allowed. What? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. This voice was actually similar to the system's notification. How could Yi Xian not be shocked? System, what is this? Yi Xian asked the system subconsciously. Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. Unable to detect. Ding. System notification. Automatically unlocking the ancient God Emperor's inheritance. Ding. System notification. Collecting data. Collecting complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission of reactivating the sect system. The host has broken through this trial. The initial activation of the sect system will occur. Initial activation? What did this mean? Also, why did this mission feel so special? Ding. System notification. Attention to the host. The sect system has automatically been updated to the God-level sect system. The host needs to collect all kinds of sect fragments and continuously improve the God-level sect system. The current goal is to obtain a beast fragment. The more Yi Xian listened, the more confused he became. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian was very clear about. This time, if he wanted to reactivate the sect system, it would not be that simple. Of course, another explanation for this difficulty was that once Yi Xian fully activated the sect system, he would become extremely powerful. Beast fragment? Although the system did not make it too obvious, Yi Xian already understood. This was to let Yi Xian pass all the tests of the ancient beast pavilion and strengthen his way of taming beasts in the sect system. Of course, Yi Xian did not have any doubts about this. Whether it was to reactivate the sect system or to obtain rewards through the trials, Yi Xian had to complete one trial after another. A 19-story tower of trials? To Yi Xian, this was nothing. In a short while he passed. The reward was nothing more than a very ordinary elixir in Yi Xian's eyes. However, Yi Xian understood the general mechanism of the Tower of Trials through him. This trial of the ancient beast pavilion was also automatically adjusted according to the level of the person who entered. Every story was guarded by a divine beast. Killing the divine beast would allow one to advance to the next level. Since he knew the general mechanism, Yi Xian naturally would not waste his time on these ordinary towers. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the core of the tower, the core of the entire trial tower formation. There were a total of 6 towers here that looked like plum blossoms. At the core was a super tower with 9,999 stories. The seats around it were all special towers with 8,999 stories. Was this the place where the core trial of the ancient beast pavilion would take place? In that case, let's start with these 5 towers. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He directly pushed open the door of one of the towers and walked in. However, as soon as Yi Xian walked in, he realized that he had made a big mistake. Or rather, he had been careless.
Although Yi Xian had experimented with a tower outside, in reality, the trial was not as simple as Yi Xian thought. Finally, someone has come to the trial. It's been millions of years. I've been lonely for millions of years. Finally, someone has come. Little guy, congratulations on making it here. Since you're here, you should know that you can only leave this place alive if you reach the highest point. I wish you good luck. I hope you won't be like those people before you and run out of Godhead halfway. This sentence made Yi Xian's heart skip a beat.